The high priest stared evenly at the tiny nature. Cleric, so are you denying that you were riding a bloodbath spider through the woods, or that you were operating as a team in combat? Lotus shook her head. I do not. I just wanted to clarify that the situation did not involve a wild bloodbath spider. She belongs to Carl, and she's bonded to him with his class skills. Also, I should probably mention, before one of the guards mentions it later, we did take a little outing to play in the trees earlier. The high priest John sighed and rolled his eyes. Priestesses like Lotus were the reason that half the clergy had gray hair and was balding from pulling it out in frustration. He was absolutely certain of it. However, that was just the way of the nature god, and even if they tried to stop her, they would be going against the will of the gods, and it probably wouldn't work. At least not in the long term. Yes, I already heard. It caused quite the commotion among the civilians to see a monster in the cathedral forest. He replied, then let the other high priest continue the meeting. While we can dismiss the experiences of Sister Lotus as a case of curiosity, meeting the nature goddess favor, that doesn't actually explain much about your group's most recent outing. For example, the total commander rank kills for the combat zone that your group just left. Do you know what percentage of them were yours? He asked. Everyone shook their heads. 100%. There were 4 other sightings, but in all cases the groups were forced to flee. Every commander rank kill in the area is credited to yourselves and your attached military unit. Alice nodded in understanding. There was no way that wouldn't look suspicious on the official records. The logs of the disciplinary matter would be filed separately, so they might not have put together the fact that there was only one group in the area that was capable of efficiently dealing with commander rank monsters, with the numbers that they were seeing in front of them. Did you know that there were 14 other groups assigned to patrol duty that had 3 or more ascended rank fighters in them, none of which managed to score a single commander rank kill until after the church guard took over command of the operation? He asked. That implied that there had been at least one since then. And that couldn't have been an easy feat, even with the help of a church guard. The patrol groups there were definitely not the most combat-minded of units. They were mostly only there due to minimum combat duration rules within the army. They were desk jockeys by day. The lieutenant would probably get a perverse sense of pleasure out of the current situation, where the laziest of his counterparts were being forced to do their jobs by an uncompromising high priest, and actually succeeding at the tasks that they had been too scared to do on their own. Alice shook her head. I wasn't aware that any of the groups had multiple ascended rank fighters in them. We were informed that we were the only group capable of taking on commander rank challenges, though there weren't supposed to be any there, according to the scout reports. High Priest John waved that off, and a flash of golden light from his eyes showed that his internal emotions weren't as settled as his facial features. When priests got emotional, their magic tended to flare up. That matter has been taken care of, but it's the string of coincidences that have brought us to this point that are the real highlight here. I have a spell that checks for divine magic, essentially for luck. What we plan to do is check your group and see what sort of bonds that magic might have formed, and if sending you all together in the future is likely to have similarly positive results. Carl nodded, then remembered that Thor had a literal pond full of holy stones just sitting there, leaking holy magic into his space. That was bound to throw off the readings at least a little bit. But it was too late to say anything, and the room had already begun to glow with golden holy light, creating strings of magic that reminded Carl of Ray's webs. The connections between Lotus and Tessa were forming rapidly, which made sense to Carl, as they had been friends for a long time. But the number that were coming from him to the others dwarfed anything except the friendship between the 2 clerics, and they were still growing in number and intensity as the spell progressed. Dana smiled as the links continued to grow between the 2 of them, with some encircling their bodies without actually touching them, and some starting and ending at their bodies in a straight line. There was certainly some meaning to how each of the links formed, especially since there were multiple designs, but everyone had some. Even Alice, who wasn't as often with Carl in the past, had quite a few of the links. Carl checked his spaces and noticed that some of the stronger links went straight from Alice to Thor and Ray, while only a few weaker ones went from Alice to Hawk. The links between Tessa and Thor, and Ray and Lotus were also both numerous and strong, indicating their friendship and frequent interaction. Hawks with Carl were the most plentiful of any of his partners, as they had been together the longest, but Hawks to everyone else except Ray and Thor were limited, as he preferred to observe from a distance, and certainly wasn't going to let people manhandle him like Thor enjoyed. That is astonishing. Look at the density. One of the clerks along the wall gasped, breaking everyone from their observation of the lynx. The elderly high priest nodded and spoke in a raspy, even tone. I would only expect a number of fate lynx this high among an old married couple, not among a group of young adventurers who have just met. Other than Lotus and Tessa, who we already knew were fated to be lifelong friends, the rest of you can't have met more than a year ago, and yet already the bonds are so strong. But more importantly, we have a central focus for these events. Almost all the fated bond links involve Carl in some way. There are a number which involve the whole group, others that involve only part of the group, but almost always Carl and someone else. Perhaps we should bring in someone skilled in divination. The other high priest shook his head. I doubt that is necessary. They won't be able to see past the interference of the divine to see what is going to happen, at least not the important parts, and these youngsters won't want their futures spoiled for them with foreknowledge. It took a moment to realize the true horror of having your future told to you by an oracle. Once you had been told, how could you trust that any choice you made was your own? Would you deliberately sabotage the good things that might happen to you, while attempting to change the choices that might lead to the undesirable options that you had been informed of? Worse, would you lose all sense of direction once you felt that your fate had been settled, just going through the motions of life? All right, I think that we have seen what we need to. There are more people involved in this tangle of fate. I could feel the tendrils reaching outside the range of the spell. I suspect that the sergeant who arrived with you is one of them, though she will be occupied for some time. There will surely be other elites entangled in a fateful event this large, but we have enough now to know that it is best to keep you all together. The closer, the better. The high priest paused and then continued. Do not take the direction to stay close as permission to sleep with a bloodbath spider in the cathedral park either, Sister Lotus. I know how you think. Lotus smirked, while everyone else in the room tried to stifle their laughter. Even without implied permission, she had probably already been considering it. In fact, if Carl left Ray out tonight, the two of them would definitely go on a misadventure together. There was no doubt about it. High Priest John looked at Carl and Dana. This is the second holy relic that the two of you have been involved in discovering in the past few months. I know the circumstances behind that, but I must say that the coincidence level after putting all of that and your combat records together is extraordinary. With Dana still being at the awakened rank, though attached to a unit with a commander rank leader, on paper it truly does seem outlandish that you have been involved in so many noteworthy incidents. Then the older high priest took over from him with a stern look on his aged face. What were your plans after leaving the field? Surely you have put some thought into your progression from this point forward. Carl nodded. I had planned to use the credits that I had earned to ask the university to help me create some resources that would help the 3 contracted beasts evolve and grow. I have some idea how to do it, thanks to my class, but they are the specialists, and they likely know much more than I do, and have access to resources I haven't even heard of. The high priest nodded. That sounds reasonable. What about you, Miss Dana? Dana brushed her curly locks back out of her face again and sighed. Unless I can find another form of the single-use mana enhancement potions, I'm in a cycle of growth and enhancement. There are too many mages for too few resources. It's a drawback of having such a common class. John smiled gently in understanding. Well, you do have noted access to ascended and commander rank resources thanks to your kill record, so you can bypass the most common and highly sought after resources to go straight for the rare and potent options. Talented mages can grow rather rapidly when given the right combination of resources. It's a wonderful thing to see them shoot right up once they are positioned for success. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that they had resources that would make mages jump up a rank or more, that were reserved for the truly promising elites who would be thrust into the spotlight, or onto the front lines of the battle against the monsters. They likely also came with a cost. Nothing that powerful was ever without side effects, in Carl's opinion, but it had to be worth it if they were still saving it for the very best. The older high priest looked thoughtful for a moment. You know, a field trip to the university might do us all some good. They have the resources that every member of this group needs, and I haven't been outside the cathedral in some time. Are there side effects to the potent resources for mages? You implied that it's not a big deal to get them to skip ranks or advance rapidly to high power, so there has to be a drawback, or they would be passing it out like candy with a government subsidy. Carl asked the high priests, too curious not to speak. John shrugged. According to the Mage Council, less than 1 in 100 who get the mage class will ever make it past commander on their own. The concoctions they've prepared will rapidly move a mage past that natural bottleneck, but it sacrifices any natural talent that they had left. So they will move from commander to royal, monarch, or even in one case, overlord rank, and then that's it. That's where they stay, with their potential exhausted, no matter how hard they work. Carl nodded as he thought about the idol known as the Archmage. She had been extremely promising in school, and graduated as a commander, then gained a mysterious opportunity and moved to royal within a few months. There was a chance she was still growing, and it was natural, but it did sound like there was a chance she had hit her limits and tried this method to limit break and see how far she could get. Dana was intrigued by the notion. So there is a bottleneck at the peak of commander rank, she asked. The high priest nodded. It exists for all magic users, even priests. We overcome it with faith. The mages have to do something different. The warriors don't suffer from it as much, but they eventually hit the extent of their ability to advance at different points, depending on their skills and training. Eventually, their bodies just decide that they are in peak form and stop upgrading. Carl turned to Alice. So, you will have to find a way to break the bottleneck as well. Alice laughed and shook her head. I am from the early years of the elite program, and I was inducted late. I'm already 28 and still on the low side of commander. If I make it to the peak, I will already be a middle-aged woman, and at that point, I'm unlikely to be able to advance anyhow, even if I wanted to keep trying and staying in a combat role. As the high priest said, 1 in 100 at best can do it on their own. Dana nodded. So, it's a trade-off. If you can't make it past the advancement on your own, it might be worth it, but if you can't get close enough to peak commander, you won't be able to acquire the resources to jump past it anyhow. The elder high priest nodded. And it's potential-based, or you could say life force-based, so the younger you are when you take it, the better it works. That was a real conundrum, Carl thought. How young was too young to give up on the dream of ever making it past commander rank naturally, and how old was too old to take the opportunity if you had it. It would never be easy, especially for an elite, to admit that they had peaked and they would never do any better, but if they held out too long, then it wouldn't matter even if they changed their minds. The old priest continued, gently smoothing his robes out of unconscious habit. A lot of it has to do with foundation. Too long establishing your foundation and you miss your peak growth ages. But if you use too many resources to increase your growth rate, then you will end up with an unstable foundation for your magic, and it won't be able to support you at higher ranks. That's especially true for warriors. A lot of them will go for things like dragon's blood and stone skin elixirs, which will help their growth, but it damages their body at the same time, and they can't fully recover. That's what happened to Overlord Drake. He found a powerful resource that brought him from royal rank straight past monarch to overlord, but the internal damage it caused has greatly slowed his growth. Now, he's still one of the stronger overlords, and he might not have ever become one without it, but at the same time, it's a shame. That's why the university is working so hard on new products so that they can reduce the side effects of the resources which we can grow ourselves, or artificially reproduce. You hear that? Too many resources and you will hurt your foundation, Carl informed his team. I think that only counts for humans. You're like below common grade to begin with. Even goblins can kick the average human's ass. We're proper beasts, just give us the good stuff, Hawk countered. Ray nodded in agreement inside her space. He has a point. You're trying to go from arguing with earth mice over living space to royal rank. I'm just trying to go from commander as an adult to royal right now. That's one step, like a human going to the awakened rank. I've got some leeway. What do the beasts say? Alice asked as she noticed that Carl was distracted within his own mind. They say that it's not a big deal to them, since humans are so much weaker than they are to begin with. They would all make ascended or commander on their own, though Hawk had to evolve to make that true, so they're looking forward to whatever the university can make for them. The high priest smiled. That's the spirit. We can call this meeting close enough to done, now that we have the answers that we came here for. You should all be kept together as much as possible, and being together will increase your chances of coming across rare opportunities, thanks to fate. Now, if we can just get you all a bit more advanced, those opportunities can be ones that will make a difference on a much larger scale. The high priest didn't waste time once they had made up their mind, and they quickly escorted everyone out of the cathedral and across the street, into what turned out to be one of the university's research labs. Carl hadn't realized that the two were located adjacent to each other, as they both had vast green spaces around their main buildings, which made it look like the cathedral was located in a city park. There were armed security at the doors to the university lab, preventing anyone without a pass from entering, but the high priests didn't seem bothered by the fact, and they simply waited for the supervisors to come down and let the group in after announcing their intentions to the guards. The arrival of this group seemed to have caused an extreme level of excitement within the university labs. Carl could hear and see people running around frantically, preparing various projects, or gathering notes and waiting by the doors of their workspaces in preparation to receive visitors. That seemed like a good sign, like they might really get access to good things, the way that Hawk was hoping. But they also had something to offer. If they offered up one of the spears of the commander-rank grass from the fight with the commander-rank giants, these researchers might be able to make something that would benefit all the beasts. His identification skill said that the grass would help but Carl didn't recognize any of the other ingredients. And he couldn't well tell these scientists that he knew what would work, but not how or why. Well, he could, but Carl wasn't at all certain that they would take him seriously or believe that it was a class skill. The plants also didn't always have the same names in the listing that they did in common use, so they might not even understand what he was talking about and assume he was making it up to sound impressive. Welcome, elites, to the Capital University's Advancement Research Division. Here we have all the Golden Dragon Nation's finest minds, working on ways to combat the threats facing our nation through the rapid evolution and advancement of the elites. The director greeted them as he opened the door, clipboard in one hand and a whole suite of pens and tools in the pocket of his white coat. Now I see that we have 2 mages and a beast master here today, as well as our fellows from the church. Can you tell me, are the beasts actual beasts, or are they summoned each time they are needed? The director asked, unclear about the nature of Carl's abilities. They're actual beasts, currently living in a separate space, Carl explained. So they require resources to help them grow. We have a division for that. They have been working on ways to tame more tigers as guard animals. Carl gave the man a confused look. A moor tiger was roughly the size of a bus. Compared to a full-grown lightning sparrow, it was 3 times the size, and it was a royal rank beast when fully grown. What could you even offer it that might make it loyal to humans? That is further down the building, so perhaps we could start with the mages and see what we can offer them. One of the 2 mages looks like she is still a student, so she should currently be in her prime growth state, the director suggested. How long does the prime growth state last? Dana asked, unclear as to the definition. It's generally considered to be 2 to 3 years after the serum injection, which is why the academy runs for 4 years in total. By then, they already know how most of the elites are going to shape up. There are some exceptions who grow faster after they leave, but that is a rarity, he explained. Dana smiled. If it lasted 2 to 3 years, she had plenty of time left to try to catch up to Carl. He was already pulling ahead of her, and if he continued to outpace her like that, the government would consider her too far beneath his rank to keep going on missions with him. Now, did you have any resources that you might have brought with you? I know many working elites do, as it offsets the cost of treatments from the university labs. The director asked, with a gesture toward a cart with dozens of sealed and sterilized empty sample jars on it. Everyone turned to Carl, who nodded. I have a few things here. I have this fungus, which reads as an ascended rank plant by energy, though I haven't personally identified it. We have these herbs and flowers. I've got some broken magical accessories. And I've got this odd commander rank plant, which I think might be good for my lightning sparrow, as it greatly increases the regeneration rate of monsters who use it. Those were all out of his share of items, but if the others needed what the items made, he would just trade, since their portions were all still in his space as well, and the only one likely to even know the majority of the loot existed was Lotus, who had given much of it to Ray for safekeeping. The director stared at the rapidly filling jars as Carl and his assistants loaded everything away and shook his head in dismay. I take it you're not going to ask me for something small and simple today. The value of those items is incredible, and I was half expecting you to pull a spare holy stone from out of nowhere to put on the pile, just to put the value off the charts. The director joked. I've got one if you need one, a spare holy stone, that is, Carl commented evenly. The director laughed at the joke, but Carl borrowed a small and weak one from Thor's pond and placed it in an empty jar. Damn it, I was joking. Don't just go putting holy stones in my sample jars, the professor complained. Fine, I will put it back in storage. Thor likes the smell of them. Carl shrugged, but the director immediately moved to protect the stone. I see how it is. I'm sure the lab can make good use of it. Carl chuckled, while the high priest softly laughed at the researcher. The church made holy stones, so they weren't as rare for high-ranking clerics, but still, the value of them to the common person, as the researchers of the university labs were, was immense. If they could keep it for themselves, there was a chance that they would naturally awaken holy magic, like the clerics did without the serum. All right, it is safe to say that enough rare resources have been provided to offset the cost of any of the more common treatments and heavily subsidize the others. Those blood lotus blossoms alone are worth more than most of the ascended and commander-ranked treatments. Where did you even find them? No, don't answer that. I don't want to have to fill out the paperwork involved in knowing the answer. I will just gladly accept the rare flowers as payment. Oh, they were called a blood lotus. They didn't show as being of particular benefit to Ray, according to Carl's identification skill. It just said that they were useful for life-drain type abilities, which, technically, lacerate was not. It didn't steal the life, just let it bleed on the ground. Alice and Dana both gave Carl happy hugs, as the director basically gave them a free pass to choose the resources that they wanted today. But the research assistants were even more excited. Mr. Carl, is it true that you will be looking for resources to help your pets advance? You see, we are from the Defensive Beasts Division. The research from your advancement has already been quite valuable to us. One of them asked, Oh, you got the notes from the treatments that the Bureau oversaw? Carl asked, and the researchers nodded happily. We got notes from the Bureau about your time in the field as well. The possibilities are incredible. If only we could bond them the way that you do. The researcher sighed. Carl shrugged. Give it time and I might learn the method to teach that to others as well. It would be quite the trick. Having regular citizens become beast masters if they couldn't become elites. The research assistants looked dreamy at the notion of being able to bond a monster to call upon in their time of need. Like a guardian spirit that would make them the equivalent to an elite, blessed by the gods through the divine injection. But it was time for them to focus, as the newest items for the mages were on display in the first area, and there were 2 mages interested in testing their work. The researchers got recognition within the department when the elites chose their new products over an existing and proven formula or device, so this was showtime for the research lab. All right, as we have you recorded as a wind and a golem mage, respectively. We will bring forward the projects that are most likely to be of interest to you. We have a number of formulations that should be of great benefit to you both, so let's get started. First up, we have the Summoning Stone, as it has been dubbed by its developer, the Grand Mage Sandra. An old woman in a lab coat waved happily as her invention was sent forward by her assistants, who would be the ones to introduce it to the elites. We have completed initial testing on the stone, with extremely promising results. When ingested, the magic successfully bonds with the user with a 100% success rate, increasing their mana strength, and has a 34% chance of causing the activation of a secondary skill informally known as indestructible constructs. There have been no noted side effects. We have not yet tested on a live subject, but the data from the research mimic should be accurate, and the resources used are all awakened grade or lower, with an ascended rank outcome. One assistant announced, while the other held up pages with graphs and data charts on them that should show the results of their tests. What is a test mimic? Dana asked. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. The Grand Mage learned a spell that creates a clone body, accurate to the real one in every way except that it lacks a consciousness. Many of the research teams use them for testing, as the mimic will respond to potions and show signs of gaining skills, as well as the duration of potions. It cannot tell us what the skill is, obviously, but we can extrapolate the data from our predictions and the Grand Mage observations of her mimic. So the product hadn't actually gone through human testing yet, but they were somewhat confident that it would work. That would explain why the director was so eager to get volunteers, and why he said that it wouldn't be a hassle to purchase nearly anything they were making. They were here to get stronger, but they were also the guinea pigs testing new resource combinations. Dana nodded. That sounds perfect for my skill direction. I have learned from my group members that having golems to block for you while you cast your offensive magics is by far the superior way to fight. Even better if you can enhance the golems with offensive magic. Alice nodded in agreement. She used both barriers and a spell known as Tearing Wind on her golem whenever it was in combat. Hawk hadn't gotten the hang of it, which was a bit surprising, but the change to Dragon Hawk seemed to have changed his elemental affinity from wind to fire. The assistant brought the container with the stone over, and everyone gathered with their notepads to record the event. There is a security camera overseeing the area. Please feel free to proceed when you are ready, the director informed her with a happy smile. The first item they had brought up, and already they had a volunteer to try it. That was a much better than average acceptance rate, though the sample size was limited. Dana cautiously took the stone-shaped pill out of the jar and set it on her tongue, then swallowed. The effects weren't immediate, but after a few seconds there was a slow buildup of power, and then Dana began to smile. The official name for the skill is Durable Constructs, according to the system, so you were close, she informed the researchers. Can you summon your golem and explain any changes it has undergone? We should have had you summon them before, so we could get proper before and after data, the assistant realized. The Grand Mage chuckled at their oversight. She would get many more opportunities to test now that the product had proven effective without immediate side effects, so she wasn't concerned, but they were students at the university, and missing steps in the process affected their grades. Dana called out her golems, and everyone nodded in satisfaction at the changes. The golems were formerly classically nude and muscular marble statues, but now they were wearing bronze armor, which included a form of segmented armor skirt that somewhat hid their assets from view. They looked like they did before, except that they were nearly nude. Now they're wearing armor. It looks functional, so I would say that the golems have definitely gained an advantage from the new passive skill, Dana explained. The director sent the team back and called up another set of presenters. It looked like he was willing to let them try anything that they were willing to, and he was just calling everyone whose work was relevant today. The next one up was a wind element resource that sounded good to Carl, but Alice shook her head, declining it. They returned, not dissuaded by the rejection, and another pair stepped forward. "Oh, get me the good thing, I want it," Hawk demanded. "This might not be quite what you're looking for. We have developed what we call the Burning Soul Pill, a combination of fire resources that increases elemental affinity with fire. It has been tested by 4 elites before, one of which managed to acquire a new fire spell, and none of whom had any noted side effects during or after the process." The presenter began. Carl called Hawk out to stand on his outstretched arm, and the scientists turned to look at him. "Hawk wants to try it," Carl explained. The scientist looked startled, but they nodded in acceptance, and everyone got out their notepads. "Should we?" one of the assistants began. "No testing fire skills indoors," the director reminded them, making both Hawk and Carl laugh. "We have been told the same thing in the past. We're not laughing at you," Carl assured the research assistants. The assistant noticed the look in the bird's eyes and quickly opened the jar before Hawk could smash it, allowing him access to the pill. As it had last time he advanced, flames rose from his body as he absorbed the fire resources, and his feathers turned a bit more bright red before settling down. Shared skill gained Flaming Body. Flaming Body surrounds the body in damaging flames. Hawk gained a new fire skill, Flaming Body. He can now surround himself in flames. It seems to have helped the damage done by his fire spells as well, but I can't verify that yet, Carl explained. Hawk surrounded himself in flames, and then shot a short burst of fire from his wings, an extended attack that created something akin to a fire blade. But he didn't let it detach and go flying around a room full of humans and precious shiny objects. Hawk had great respect for the good things that the humans made. Lotus moved up to stare at Hawk, who had returned to his normal form, and then gently stroked his feathers, making sure not to ruffle them. The feathers retain their softness and flexibility, but their temperature is elevated. The size of Hawk seems unchanged, but the color is more vibrant. The lack of additional scale development suggests that he isn't evolving toward a dragon template, but the lack of intense heat suggests that it isn't toward an elemental or phoenix direction either. She narrated as she gently massaged Hawk. "Thank you, priestess. I was unsure how we were going to gather data on a bestial subject, but it appears that you are a natural," the director noted. "She really is. I want to thank whoever taught her to massage and preen a wing," Hawk agreed. "All right, let us see what else we might manage to find here. Are there other elements that might be useful to your group?" the director asked. "Well, there is a lightning Sero with the obvious abilities and a bloodbath spider who has learned to summon a form of tree golems," Carl offered. "Tree golems? That's the nature magic department next door. We could try the regular golem pill for her. But we don't have any more ready," one of the assistants from the first group replied. "That's all right, we can try the new things from the nature magic swords. Who knows? It might actually be useful for beasts in a way that it isn't for most human magic." Users, Carl suggested. The other groups conferred for a moment to see if they had something that might be relevant to a lightning magic user. But there wasn't anything in the works at the moment. There were some already made, but they were the research division. They were already finished with those ones and didn't keep them around. But while they were waiting around for a decision to be made on what was happening next, Carl noticed that something was happening with Ray. She had taken a concoction yesterday, and it had started a process that looked like it was completing. She wasn't completely changed, but the power level in her body was rapidly increasing. The red of her legs was moving toward a crimson at the tips of her legs, while it darkened toward black again on her upper legs and body. The fur on her torso seemed to multiply until her actual carapace was barely visible, and a shadowy miasma seemed to hang over her body. "Looking good, girlie," Carl congratulated her. "This is good, we should make more of that later. I think I'm almost at my final adult form now, and I'm just waiting on something. Maybe for you to finish that power moon in my space." She agreed, placing the blame for her not reaching commander rank today firmly on Carl. "I will make you another batch later, don't forget to remind me," Carl informed her as another group of researchers came into the room with a bunch of carts. There were more products on them. Some were pills, some were liquids, some were baskets full of meat or feed. That had to make them the nature department, and they were all going insane about something. Their leader, an elderly man with a walker, raced forward, or at least attempted to, given his condition, and then protectively cradled the regenerative grass plant that Carl had donated. "When was this picked? How long has it been out of soil? Is it still viable?" he asked in a deep baritone that didn't match his frail body. "It was picked earlier this week, but it has been in stasis, so you can consider the elapsed time to be roughly 15 minutes. The roots are intact, so it should be absolutely viable. We even left native soil around them to ensure that it didn't suffer from an extreme transplant shock," Alice explained carefully before Carl could think of where to start. An assistant went running out of the room and returned seconds later with a large pot half full of some sort of blue gel, into which the plant was carefully lowered before the old man breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you have any idea how valuable that plant is to be just leaving it out like that with its roots exposed? Idiots, all of you. It's good that I managed to save it. The regenerating properties are most potent while the plant is still alive," he ranted. Alice chuckled and took a small, empty vial from one of the carts. She filled it with the regenerative paste that they had gotten from the giants and handed it to the old man. "That is how the commander-ranked giants were using it. Now are you ready to calm down, or should I get you somewhere to sit and catch your breath?" she asked. The man flipped a panel on his walker, which latched in place to form a platform, and then he took a seat on it, alternating between glaring at Alice and lovingly staring at the paste. "Go ahead and use some, you've got a whole plant to replace it from," she encouraged him. The old man mixed some of the salve into a cup of tea that his students presented him, and then rubbed a bit of the salve on his throat. Carl was curious about what the tea would taste like, as the plant smelled somewhat like aloe, but it seemed to help whatever was wrong with the old man. The assistants all got increasingly excited as the man's health visibly improved over the next few minutes, and then he got up out of the walker and stood smiling at the elites and the other researchers. Well, this has been an unexpectedly profitable day. Now, what did you need my help with? Anything that my department can provide is yours for the asking. The other elites smirked at Carl, who called out Thor and Ray to join Hawk. I am looking for a way to get these three to commander rank. They're bonded to me by my class, and their growth directly affects my growth. Carl explained. The old man stared at them and nodded solemnly. So we've got a mutated dragon hawk, a lightning Sero who radiates holy power, and an adult bloodbath spider who hasn't reached her advancement yet. We can work with that as long as they're not hostile. He agreed. They're not, but I don't recommend ruffling Hawk's feathers or touching Ray. She can be particular. Thor, the lightning Sero, on the other hand, is very affectionate. Carl explained. What additional skills have they learned so far? The professor asked, gaining vitality by the second as the bomb worked its way through his body. Hawk knows fireballs, windshield, rend, shred, and flaming body. Thor knows refreshing lightning and earthquake. Ray knows offensive optimization and wood golem. Carl explained. What is offensive optimization? One of the assistants asked. It's the bloodbath spider's innate passive skill. It's how they can tear through everything so effectively if you give them a few minutes to practice. The assistant looked clueless, but the old professor looked grim. You might not know, as they are supposed to be extinct. But a full-grown bloodbath spider is a commander-rank beast that can tear through the hull of an armored transport in a matter of seconds. When it comes to combat power, they are among the finest in their rank, and if they were given any defensive abilities or ranged attacks, they would almost certainly be ranked as a royal rank threat. He explained. The students looked shocked as they looked at Ray, who was standing a bit more proudly at the kind reference to the powers of her species. However, in the eyes of the others, that only made her look more intimidating until Lotus came up to rest against her side and whisper something to the spider. Not even Carl's sensitive hearing could pick it out, but Ray's amusement was clear in his mind. The group from the nature department discussed the matter very seriously, then came forward with 2 large vials of glowing liquid and an intricately carved glowing rock. The high priests looked at the glowing rock in shock. You can't be serious, the high priest scoffed. I am quite serious. I believe that it will work, the old man replied with great dignity. Carl had no idea what the object was, but one of the assistants brought it forward for Thor. He just needs to eat this, and then it should take effect right away. I mean, assuming that it works. It looked like the high priest wasn't the only one who wasn't sold on the fact that this resource was right for Thor, but nobody tried to stop them as Thor opened his mouth, and she placed the carved stone on his tongue. Thor chewed and swallowed with a happy grunt. Kind of fizzy, pleasantly bubbly, warm too, he explained. Then a flood of golden light came from him and created a circle on the floor. Oh, I learned a thing, circle of protection. Thor says it is a circle of protection. Carl informed the room, while the clergy all stared at him in shock. He learned holy magic. How does that even work? Tessa asked as she stepped into the circle. The high priests both followed her, and their looks turned from doubt to curiosity. It really is a circle of protection. It reduces damage taken in its area of effect and restores stamina, the senior of the 2 high priests explained. Thor the tank, Tessa agreed as she patted his scales. How much of an effect will the spell have? Carl asked, unfamiliar with the magic. He had seen the golden circle that damaged enemies, and the one that slowed and weakened them, but not the one that reduced damage. Against other ascended and low commander rank enemies, it should reduce his damage taken by about half. That will also be effective for anyone standing near him, so against a large target like a giant or an ogre, it will protect the whole melee group, the high priest explained. That's impressive. With this in place, very few enemies will be able to get past the golems at all, Alice noted. That's a good point. With half as much damage done to the golems, and the recent upgrade that Dana got to her golems, we should be able to hold quite well against stronger threats, Carl agreed. Now that Thor had finished his enhancement, that left the 2 large vials on the cart, waiting for someone to remember about them in all the shock and confusion of a lightning Sero using circle of protection. Thor was basking in all the attention that he was getting from the clerics, who were making intensive notes on his abilities, completely forgetting that everyone was here for a reason that wasn't studying Thor. Right now, getting back on track, this particular concoction should be perfect for Commander Alice. It's designed specifically for wind element mages and should strengthen your abilities and future growth rate. I know for commanders that is usually the most important part, as the growth can be painfully slow. The ancient professor announced, looking much more healthy than when he had hobbled into the room. Alice looked more than a little skeptical about drinking a potion that held more than the average coffee mug, especially since they were intended to be ingested in one go and not sipped over an extended period of time. But it was a commander rank potion and designed specifically for wind mages, which she was. There was probably no better resource for her, and if they were going to part with it without arguments, she would be an idiot to turn it down. So, she found herself swallowing the entire vial full of the herbal concoction, while energy built all around her and her power level steadily grew. The beasts could feel it, the strengthening of the magical power that Alice could wield, and through them, Carl had a fairly accurate guess of her current growth state. But for the others in the room, it was just a lot of bleeding energy, and then they would have to test afterwards to know how well it worked. My maximum mana control rate is definitely better than it was before, and I can feel the wind magic more clearly. Alice did her best to explain the changes that had happened with the potion. We will run a suite of tests later when we have more time. I need to study the salve that you provided once I return to my labs, and then there are all the other results as well. But there is still one more vial here. What was that one again? The old professor asked his assistants. That is an attunement potion, double dose for humans, so it can be split between the two clerics in the group. The assistant reminded him. Oh, that's right, High Priest, we made this one for your people. The ingredients are a bit rare, and therefore difficult to obtain, but with the church's resources, it shouldn't be a problem to obtain enough to provide this to all of your promising members. The professor passed over the ingredients list and a packet of details to the high priests, who looked at some of the ingredients in concern. Sure, they had access to vast amounts of resources, but they also had a massive number of clergy. Plus, this was a commander rank potion, and the side effects on a common grade or awakened priest could be catastrophic. At best, they could administer it after reaching ascended to see if the promising priests could make it to commander rank and become high priests. The potion was split in half and handed to both Tessa and Lotus, who gave it very different looks. Tessa was holding it away from herself to avoid the smell, while Lotus was intrigued and taking careful sniffs, trying to determine what was in it without looking at the ingredients list. Well, bottoms up, Tessa reluctantly agreed. She tilted the smaller vial back and downed the potion in one long slug, followed by Lotus. Both priestesses grimaced at the flavor, but their bodies were gathering energy into themselves and giving off a sense of divine power. It was a shame that Sergeant Rita missed out on this opportunity, but everyone else had made out very well today, and their advancements had given the beasts a chance to learn new skills in the future. Ray was eagerly looking forward to deciphering how to make her golems wear clothing, color-adaptive camo netting to be specific, so they could hide as well as Ray herself did. But even Thor was looking forward to combat, so he could try to learn the cleric tricks now that he knew he could make a circle of protection. The high priests were about to lead everyone back out. Carl could sense it in their demeanor, but the researchers weren't done. There is one more left. Now, the field of warrior enhancements is pretty well studied, but we do have a few things left that might help the beast master himself. This next one could be considered a somewhat exotic potion, and we weren't certain that we would ever find a suitable test subject, but today might be the day. Assistant, could you go fetch item FLA 112C3? The assistant looked confused, but went and gathered the object from a storage room down the hall, still steaming with the intense cold of the ice magic that was used to preserve potions and pills that might become unstable when left at room temperature. Inside was what appeared to be a gummy bear. It was even gummy bear-shaped. Carl gave the priest a questioning look, but he just shrugged. I ran out of other molds as this was a side project, so I used what I could find in the foods lab. Carl made a mental note to avoid gummy bears from the university. He would never trust their equipment after it had been used for experimental potions. But then they were making experimental food products out of magical plants and monster meat already, so perhaps it was no worse than any other piece of equipment. The professor passed the gummy to a clean Petri dish with a pair of sterilized tongs and carefully warmed it with fire magic using a handheld device. There it is, right back to perfect temperature. You will want to eat that quickly. I didn't do a good job of stabilizing it as a gummy, and the flavor could be unfortunate. Carl nodded and tipped the gummy directly off the dish and down his throat, the same way that Hawk usually ate anything he didn't have to tear apart. The energy of the gummy hit him like a sledgehammer to the head, and power flowed from it through his body, completely bypassing him to fill the spaces. It was probably a good thing that the beasts were outside at the moment, as Carl focused on concentrating the energy into the sun and moon equivalents he had been using in place of the candlelight that the monks scented their space around. There was a lingering power in the spaces. Carl could feel it, but he couldn't quite grasp what he was supposed to be learning from the pill or what sort of skill it should be. Then, as the energy settled and his spaces began to change in nature, becoming more alive, as if they were a real place and not just a bubble of mental energy. That was what they had been missing, Carl realized, the bottleneck that was holding the beasts back from their advancements. It would still be some time before any of them were actually commanders, but they should be able to make it there now. But the energy wasn't done. It was leaking from the spaces to his own consciousness, and to the void he focused on to meditate. Soft golden light filled the space for a moment, then coalesced into what looked like a holy stone or a golden dragon scale. It wasn't doing anything, but when Carl focused on it, he could feel the improvement in his meditation speed. Everyone was staring at him, waiting for a verdict. It enhanced the spaces for my beasts, and I think that it improved my meditation as well. There is a golden stone in the void where I meditate now, and it gives off an impressive amount of energy. Carl explained. There is something in your void that is quite interesting and very close to our expectations for psychic-type mentalist classes if they were given the treatment. The concoction is made with the neural nodes of a mind flayer, drake blood, and an assortment of herbs. It is safe to say that it is unlikely to see another of them made in the near future, but I do have a few others from the same batch. Now that I know they will really work as intended, we might be able to use them to help the accuracy of the oracles and the seers. For some reason, they don't trust my creations. The professor ranted. They could see the future. There was likely an excellent reason they didn't trust his creations. The high priests thanked the researchers, and then one of them handed out slips to the teams whose concoctions had been chosen for testing today, some sort of compensation chit, Carl assumed. We really must be going. I have been receiving messages from the Inquisition that we are needed again, and then there is a meeting with some of the other high priests later this morning. The older of the two high priests with them sighed. Carl sighed. It was going to be a long day if all that was scheduled for before lunch. He did wonder what the Inquisition wanted that they were calling them back so quickly. There couldn't have been that much discovered in the past few hours that the church would be in a panic. Oh, there must be some question about the answers that they got yesterday. The inquisitors were waiting when the group got back on the church grounds, and Carl found himself separated from the others and brought down the stairs towards a proper questioning room, instead of the library, where he had met with the blue dragon priestess who could read minds. If they hadn't got enough information out of him by reading his mind, he wasn't certain what they thought that they were going to get today, but they looked quite determined, and they were completely silent as they led him into the depths of the cathedral. Finally, they stopped in front of a blank wall, and the inquisitor to Carl's left pressed his hand to the stone, then tapped 3 times. The illusion vanished, and Carl saw that there was a scanner of some sort there, and that the inquisitor had tapped on a wooden door, not the stone wall. This is as far as we go. We will be waiting here for you to return. The inquisitor informed Carl, then pushed him through and shut the door. There were only 2 people inside, one woman in ornate black robes and one man in red. Both were dragonkin, with mostly scaled bodies, as well as wings and tails, and both were immensely powerful. Near the peak of the Overlord, ranked by Carl's estimation. The black-robed woman began to speak directly into Carl's mind. Greetings, Brother Carl. We have been watching you for some time now, and I must say that we are impressed with your abilities. Carl bowed politely and spoke in response. Thank you, the gods have favored me. That made the 2 of them chuckle. The red-robed man replied out loud with a smile on his face. You have no idea how right you are. I am the avatar of the red dragon, the highest authority for the war goddess on this world. And beside me is the avatar of the black dragon, the dragon god of death. Our deities have taken an interest in you and asked that we see you in person. I have gained the attention of the war and death gods. Excuse my shock, but I am only an ascended rank elite. Carl replied, too shocked to come up with a better response. The woman in black spoke out loud, a haunting sound that seemed to echo from another world and sent chills down Carl's spine. It is not your penchant for war and death that caught there. Tension, though you do have a particular affinity for it, that would have made you an exceptional priest. She stopped and took down her hood, revealing a delicate and beautiful but childish face with jet black horns and shockingly silver hair that shimmered in the light. She smirked at Carl's shock, and when she spoke again, her voice was a musical and kind tone that made Carl instantly want to like her. Death's blessing is eternal. Her high priestesses do not age, and her high priests do not die. But what has caught the attention of the divine dragons is your affinity for the system. Focus on the power of the system in your mind and speak the word status. Carl wasn't sure what she meant, but the new focus in his mind seemed to be the logical point to start, as it was a focal point for power, and that power came from the divine injection created from the system stones. A long string of text appeared in his vision. Hawk ascended rank Dragon Hawk. Ray ascended rank Bloodbath Spider. Thor ascended rank Lightning Sarrow. Available skill points 34. So what do you see? The avatar of the black dragon asked eagerly in her musical voice. I see a set of text. My name, my class as Beast Master, and the names of my beasts. Then at the bottom it says that I have 34 skill points, whatever those are. Carl explained. The two avatars smiled at each other. You see, the divine injection doesn't fully awaken the system in anyone. It only gets you a small fraction of the way there. It looks like you might actually have a fully functional version now that you have stepped on the system stones. The other clerics have tried bringing promising candidates to test the ones you found, but for those without a system, they won't activate at all. They won't even activate for priests who gained their powers through faith, even though some of them were at the awakened rank. So naturally, we want to know if you really do have the full power of the ancient system. Focus again and think the word skills or skill list, she insisted. Carl sighed as none of them worked, and then a faint message appeared in his vision. Skill list unavailable, randomly assigned skill points. Carl smiled. It says that the list is unavailable and asks if I want to randomly assign my points. The two avatars sighed and shook their heads before the red dragon avatar answered in his deep voice. You can if you wish, but it appears that your system is not completely activated. So I recommend holding off until you can find another holy relic. If you don't know what the skills are, it might not tell you what you have gained, so you will never know what powers you have that you're not using. He explained. Carl nodded. Having more spells and attacks would be wonderful. He didn't know how many points each of them would cost, but he could likely get at least a few more with what he had. Carl considered the situation for a moment. Is there anyone with a completed system that I could ask for advice? The laughter of the two filled the room, a booming chuckle overlaid with a delicate giggle, like ringing bells. There hasn't been a fully active system in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Take a seat, and we will have a little history lesson that might help this all make sense. The black dragon avatar replied. Not even you two, Carl asked as he took a seat. They were the most favored of their gods. If anyone had a chance, it was them. We are neither subject to the system, nor are we born in this world. We only stopped in to see what the commotion was all about after our gods asked us to observe from the shadows. When we are finished our work here, we will leave and watch until our deities ask us to take on another task. But that is only incidental to the situation at hand. Our deities were wondering if your people could really earn the forgiveness of the world dragon and reactivate the system, or if you would have to carve an entirely new path for yourselves. It all started with a rebellion, as most changes do. At the time, the system had been active for longer than the world had kept recorded histories. You know how it is, time wears all away. And after a number of wars, changes of leadership and such, the original documents were lost and only legend remained. That was when a group of demigods thought that they could become the next system administrator. They led a revolution against the world dragon, intending to usurp the world from his control. They shattered the world dragon scale that had been placed in this world to maintain his will, but they had gravely misunderstood the power of the world dragon. The backlash alone was enough to obliterate their very essence, but the damage was done. The world was cut off from its primary source of divine power, and without the world dragon scale, there could be no more system activations by the will of the world dragon. For the next few thousand years, the surviving system users kept the system stones powered, and new generations gained power as they should. But as everyone should have predicted, the movement to overthrow the world dragon wasn't truly gone, and a surviving demigod, a titan named Omega, shattered the system stones. But just when he thought that he could take over this world in the name of the giant races, tragedy befell him as well. A nature dragon demigod was passing by and saw him at his weakest, in the midst of the divine tribulation to ascend to godhood, so she ate him. It is unknown whether that was enough to push the dragon demigod to true godhood, but it hasn't been seen since, so there is a good chance that it ascended. Carl's laughter stopped his story for a moment. Sorry, please continue. I just thought about the nature dragon clerics that I know, and I can totally see them doing it if they had a chance. The black dragon avatar smiled. After that, things went downhill fast. There was a world full of system users, but no new generations could gain the system, and without the system, the existing powers in the world rapidly fell into chaos, separating into factions to protect themselves. There is a lot more, hundreds of thousands of years worth of history, but the start is the important part. Now that you have the system halfway activated, all that is left is to see if it is possible for you to gain the rest of its hidden powers, or if the world dragon expects you to forge your own path. Carl sat in stunned silence as the black dragon goddess Avatar finished her story. He was still a bit shocked to be in the presence of the representatives of the gods of war and death, and then to be told that the hubris of the world's most powerful had been the downfall of the entire world. He couldn't process it all that quickly. So once upon a time, everyone were elites, even those of the other species, and it all ended because someone thought that they could take on the world dragon. Carl requested, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. The red-robed man nodded grimly. Foolish notion that. Nobody ever wins those challenges. But you are correct that every species on this world once had the full powers of the system on their side. Even the beastkin, though some of them insist they were actually cursed by the world dragon to be used by others as good luck charms. Carl chuckled at the notion. How would a beastkin be a good luck charm? Were they like a holy stone and granted a luck buff if you held them? He supposed that wasn't impossible if the gods were getting directly involved in the lives of the people. What if I can't activate the ancient system? And I just am what I am, a beast master. With the ability to grow and learn skills like every other elite, Carl asked. The red dragon avatar shrugged. Then I wish you the best of luck becoming the most powerful elite in the world. I have no idea if it's possible, but the path of the divine beasts is a good one. In the ancient legends, there was a hero with the Beast Lord class, though they summoned their beasts instead of bonding living ones. I have never heard of a class like yours, but I would pay particular attention to the children of the green dragon. They are the god of beasts who don't have their own deities, so they will eventually take interest in you as well. The man frowned. It's a tricky question. Nobody really knows if the green dragon is a female who uses divine power to fertilize her eggs, or a male who uses divine power to create the eggs he fertilizes. What we do know is that there is no other involved in the process of creating green dragon demigods, and if they know, they're not telling. All this talk of gods and ancient treachery was giving Carl a headache. Even if he knew some of the answers now, there was nothing that he could do about it, except, possibly, tell someone who would write it down so it wasn't forgotten again. The black-robed woman opened a portal on the wall behind them and nodded toward the red dragon avatar. It seems that our time is up, and we must run to another duty. Thank you for your time, and you may return to your day. The avatar of the war god announced as he rose to his feet. That was it. They just walked through the portal, which closed behind them, and then the door behind Carl opened, allowing the Inquisitor's entry. Brother Carl, welcome back. Did you have a productive interview? The Inquisitor asked. Carl opened his mouth to answer, but found that he couldn't speak at all about anything that had happened in the room. He could remember it, but no matter how he tried to phrase it, he was unable to tell them. The best he could give him was a generic confirmation. Productive would be a good word for it, yes, he agreed. The faces of the two avatars were already blurring in his mind, leaving behind a general impression to recognize them by, but not enough to accurately describe them, even if he could speak about the topic. That room is for foreign dignitaries of the church. Anything that happens in there is usually confidential, so we won't ask you for details. There is one thing that you should know, though. 6 minutes ago, just before you entered the room, the system stones that your team discovered disappeared. They were in the middle of a test, and then every single one of the monsters in the region, as well as the system stones, and an entire mountain vanished. An entire mountain? Now that's a missed opportunity. Carl gasped, shocked that nobody had noticed an entire mountain just appearing in the area. How bad were the maps they were working from? Or did nobody actually read them? The Inquisitor sighed, realizing that Carl hadn't known anything about it, and hadn't been informed of it beforehand. The Inquisitor was hoping that even if he couldn't speak about the topic, there would at least be something in his response that would indicate that whoever he was meeting might have provided him with information about it in advance. They walked back up to the main floor, and Carl realized that the others were taken somewhere else. What were the rest of us called back for? The High Priest said we were all summoned. And that was before the big event would have happened, Carl asked as they walked. Ah, right, there was no time to fill you in on all the details. Your group was called back for a formal recognition of your contributions. I'm not certain what will become of that now that the thing happened, but we are taking you to the others. The Inquisitor explained. That was right, they had said that they had a meeting, and then a publicity thing. But if the system stones had vanished, then there would be no grand announcement to the public, unless the Archbishop had managed to salvage their power somehow. Carl was led into a room where the rest of his team, along with dozens of high priests, some from every god that Carl had ever heard of, going by the differences in their robes, had gathered. They were all waiting for something, and the Inquisitors left Carl to do as he pleased, while they went to join the other Inquisitors who had gathered by the door. Everyone was waiting for news, and Carl saw Tessa and Lotus's concern as he joined them at their table up front. Have you heard? The tiny nature priestess asked. Carl nodded, and the table fell silent again while they waited. A few minutes later, the Archbishop himself entered the room. Carl immediately noticed that his unique layered robes with the gold on the outside were the direct equivalent of the robes that the red and black dragon avatars wore. That would make him the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, but the avatar of the World Dragon, or perhaps the Golden Dragons, which were technically a different species entirely and specialized in organization and leadership. He looked weary as he took his seat at the front of the room, on a throne facing the assembled priests. Only Carl's group included anyone who wasn't from the church, which couldn't be coincidental. The people in the room were most likely those who had seen the system stones for themselves, as they would need to know what had happened and what the official statement would be on the matter. Greetings, everyone. As you may know, there was an upheaval today. The newly discovered set of system stones, along with the underground temple complex of the 7th dynasty, vanished along with the remains of a monster influx. There was no warning, and from what we can tell, nothing else was affected. None of the groups who were in the area remember anything out of the ordinary. Only those in this room even recall that there was a temple complex under the mountain. Only those in this room recall that our team arrived in the zone to study the system stones. Even the Inquisitors that we assigned to assist the church guard elsewhere in the region have forgotten the circumstances behind their deployment. Why that is, we do not yet know. What we can say is that while the system stones were active, dozens of clerics and others gained a new system skill from the anomaly. Now that they have vanished, we will be treating this incident as a one-time trial instance, with no way to recreate it. The contents of the trial are to remain confidential, but the gains will be in your official records, along with the achievements that were made during the influx period. That will be all for today's meeting. All other press conferences, meetings, and discussion groups are cancelled for the day while the schedule is reworked. Then the weary-looking Archbishop got up out of his chair and left the room. The rapid change left everyone a bit confused as to what they should be doing for the day, as their whole schedule had just been cancelled. The members who were on the media team were close to panic, though. They were supposed to start broadcasting in under an hour, and they no longer had a story to report. But within seconds, they latched onto the best opportunity that they had left. The events in the field weren't classified, only the ones to do with the system stones. Everyone else would remember the timeline mostly as it was, only where it involved the system stones were the memories of those involved blurred. You can be the story. You elites managed to get 100% of the commander rank kills in an entire zone for a week. Yes, that's perfect for tonight's news. Please don't leave, we have to film 30 minutes of footage that needs to go on air in an hour. One of the clergy assigned to news releases pleaded. We already have the footage of you in front of the official background, so we can do informal interviews here and then fill the time with reporter explanations. It will be perfect. We even have stock footage of giants, ogres, and other monsters to work with. Another of the reporters agreed. The elites all sighed, while Tessa rolled her eyes as Lotus vanished beneath the table. She knows that we know where she went, right? One of the reporters asked. Yes, but she's hoping that you will forget about her before she has to be on the news. Tessa agreed. Carl, hide me in Ray's space, they'll never look there. Lotus pleaded. You can't put living things in there. Well, maybe I could, but it might bind you to me like Ray is. Carl laughed. Lotus paused like she was actually weighing the option, then came back out from under the table. Fine, but a short interview, for the nature goddess. And no trying to make me famous, she reluctantly agreed. The room was quickly rearranged so that they could do multiple interviews at the same time, each facing the walls, which conveniently were created from multiple panels with identical patterns, so it would look like they were filming them one after another in the same studio. Carl was led to the actual podium stage instead of one of the identical spots, and he sighed. You know, Commander Alice is the leader of the team, he reminded them. The priestess with him nodded happily. But you have a lightning Sero, she replied. Carl chuckled, understanding where they were going with this. All right, let's get this rolling. The reporter gestured to the cameramen, who gave them a thumbs up as Carl adjusted his position to face the camera that was over the reporter's left shoulder. The interview would be taken from 2 angles, so the person speaking could speak toward the camera without an unnatural turn away from the interviewer. That would also give them plenty of room to call out Thor, who Carl and the reporter were hoping would become the star of the evening news. Good evening, everyone. This is Sister Clara with you again. Provide a special report regarding the topic of the week among the active combat elites. For those of you who missed the beginning of the broadcast, there was a group of elites on a defensive mission this past week who managed to score 100% of the commander rank kills for an entire zone. That's right, they single-handedly managed to contain the commander rank threats in their combat zone. And we have them here at the Capitol Cathedral studio for a quick interview before they return to their regularly scheduled duties. With me right now is Carl, an ascended rank elite student of the Divine Golden Academy. Can you tell us where you came from and possibly say hello to those who are important to you? She asked. Of course, I come from Lithium Mine Village, and I would be remiss if I didn't at least say hello to my loving parents Jake and Ella, plus a special shout out to the miners of the 3rd shift. I wish I could say I miss working with you, but I really don't miss the bottom of the mines. Carl replied with a genuine laugh. The reporter smiled, and Carl knew that when this aired, the mines would be celebrating like crazy to have made the news. The 3rd shift was 6 in the evening to midnight. The usual shift for students, though they were sent back up at the halfway mark. So they only worked 6 until 9, and they would be ready for school in the morning. A miner turned beastmaster. I'm certain your hometown is very proud to call you one of their own, especially as an ascended rank elite, already on the front lines while you're still in school. Tell us, what is it like working in the wilderness? She asked. Make up a pretty lie. The cameraman was silently shouting at Carl as he realized that Carl had never done one of these interviews before. Well, I must say that the experience is greatly improved when you have a nature priest with you. With the blessing of their goddess to create all sorts of plants, including spices, dinner becomes much more pleasant, both for myself and for my bonded companions. Carl replied, leading the reporter in the right direction, for which he could see the thankfulness in her eyes, though her expression remained professional. I have heard wonderful things about your bonded beasts from which your class gets its name. Might we meet one of them today? She asked, following the cues. Of course. Thor, would you come out and lay down next to me? Carl spoke out loud. If he didn't lay down, the lightning Sero would be mostly out of the camera's frame, and that would just annoy the staff. Thor settled in with his head right next to Clara's chair, but facing the front, where the reporter could lean forward to pet his head, and he would be in the shots of both of them, but not in the way of the upper body of either. He instinctively knew where he needed to be, and the reporter smiled as she stroked his head between his eyes, exactly as Lotus had instructed her to do while everyone was waiting here to see what was going on. While Carl was gone for a secondary interview. That was what they had done, sat and waited and shared gossip. He is a lovely one, isn't he? For our viewers at home, Thor is an adult male lightning Sero, and we don't recommend that you approach them in the wild, but this one is quite tame and sociable, she explained as Thor made a happy rumble. Carl smiled and nodded in agreement. Not only is he possibly the most social member of the group, he's also an incredible front-line fighter. His lightning barrier can defend him against the strongest of ascended rank attacks. He works well with others to strategize and control the movement of the monsters we are clearing from the wilderness before they can threaten the nearby towns. Thor nodded happily and then moved his head to bump up against her legs when the reporter sat back upright and stopped patting him. The gesture made the camera operators and a number of the others in the background laugh. Thor was precisely the spokesperson that they needed on camera today. It was impossible not to love him. Can you tell us a little about a memorable battle? I know the others in the group have been asked the same thing, but I won't mind if it's the same one as one of them has mentioned. The reporter asked with genuine interest in her soft blue eyes. Carl smiled at the camera. Well, I have one in mind, and I'm not sure if it's the same one as the others have mentioned. We were on patrol and had just finished a fight with a group of ogres when Hawk, our scout, informed us of a group of hobgoblins who were giving the military unit we were attached to some trouble. We rushed back to the scene and found that the hobgoblins had a shaman with them, healing the filthy monsters as the elites of the army fought a valiant battle toward the center of the hobgoblin formation, where the cowardly little shaman was hiding. Now Thor here is a good bit larger than your average hobgoblin, and he just plowed right through them and tossed that goblin shaman 20 meters in the air, where our ranged attacks could take it out. Carl accompanied the explanation with hand gestures, and at the right moment, Thor gave a flip of his head, showing the cameras how to toss a goblin. The camera operators were both giving Carl enthusiastic gestures, while the reporter smiled and nodded along. It sounds like quite the scene. How did the battle end? She asked more seriously. Only minor injuries among the military unit that our clerics healed before the battle was even over. A resounding victory. Within minutes, all the interviews were finished, and the reporters started doing their own bits, recording speeches over stock footage, giving a highly censored version of events that wouldn't scare the general public while still honoring the fallen soldiers and elites of the many battlefields around the nation. That was a fairly standard part of any ongoing events broadcast, as there were always battles to be fought, but it did use a solid portion of the time that they needed to fill, and when combined with the interviews, it wouldn't seem as dull and routine as it did when they were just speaking alone in studio. Carl retreated to the back of the room where he found the Blue Dragon High Priestess he had met earlier, the head of historians, whose name he had quickly forgotten, waiting for him. Fortunately, Lotus was there to save him. Greetings, High Priestess Lilith. Did you have a request for us? I made some great notes on plants I don't remember seeing in the study guides. The nature priestess greeted the historian. Her eyes were lit up with excitement about the list of new plants, and between a nature priestess and a blue dragon high priestess who was obsessed with new knowledge, there was a very real chance that they were about to become best friends for the day. The high priestess looked just as excited as Lotus, and for a second, Carl thought that the two were going to get lost in a conversation about plants. But the older woman turned her attention to Carl. Actually, I have a request for you all, an official one. We would like to ask that your group, with their exceptional affinity for stumbling across valuable new things, takes on a mission to the Boundary Mountains. There is said to be a strange phenomenon there, and the other groups we have sent in lost days of time, with no memories of them, but a feeling that they failed some sort of trial. With the luck that your group has shown, we have some hope that you will be able to bring back some information. That's official, straight from the Church Council. Of course, if the elites choose to turn it down, we won't be sending you and Tessa alone, but we have some hopes that everyone present will agree. Lilith explained. Carl was about to answer when he sensed a familiar presence over his shoulder and a sense of menace that wasn't directed at him, but past him. Colonel Valerie stepped up beside Carl with a fake smile, wearing a visitor's hassock, as all guests to the cathedral church would. She waited for the high priestess to notice her and put together her unexpected appearance here with who she was and what it likely implied. Lilith smiled at her. "Ah, Colonel, what a surprise to see you here. I had thought that you would still be with your tour group." Valerie's resting angry face didn't even budge at the comment. "Naturally, I came to check on my elites. It seems someone is quite intent on borrowing them from the Bureau, and I would hate to lose track of their whereabouts." Her tone said that she was not planning to spare the High Priestess any of her wrath, which could turn into an epic battle of wills between the representatives of the church and the government. So both Carl and Lotus took a half-step back from what was shaping up to be an epic catfight. But the two leaders preferred to fight with mental jabs and not fists. That would be a shame, would it not? The Bureau for Elite Development, unable to even track the elites that they're supposed to be developing. A tragedy of bureaucracy, really. Lilith agreed with a solemn nod. Indeed, it seems that holy quests are becoming increasingly common these days when it comes to new students. The will of the gods is a strange thing. Colonel Valerie snapped back. That got a rise out of the High Priestess that was quickly stamped down. It wasn't directly doubting the will of the gods, but it was coming perilously close to insulting her deity as well as her personal motivations. Fortunately, they weren't the only people in the room, and after a few seconds some of the inquisitors came over to see what all the glaring was about, just in time to catch the last round of barbs between the two. Colonel Valerie continued, "I believe that it is time that the students return to their education. It would be a shame to keep them away from their training for too much of the semester." High Priestess Lilith smiled back, and Carl was certain that her graying hair turned a bit more of a royal blue color as she spoke next. "It is the will of the goddess of knowledge that the group takes. This trial, it must proceed," she declared in a voice that seemed to echo as if coming from a massive being, not a rather unremarkable priestess. Then she continued in a more normal tone, "But you will be happy to know that one of your own agents has been called upon to join the mission. She must be there, the fates demand it." Two clerics wearing the uniforms of the tour guides burst into the room, looking for their wayward tour group member, and Colonel Valerie sighed. "I will have a tracker put on them if this continues to be an issue. Carl, Dana, I will catch up with you when you return. Sister Tessa, Sister Lotus, it was good to see you both again. And I will be waiting for your reports after this holy quest from the church has finished." Then she followed the angry tour operators out of the room, and Carl noticed just how quiet it had gotten as everyone stopped to watch the drama. Lilith turned to the room and made a dismissive gesture. "Show's over, everyone. You have your duties, I suggest that you get to them." That made all the news staff scurry back to their work, while the inquisitors pretended that listening in on juicy gossip was beneath them, and the other clerics in the room scattered, leaving to find something to do elsewhere, where they wouldn't get in trouble with the High Priestess. Carl considered doing the same, but she was here for him and the group, so trying to run would just make her chase him down again. "Should we start packing right away then?" Carl asked, as he still needed to restock and finish cleaning and repairing all his gear. "You have the remainder of the day, as the flight will leave in the morning with another round of clergy transfers. The details will be provided to you privately later, but the inquisitors have agreed to help you upgrade your gear for the current situation." She agreed, straightening her deep blue robes. That actually sounded pretty good. With all the trouble they'd seen lately, his various uniforms weren't cutting it anymore, and it was probably time to switch to armor. It would be expensive, and there was a good chance that he would outgrow it, despite the growth spurt that he had already been through. However, if that happened while the armor was still in good shape, he could always resell it to the supply staff. Of course, having Lotus and Tessa with them, who could repair armor, was a huge benefit. It would make their gear last much longer than it could otherwise be expected to, and between them they could take care of both leather and metal armors. Carl nodded his head at the High Priestess before catching the attention of one of the church guards who had been shadowing them since they arrived. "Thank you, High Priestess Lilith. I will take my leave to upgrade my equipment now, and I will be ready to leave right after breakfast tomorrow." Carl agreed. Lotus raised her hand. "Oh, I will come with you. You look like you have no fashion sense." Carl stared down at the unrepentant little nature priestess, who saw nothing at all wrong with what she had said. Lotus gave him a single raised eyebrow look of challenge. "What? Don't tell me you're suddenly fashionable. I bet that if I let you go unattended, you do something like trying to outfit match with Thor. Go. Let's go to the armory and find something that won't make you look like a dork." Carl let Lotus drag him to the armory room, following the two church guards, who were navigating them through the corridors of the cathedral, avoiding the public areas which were packed with tourists during the middle of the day. With so many different gods, there was a reason for numerous travelers to come to the cathedral every week of the year. But this week was the anniversary of one of the larger subjugation wars, which had freed an eastern region from the control of a giant clan. So every year, people from that region used their holidays to come here to the capital and celebrate the anniversary with parties and a trip to the cathedral in honor of the priests and priestesses who had come to their rescue, leading armies of church followers. The armory was hidden at the back of the cathedral complex, in a newer building next to the loading docks. If he hadn't known that they were still within the grounds, thanks to the number of ancient stone buildings around them, Carl would have thought that this was part of the commercial district. From the outside, this loading area was hidden by trees and a long driveway. But it was modern enough that they could move all the goods they needed in and out efficiently, and without interfering with the experience of the visitors to the holy buildings. "What can I do for you?" the clerk asked as Lotus waved happily at him. "Carl here needs new battle armor. We get to go fun places." Lotus replied, excited about the day's upcoming events. "Ascended rank, and as he doesn't have armor yet, I will say that he's not the team leader, so it will be ascended minimum with a heavy dose of commander rank targets." "We can do that, as long as he has the merits and access, that is," the clerk agreed. Carl handed over his card, and the clerk scanned it through the reader. "That should do it. Do you need weapons as well, or is what you have good enough?" he asked. "I've got an ascended rank bonded sword, and the ability to coat it in ascended rank attack skills. It should be all right as far as my abilities go," Carl replied. The clerk nodded. "Can you take it out and show me? It's better if I know what we're working with, just in case you might need a backup." Carl took out the blade, and then used the new shared skill flaming body that Hawk had shared to coat his lower arms and the blade in flames. "Ooh, when did you learn that? Nice trick." Lotus cheered. "When Hawk learned it, it should work out fairly well, and I can use it with the refreshing lightning barrier to keep up my defenses," Carl agreed. The clerk made a short note, and then tapped a button to update his listings based on what Carl had mentioned for his skills. "Well, we don't have much that's compatible with both lightning and fire, but we do have either or. If you're using lightning as a defensive shield, I would recommend this suit. Are there any pieces of gear that you need to keep on?" he asked. "My gauntlets. I've got a set of bestial strength gauntlets that should be kept on when I'm heading into combat. Then there's a ring I keep on as well, but that shouldn't interfere with the armor," Carl explained. "A ring with what properties, so I know what to build around?" the clerk asked as he refined the search. Carl did his best not to laugh as he realized how lopsided his buffs were. "It's a ring of giant strength." The clerk blinked twice slowly and then entered it into his computer. "You didn't look like the smash everything to paste type of warrior, but I guess appearances are deceiving." Lotus giggled. "Oh, he's not a warrior, he's a beast master. We just happen to have fought plenty of giants recently, and they value strength above all else." It was obvious that he didn't quite get what a non-warrior class would want with all that strength, but he also wasn't well versed in actual combat, just in the theoretical aspects that went into balancing gear to distribute to the other elites. Being strong also meant being fast in a way. It didn't help your reflexes, but Carl's were already excellent thanks to his class, so he could react smoothly while moving at much higher speeds than his body was normally capable of. "All right, I have a match. It has strong defense, a natural affinity for lightning attacks, which should strengthen your barrier. No gloves required, so you can wear your gauntlets," the clerk announced before turning the screen to face Carl. It was a superhero. The entire outfit was designed to make the wearer look like a children's cartoon superhero, complete with a masked helmet that Carl was certain had to be some sort of copyright violation. "Heart Ranger, go," Lotus laughed as she saw the outfit. That was precisely what Carl had been thinking, and the church guard with them nodded in agreement. "I take it you would like me to look for something else?" the clerk asked sheepishly. Normally, if the armor was the best that you could get, but it was ridiculous looking, or it was mismatched and piecemeal as many elites would wear when they didn't want to spend the money on a crafted set, they would wear it under a combat uniform instead of over. Lotus didn't like the combat uniforms, though, and Carl was trying to get away from destroying them as well. The clerk went through the options that he thought would be suitable, and at least wouldn't interfere with the skills that Carl was using, and came up with 3 options, which he brought up on the screen behind him. Those are your better-looking options. Not cartoonish or superhero. These ones were designed more for the working mercenaries than the up-and-coming stars who are likely to be recorded and put on the news, but if that's what you prefer, we've got them," the clerk explained. "That's very much what I prefer. I spend a lot of time scouting and on point in the wilderness. I would rather not look like a super ranger," Carl laughed. One of the men in the back laughed as he heard the conversation. "Tell the kid it's not that bad. We all go into the woods with bright white robes on." That made both Carl and Lotus laugh. The church guard did indeed go to battle in bright white robes. Their defensive magic even ensured that they stayed pure white for as long as possible. Who had decided that was a great tactical decision, Carl had no idea, but it had been a tradition for so long that even suggesting changing it now would be unthinkable to most of the church members. Lotus pointed up at the screen. "There, that one second from the left, what are its properties? I wouldn't be embarrassed to be seen next to that," she asked. "It's lightning neutral, fire element friendly, and has an ascended grade durability. The materials are a mix of monster leather and enchanted metals with no additional enhancements to benefit the user. That means it is one of the budget options at the ascended rank. However, it is a quality magical product, and will hold up well to long-term use with the leather pants and the ability to be bonded, should the user be sufficiently compatible." Lotus smiled. "Oh, bonded is good. What about the one on the far right?" "Roughly the same, neutral to lightning magic, but more attuned to fire. It also makes fire magic a bit less mana-intensive to use. It can also be bonded by the right user. But it is all leather, no metal. Can you bring them both out? If Carl can bond with one of the two, that would be the preferred option, just for the sake of daily combat use," Lotus suggested. The clerk nodded and tapped the screen, eliminating the others. A few minutes later, a muscular warrior came out from the back room with 2 boxes of gear and a smile on his face. "Priestess, elite, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I think that too many people overlook the benefits of not looking like an idiot when you're on patrol, especially when you're young. Sure, you might think it's cool, but the team members who have been out in the field longer probably don't appreciate the walking flag in their midst. No, I can say for certain nobody appreciates that. I might not be one of the elites, but I served over a decade on the front lines with the army before retiring. I doubt that having superpowers instead of a battle cleric will have changed the basics." The clerk gestured to the 2 boxes. "You just have to put on one piece of the equipment, and if you are compatible, it will bond with you. Now keep in mind that once it does, you've bought it, no returns, exchanges, or refunds." Carl turned to Lotus. "I suspect that how I look matters much more to you than it does to me, so you pick which one we try first. If it works, that's the look I will have for the foreseeable future." The tiny cleric sighed, then put on a serious face and turned her hair from black to a mottled brown that reminded Carl of tree bark. "Oh, the nature priestess has her game face on." "What's it going to be, sister?" the clerk asked. "All leather first." "My instincts say all leather first," Lotus replied before her hair changed back to blonde. Carl wondered how long he had missed the fact that she had been changing her hair color with her mood, so he almost didn't notice when he picked up the helmet and set it over his head that the rest of the equipment vanished, and his hassock now had a full suit of armor underneath it. "Well, take it off, the hassock," Lotus demanded, upset that she had been denied the sight of her chosen armor option. Carl laughed as he untied the belt and pulled the hassock over his head, revealing the plain flat black armor underneath, with a long-sleeved green tunic shirt underneath that Carl didn't remember being in the pile of gear. It felt a bit strange being restricted by armor after always being in just clothes, especially the way that the leather pants, with their stiff additional plating on the thighs and lower legs, moved against him. Lotus circled Carl 3 times before she made her decision that it was good enough for her. I like it, the green tunic was a nice touch, thanks guys. She congratulated the workers in the supply room. There was no tunic in the pile. We just assumed he was already wearing it. The clerk replied, confused. I was only wearing the hassock, Carl replied with a shrug. The clerk shook his head. You've been around the nature priests too long. Normally, visitors wear a layer underneath and don't just free ball it. Carl laughed. Well, I had no clean clothes, and this was what was in the room, so this is what I'm wearing. The clerk shrugged off his concerns and decided that it was all part of the system's magic that added the shirt to complete the armor set. Not that there were gaps that needed covering, but it looked more natural with the tunic between layers. Well, it looks like I'm good on armor now. I suppose that I should see what they were planning to do to change my supplies. The Academy backpack has been pretty good to me, but it sounds like the High Priestess was planning to make some changes. Carl added as he admired his new armor in the mirror on one wall. Now he had not just a weapon, but a full suit of armor that could be stored in a separate space. And if he was right, the armor, like the weapon, should come out clean again when he put it on. The weapon didn't take any blood or viscera back to the space with it, so the armor should be the same. Put the hassock back on before you leave the room, it's regulation. The clerk reminded him when Carl turned to go show off his new gear to the others. Right, almost forgot about that. He removed the helmet and set it aside, then awkwardly slid the loose-fitting robe back over himself and tied the waist. Then, as a test, he dismissed just the helmet back to the separate space and sighed with relief when he found that he could go without it and not have to put away the entire set of armor. All that was left that wasn't bonded were the gauntlets, and those were easy enough to transport wherever he went, as they were made of leather with steel plating on the top. Once they had resized to fit him, they could easily enough be tucked in a side pocket of his bag or a pouch at his waist. He would say tucked in his belt, but it would never do to accidentally lose one while he was running. It's a definite improvement over the silly combat suits that make everyone look like a mall security wannabe. Lotus informed him as they left the supply room. That's one way to look at them. We didn't have a mall in the town I grew up in, so I have only seen them on television. Carl laughed. Lotus giggled. You don't even know what you're missing out on then. You know, you're most likely what one would call rich by now. When you get some time off, you could go out shopping in the capital, take in the sights, learn to live a little. Carl raised an eyebrow at the way she directed it straight at him. Just me. You're not going to come along and show me what I'm missing at the shopping mall. The nature priestess just shook her head. I would personally rather play with Ray in the forest. But I have it on excellent authority that the mall was a highlight of the childhood of those who lived near one. The pair joked as the church guard led them back to the main building, where Brother Choi was waiting for Carl to return, ready to continue their meditation practice at the instruction of the High Priestess. Don't worry, it's all for your own benefit. If you're going to run away tomorrow before we can finish the process, it would be best if you at least had one more afternoon of practice so I can provide guidance on any aspects you haven't mastered. The monk greeted them. Lotus waved to Brother Choi as she kept walking. I will make sure that your gear gets properly updated for the mission. Go and learn your focus thing, so Ray can make it to commander rank and take me through the trees even faster. I'm glad you have your priorities in order. I will see you at dinner. Carl called back as she headed into the building, followed by one of the 2 church guards. The orders to follow the group around so they were available anytime they were needed were never changed, and at this point probably wouldn't be, as they were leaving in the morning, so everyone had an escort, and there was no chance that the inquisitive mind of a nature priest might lead Lotus astray in the nation's largest cathedral. They returned to the same meditation room as the last time, but this time, Brother Choi had more knowledge to impart. Since you're going to be gone when you get to the important part, I will try to explain it now. You will finish the flame and then you will feel stuck again. But you're actually not. Once the flame is finished, you need to draw the aura of the flame out through the whole space, and then when it feels like it is balancing out again, rebuild the flame to a new, higher standard. We'll only go so far beyond the surrounding area before it feels complete and won't advance, so you need to keep layering more and more power through the space from the focus. If you don't bring it from the focus, it won't stay or increase the potency of the space. It's hard to say how many times you will have to do it, but eventually you will make it to commander rank. While you were busy, I did a bit of research using the reports that the Bureau has made on you, and I think that you don't actually need to push yourself all the way to the commander rank with your mental space. Once you get far enough, the beasts will naturally advance, and they should pull you up with them. That's something that I can't do, but in your early reports, it was clear that the advancement of Hawk was driving you forward. Though the same should remain true as you advance further. Carl considered that for a while. Can I spread the aura of the focus before it's at its maximum? Brother Choi nodded. You can, but it's not as efficient because there isn't enough energy there to make a nice even advancement layer. Like the rings of a tree, you need it to be even all the way around for it to be perfect. That made sense, so Carl gave him an affirmative thumbs up and began to meditate to finish building up the 3 focal points. Now that he had a guaranteed way forward, it was much easier to focus on the task at hand and not worry about what he should be doing. The next morning came entirely too early as Carl felt that he was finally making real progress on his spaces. But the promise of a unique challenge for the group, with the promise of even better rewards, was enough to eliminate most of the concerns that his time might be better spent in the meditation room. His backpack had been upgraded while he was away, including a small note from Lotus about the state of his supplies. Carl, I replaced all your camping gear, other than what Ray made, which I transferred from a stick to a proper lightweight pole. There is a folded cloth tent, your hammock rope, lightweight kitchenware, extra boots and socks, and then the essential grooming kit. Since you're with us, I only included the small fuel stove with 1 can, but normally you would carry a spare. The cup that goes with the stove contains a coffee perk and some fresh ground beans if you find yourself in need of better coffee in the mornings. There is a week's worth of ration packs in there, as is protocol, and an extra canteen full of good water. I also added some extra clothes, since you never have anything clean when you get back to civilization. Your laundry is tightly rolled and packed in the central pouch. Please refer to the diagram. Her handwriting was beautiful, so what had happened to her picture drawing abilities? Even the shape of the backpack was barely recognizable, much less the stuff she drew inside. Fortunately, the labels were perfectly clear, and Carl understood without completely unpacking the bag. Instead, he just opened the sections and pockets to double-check, before curiosity overcame him, and he pulled out the grooming kit to see what Lotus had thought were the essentials for a man's grooming. There was a straight razor, shaving soap, and a brush, which looked higher quality than his old one. And there was a comb, scissors, nail clippers, a sewing kit with both fine and leather supplies, instant set glue, leather soap, mink oil for conditioning the leather, and then condoms. So many condoms. Now, Carl wasn't a particularly prudish young man, and he did keep one in his old supply bag, just in case. But there were nearly 30 of them here. Was Lotus trying to tell him something, or was this an oddity of what she considered essential supplies? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long, as the cleric in question came to check on him just as he was putting everything away. Lotus, why is half my grooming kit bag filled with condoms? Carl asked as the smirking woman walked in. You see, the standard operating procedure is 14 days of supplies, except water, which would be too heavy to carry for most of us. So 14 days and 2 a day makes 28. There are precisely 28 condoms in your bag, and if that number changes, we will have some questions for you, young man. Lotus replied in her best motherly voice before devolving into giggles. Well, it's not like they're heavy, but I admire your optimism. I didn't tear the pack apart, but it looks like everything is there. Is it time to leave? Carl replied. Yeah, we head down in 10 minutes. That's what I came over to tell you, just in case you were meditating. They hate waiting for people, especially elites, who should know better. The pilots hate waiting on anything, but I'm all packed up now. Should we get going? Carl replied. The others should be waiting. The word waiting turned out to be an understatement. One helicopter was shut down for maintenance. There were 50 clergy members standing around outside with their gear, as the other pilots wouldn't leave him to fly without his formation if they didn't have to. There weren't many monsters who could take one out when it was loaded with clerics and elites, but if they were taken by surprise, even Hawk could be a deadly threat to the transport vehicle. The mechanisms were complex and fairly delicate, so a single fireball to the rotors would take a helicopter out of the sky. For that reason, the bus was a more popular option. But for wilderness deployments, it simply wasn't an option. as it couldn't get you close enough to the deployment zone, and the Golden Dragon Nation was a large one. As he scanned the group, Carl noticed that there was another team that stood out even more than his did. While half of his team was in armor instead of the robes of the clergy, the final team was in a different style of robes with a light chest plate and swords on their hips in a delicate style that Carl was certain would shatter the first time they took a hard parry. Obviously, they weren't for fighting head-on, but more of a martial arts style of combat, but they didn't look like monks. Unless this was some odd fashion of the capital that he didn't know. Spellblades, Tessa offered a one-word explanation. Oh, Carl had heard of those. They were mages who trained in the ways of the warrior, not elites, but trained mages. They weren't known to be as quick-growing as the elite mages, but they had a long history, hundreds of thousands of years, and they were the primary fighting force of many of the magical nations. He wondered if they were going to get to see them in action, wherever they were going, or if they were on some other mission. That answer was solved easily enough when an aging mage came to join them and quietly informed his group that he had arranged other transportation and that they were headed to the airport. But before they could leave, the crew announced that the helicopters were ready to go and they could start loading now. That caused a moment of indecision, but the mage waved the spell swords toward the military helicopters and made a phone call to cancel the arrangements for the other flight. That was how Carl found himself seated next to a young woman in black robes, who had a large scar on the side of her face and a serious chip on her shoulder. Is this the grade of warrior they are sending into combat these days? Aren't you a bit weak to one of the elite brutes? She asked. The other elites were about to respond, but when they saw that Carl wasn't bothered, they held back, wondering what he would do. For Carl, who had grown up the smallest, being called weak was no real insult anymore. He was too used to it to take offense. But one thing that Ray had noticed right away was that this spellsword was still at the awakened rank. You know, given that there is a whole rank between us, I thought that you could be more polite. Something along the lines of, have you been ill, senior brother? You look far too slender and handsome for a warrior. That would be much more suitable, don't you think? From the look on the woman's face, you would think that Carl had slapped her. Why in the 7 realms would I call you senior brother? You're still an awakened rank spellsword, while it won't be long before I move from ascended to commander rank. Certainly, that deserves some consideration. Her teammates were smirking, but holding back from getting involved. Whether to prevent a fight from breaking out, or because they were looking down on the elites, Carl didn't know. But when it came to a battle of wits, he wasn't completely unarmed. As if I would call some young child senior brother, she grumbled as she realized that Carl really did have the power advantage. Didn't know how their faction's internal rankings worked, but the elites went mostly by power. The more you had, the more respect you got. Most warrior groups should be the same, and Ray was quite certain that the oldest 2 in their group were commanders, while the others were all awakened. Teams 1 and 7, you are up first. You will be hot dropping into a combat zone, so be prepared for action. The cargo master announced, cutting off their argument. Alice nodded in acceptance as they were Team 1, and it appeared that Team 7 was the spellswords. It was just his luck, they really were going to the same deployment, and they were already off to a not-so-brilliant start. Maybe there was a chance they weren't working together, but just near each other. Everyone unloaded as the helicopter touched down, and a bearded blonde royal rank mage came forward to greet them. Good, you all made it, and you've had a chance to meet each other. He paused to laugh at his own joke and the obvious tension between the 2 groups. I am Prince Corbin, and as you might already know, these 4 are Larry, Daryl, and Darren, and finally, our ray of sunshine is Rosalind. The royal rank mage introduced himself and the spellswords, with a teasing glint in his eye that dared the girl to speak out. The fact she hated the name wasn't a secret. Everyone could see it. But it was just as obvious that she had done something to annoy the royal rank mage and make him use her full name. Corbin was dressed as an elite, so Prince would most likely be a power-related title, as Commander and Overlord were. Larry and Daryl were the Commander-ranked leaders, while the other Daryl and Darren were the awakened pair, making for a larger power gap than most groups. But if they had Prince Corbin with them, it was probably some Spellblade clan-related mission, as they were all from the same group. Now, I'm not going to ask you all to work together. That would be pushing my luck too far. But I will request that the 2 groups not attack each other if you see each other in the wilderness. My people have an assignment to hunt beasts above their rank, and the rest of you are here for whatever mission the church had, so your goals shouldn't overlap by too much." Corbin finished, before nodding in satisfaction in a way that reminded Carl of his father when something went right. Alice reached out and shook his hand. "Prince Corbin, good to see you again. For those who I haven't met yet, I am Commander Alice. Then we have Sister Tessa and Sister Lotus, Dana and Brother Carl." "Brother Carl?" Corbin asked, looking at Carl's leather armor with the green tunic. That wasn't church guard uniform, and he didn't feel like a priest. The church summons him so often you'd think he was a priest. He's actually a Beastmaster class elite, so if you see oddly tame monsters around, they might be his. I wouldn't pick a fight with them, they're stronger than they look. Rosalind scoffed, but Corbin looked excited. "Perhaps we could have a little sparring match, as we have 2 clerics here to deal with any mishaps. It would help build recognition between the 2 groups," he suggested. Sure, the young lady and Carl seemed to have a companionable rivalry going on. Perhaps he could duel her without his beasts active, and they could get a taste for each other's skills. Alice offered. Rosalind pulled her short black hair back away from her face and smirked. "You don't think that I can handle one elite with his gimmick pets?" Alice gave her a vicious smile. "Why don't you try him first, and then see if you think? You're up to a 4-on-1 fight, a rank above yourself." Everyone backed away, all confident in their contestants' chances of winning, despite knowing very little about the opponent. "I would like to make one condition if I win. Never call me Rosalind again," the girl demanded of her royal rank mentor. "I will consider calling you Muffin again if you win 1-on-1 against him. If you can take him and his pets, I will call you Rose," Corbin countered. That seemed to be as good as she was going to get, and Rose drew her blade, glaring at Carl, who took the 2-handed blade out of stasis. "As I thought, a big slow brute." She laughed, then launched herself forward, using a skill that nearly caught Carl off guard. But he was both fast and strong, and his eyesight had picked up the faint flare of magic around her as the skill activated. He brought up refreshing lightning along with flaming body, which he focused on his hands and sword as he leapt to the side of the clearing, and then used a tree to launch himself back at the recovering spellsword, who had skidded to a stop after missing her target. She darted out of the way as the massive sword whistled through the spot she had been standing a split second earlier, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. Her taunting look turned serious as Carl spun the blade and reversed its direction without shifting his feet, a maneuver that anyone with normal human strength would never manage with a weapon that large. With the spellsword off balance, he chased her back across the clearing with a flurry of attacks as she studied his fighting style. She activated skill after skill, unable to use her more powerful spells now that they were so closely engaged. With the melee range activation and her power disadvantage, none of the spells that she managed to activate could overcome the trail of fire left by flaming body to actually hit Carl. She was by far the superior swordsman, but with a wall of flames in front of him, a reach advantage of over a meter and supernatural strength, it was not easy for her to get close enough to show it. Rose couldn't parry his strikes. They would knock the blade from her hands, but when Carl missed with a strike, she ducked underneath his blade's flaming path and went for his open body. Only, Carl simply took one hand off the blade and swatted her sword away, letting refreshing lightning take the damage as he charged into her with his shoulder, knocking the smaller fighter from her feet. Once she was in the air, didn't let her hit the ground and get away. The unarmed combat class had taught him better. Instead, he dismissed his sword and grabbed her by the robes to reverse her momentum and hurl her across the clearing. Rose made a startled squeak as she found herself truly airborne, headed for the treetops at an alarming velocity. Corbin caught her in a net of water magic and set the spellsword back on the ground. "That was dirty fighting," Rose complained. "He's as strong as an ascended giant. It's a good thing that I caught you, or you'd be stuck in the treetops right now. I know you can wind step to get down, but it is slower than his normal movement speed, thanks to that monstrous strength. That's why beating a solo monster a rank above you is the challenge I have set. They're not as smart as a human or as agile," Corbin chastised her. "I understand, instructor, I have lost," she sighed. "See, that's my Muffin, you learn so fast." Carl wasn't certain that was actually an improvement, but the way the others smiled made it seem like a term of endearment. Perhaps they were related. That might explain the teasing, but they didn't look alike. I know his tricks now, I will win for certain next time, she agreed. And that will have to wait until after the mission. I don't want any of you challenging each other in the wilderness. Now, I have the maps for all 4 groups, and then we can all get going. The 2 commanders moved to stand next to Daryl and Darren, and Prince Corbin moved to stand next to Rose while he handed Alice the updated map of the area, with monster sightings and harvested resources. Alice looked over the map and nodded. Hadn't changed too much since yesterday when theirs was updated. Good luck, and if you need anything, look for us. We have 2 healers and both can magically repair gear, so if you damage a blade or your armor in combat, we can get you going again. Alice reminded them. The spell swords all raced off into the woods to get started on their mission, while Alice gestured toward the mountain northeast of them. That is our first target. There have been strange sightings around the base of the mountain, and it might mean that whatever we're looking for has been hidden there. She instructed the group. Carl moved to the point position and called out Hawk to begin reconnaissance. This place is busy. There are monsters everywhere. Furry ones, big furry ones, scaly ones, big scaly ones. Hawk notarized his estimation of their threat level. There was only one problem. He had no idea what any of these creatures were called. He had never seen them before, and he hadn't seen them in the lesson books that Carl had gone through back at the academy when they were studying monsters to help his growth rate. Well, there are officially monsters everywhere. If I knew what they were, I would tell you. But there are big scaly ones coming this way, Carl informed the group. All right, let's move toward them. We don't want to lead monsters to the assembly point, Alice ordered. Thor roared in rage as Carl called him out to prepare for the fight. He couldn't see the enemy yet, but he could smell them, and every Sero knew the smell of their natural predators. The scaly things are some sort of bipedal lizard, Carl relayed as he tried to interpret Thor's enraged thoughts. His mind just called them enemies, and the Sero packs didn't have a name for them either, but there was no doubt that they were carnivorous and pack hunters. What he hadn't expected was the size. The first of them came crashing through the trees, standing 3 meters tall, but nearly 7 meters long, as it stood on 2 powerful legs with its tail extending behind it, and Carl could hear more of them coming. Thor bugled a challenge at them, and the reptilian beasts turned to charge at their natural prey, forgetting about the small humans in favor of a real meal. This lightning Sero was no pushover like his average pack kin, and Thor whipped his armor-plated tail ball at the first one to charge, sending it careening into a tree, where Carl was able to get a good swing at it. His body surged with power as the 2 clerics both buffed him. His blade shone with holy light under the fire as it cleaved down into the creature's neck, leaving the awakened rank beast's muscles severed, and the head tilted at an odd angle as it crashed to the ground and bled out on the mossy ground. That curbed the enthusiasm of the other 2 monsters that had been incoming, but they had bigger problems than Carl and his sword. The clerics had also buffed Ray and her spider golems, which had just jumped out of the trees and onto the back of one, while Alice's golem cut off the escape route for another. Dana's golems were already surrounding the beast, with the additional damage that they had gained when she learned destruction, which added damage to all her spells. The 2 stone golems, who were now armed and armored, were having no problems hacking through the thick hide. It was a huge improvement from before they had found the system's stones, and even if the 2 mages hadn't been casting anything else, the 2 awakened rank golems would have easily defeated the beast. The new weapons and armor were a real upgrade for the golem, and the stacked improvements were quickly putting Dana near the top of the awakened rank for combat power. The smaller furry things are coming your way. Maybe dogs, Hawk suggested. The last of the reptiles hadn't even finished twitching yet, and there were already more attackers, but if they were wolves, it wouldn't be so bad. Wolves he could handle. But, of course, that wasn't the case. Hawk knew what wolves were, and these were not it. They had a similar muzzle structure, but they were the size of a bear, and they had wings. Actual, leathery wings. But those were less concerning than the size of the claws on their feet as Carl parried an incoming attack. The claws sparked like steel as they met the fire. Magic on his blade, but they didn't appear to be damaged. Carl stepped back to put himself into Thor's circle of protection, while remaining between the monsters and the rest of the group. That retreat seemed to be a signal to the beasts, and they teamed up to grab one of the bodies and drag it away. The group decided to just let them go for the moment, until they could figure out what they had just been attacked by. Is anyone familiar with those? Alice asked hopefully, looking at Lotus. I know countless monsters, but not that. I almost thought it was an overgrown hellhound. But there was no fire or brimstone smell, Lotus replied. Their claws didn't shatter against an ascended rank skill, so they're at least that tough, Carl added. Ask Hawk what else is in the area, and for a more detailed description. Something is really wrong here, and I hope that the other groups will be all right, since they went out in pairs, and the beasts here seem to operate in packs. Alice replied. That was a good point. The awakened spellblades would be a liability in a fight like that, and there was only one commander with the boys. The royal rank mage was a different story. He had enough power that nothing here would be a real concern to him, but if they saw the others, they should at least give them some warning. There are no more of the big lizards. They ran away when they saw the furry things. Those are taking the food they stole back toward a cave in the hills to your east. There are smaller lizard men and other furry things that stand upright. Hawk finished with a detailed list of where they all were, which Carl relayed to Alice, who plotted their course for the day. We don't want to be fighting all day and night, but we do need to clear many of the monsters in this area if we are going to do any searching for hidden resources. So, I have set a course that will lead us to the first suspected anomaly point, which we will set up camp near and explore in the morning. It is unlikely that we will have a peaceful night tonight, so I will ask Ray to return to her space and get some rest well before dark. She will be needed to keep every watch with us after it is too dark for Hawk to see well, but she will also need to help set up a safe fort for us tonight. Carl nodded in agreement. Sleeping on the ground seems like a bad idea for tonight with those predators wandering the area. We know what the bipedal furry things might be. Some sort of monkey or ape that might chase us into the trees. Lotus frowned. I don't think so. It's going to be close to freezing overnight and even worse further into the hills. I think that they will more likely be a species of yeti than apes. Everyone else waited for Lotus to elaborate, as they weren't familiar with the species. The level of intelligence and the type of magic that were innate to the species could make a significant difference to their plans. They're about as smart as ape-type monsters, which is to say more intelligent than most. They also have opposable thumbs, so they can use handheld weapons. They have a thick hide under dense fur that makes for durable armor, and they are virtually immune to water and wind-type attacks. Fire is their great bane, and they will usually run if there is fire involved, as they cannot survive long in the heat. Full-grown, they are ascended rank, usually on the low side, but they travel in packs of up to 10, plus any juveniles that haven't moved on to form their own group yet. Alice nodded. So, we're looking at up to a dozen intelligent ascended rank monsters at a time. What does Hawk have to say on their numbers? Carl conferred with Hawk for a moment. He counts 5 in this group, and 2 are smaller, juveniles at the awakened rank, but no females. Lotus frowned. That means they'll be extra aggressive. They're not particularly protective of their females, but they get extremely violent when they don't have any in the pack. Alice turned to Carl. It looks like you'll be at the front again, as fire magic is their weakness. Lead the way, and we will take them out before moving on. Carl followed Hawk's directions to the pack of what turned out to be yeti, which were essentially furry orcs in Carl's mind. They were the same size, and though they didn't use weapons and preferred their claws and ice magic, they were on the same near-human intelligence level. A group of them stared down Carl as he approached alone out of the trees, then growled when he brought up refreshing lightning and flaming body. The fire magic enraged them, and the pure gall of this human to think that he could take on an entire Yeti clan on his own showed them that he did not respect them nearly enough. But Carl wasn't alone, he was just the distraction. And the others had surrounded the group while he postured and wasted time. We're in place, Ray informed him, and Carl launched into action. His blade swatted away a flurry of ice bolts as the mages summoned their golems. Then Rend blocked the claws of the largest yeti. The beast was fast, blindingly fast with the swirl of snow and fog that surrounded it, making it hard for Carl to properly target as they traded strikes. He saw an opening and went in for the kill, driving his blade straight into the chest of the oversized beast. But the blade found no purchase, and the ice-covered fur simply turned it aside with a cloud of steam as the clashing elements fought for dominance. The two of them were evenly matched in power, and the Yeti's claws caused Carl's lightning barrier to flicker as it took advantage of his overextension. The two of them moved back to regroup, completely focused on their own battle, while the other, weaker members of the Yeti clan were handled by the others. The Yeti's claws were surrounded by ice magic the same way that Carl did with Ren when he was fighting with claws, but against an opponent so much larger, it was better to use the two-handed blade. It could still throw attacks just fine, and he had the skill to use them without an actual weapon now. But the Yeti was born to the power of ice. It was no slouch in combat, and for a few minutes, neither of them could get through the other's defenses. The advantage changed as they fought. An offensive adaptation began to give Carl the edge, allowing him to reduce the power he was using in the fight, while the Yeti was getting tired. But the final decision was made by Ray, who finished her opponents and drove both sharp forelimbs through the back of the Yeti, impaling it through the heart and lungs, killing it before it even realized it had been ambushed. "You were taking too long," she complained. All the other Yeti were dead, and the group had moved up to make certain they were within range of circle of protection, in case something was attracted to the noise. "Hawk, what do we have out there?" Carl asked. "More big walking furry things. Once you get past the next hill, the mountains are all covered in snow and they're scattered everywhere. I think they live in the caves. Hawk says there are many more Yetis around and that they're living in caves in the mountains." Carl explained to the group. "That means this might be the spot. There shouldn't be Yeti here. There shouldn't even be snow here. But there is. I think that we will need to find a safe spot in the mountains and check for entrances to the caves tomorrow morning," Alice instructed. They still had a lot of daylight left, which would give Hawk time to search for a safe spot for the evening. "The black clothes people are fighting Yeti ahead on your left. Then there are more Yetis coming from every direction except yours toward them," Hawk informed him in a helpful tone. "Hawk says that a fight between the spell swords and the local beasts has attracted every Yeti for a few kilometers." Carl sighed. "We should go help. If there are that many, it could spell trouble for them. They're here to challenge a beast above their level, not do a mass clearance of the monsters. That's closer to our mission, though our primary purpose is to look for opportunities," Alice agreed. The way to the battle was clear, as everything was already headed their way, and Carl could hear the frantic battle and feel the crackling of magic up ahead as the spell swords fought. "I will lead the way in so they don't attack Thor and the others," he called back to the group. Tessa climbed on Thor and Ray grabbed Lotus, while Dana and Alice caught rides from Dana's golems. It was the most energy-efficient way to travel for them, and it would get them to the battle much more quickly than walking. When Carl arrived, he found that the commotion was focused around Larry and Daryl. They were similarly built, dark-haired young men, though the commander, Larry, was a solid decade older, and Daryl was still a student close to Carl's age. The pair were engaged in a desperate battle against 5 ascended rank Yeti, similar to the one that Carl had been fighting earlier. The battle was not going well for them. They were reduced to fighting back-to-back, despite Larry having a rank advantage on the beasts. "The Cerro and Spider are mine. We're here to help," Carl called as he charged into the battle, activating the flames on his sword to distract the Yeti clans. Again, there didn't appear to be any females in the group, and what Lotus had said about the male monsters getting aggressive when there were no females around seemed to be true. The monsters charged Carl, but with the experience he had from the first fight, he knew the easy way to get one over on them. With the flaming body, effect on his blade set to somewhat weak, Carl charged straight in. The weak attack would give the monster a false sense of superiority, and then at the last second, Carl launched Shred to break the ice barrier on the monster, before bringing the flames to full output and driving the blade deep into its chest. He kicked the beast away from him, sending it flying with his blade in its chest, knocking 2 more of the Yeti over. That took a lot of the pressure from the beleaguered spell swords, who looked concerned that he had just kicked his blade across the battlefield. Carl dismissed the blade and brought it back to his hands, refreshing the flames over it as he used Ren to block the next 3 attacks from the other beasts. Thor was there now, and Ray's golems, which meant that Lotus and the spider was somewhere nearby. "Damn, it's good to see you. Can you get the clerics to treat Daryl? He's half paralyzed from the ice attacks and he's too slow to fight properly," Larry asked. Thor charged over with Tessa, knocking the last of the Yetis away from the magic warriors and giving her a chance to dismount while he fought. Tessa assessed the young mage. "I will take care of him, you help Thor." He's got a circle of protection active, and it should include you. But his attack power is lower than his defense. The group moved to the middle of the clearing, while Carl and the spider golems forced the enemies back to give the mages time to recover and prepare for a drawn-out battle. Alice turned to the other commander, and Larry frowned. "I take it that you have bad news for me," he asked before she could speak. "All sorts of it. Your battle here attracted every monster for kilometers, or perhaps something else in the area did, but they're all coming here. Don't burn through your mana too quickly. You'll need it soon," she warned. "Is there any good news?" Larry asked, smiling in a way that said he knew they were in trouble. "We've got 5 golems to fight for us, a circle of protection, 2 clerics, and a lightning Sero who regenerates stamina. That's the best that I can offer. Some of these beasts are a match for an elite on the same level," Alice replied. "Some of them are a match for an elite above their level. I had trouble with a high ascended rank winged wolf earlier." As if summoned, Lotus dropped down from the trees on a string of spider silk. "Do you know what those things are? I didn't recognize them," she asked. Larry shook his head. "No, I've never seen anything like them. But it's as good a name as any." There were more sounds of combat coming their way, as if someone were fighting a running retreat. So Carl had Thor bugle out a greeting that should bring the humans their way. If it were the other spell swords, they should know that he had beasts with him, and if it were other elites, they might come to what sounded like a Sero pack for safety. The animals were herbivores, but they would fight back viciously if other monsters attacked them. A second later, Prince Corbin was next to them, with a blood-covered blade in one hand and an unconscious Rose in the other. Tessa immediately began a healing prayer spell, and golden light surrounded the injured girl. "What happened?" Carl asked. "The damned tunnels happened. The entrances were covered in ice until we passed, and then the Yeti clans came flooding out to fight. I killed hundreds of them until I started to run out of mana, and they broke the barrier over Rose," he explained. If they broke the barriers of a royal rank mage, that meant that they likely had multiple commanders with them, and that was bad news for everyone. "How many are still following you?" Alice asked, forming a battle plan that didn't involve being here in the trees when the Yeti attacked. "Not more than 10. But I ran into more that were already headed this way," he sighed. "About 30 now, counting the ones from the other sides," Hawk updated. "Our scout says 30 in total coming from 3 sides. The way we came from is still clear," Carl relayed. Corbin looked suspicious. "Why are they all over us like fat kids on a cupcake, and there is no horde of angry monsters coming your way?" Carl shrugged. "They are now that we're standing next to you. It might be a smell thing, either your magic or something about all of you." Ray sniffed the air, but didn't detect anything. She could sense their magic, but that wasn't a long-ranged ability. The monsters spread out to circle them, roaring and grunting in a primitive language that was effective enough to arrange the battle. "Any words of wisdom?" Lotus whispered to Carl as the monsters came into view. "Yeah, I don't think they can climb trees, so if things go sideways, get Ray to pull you up out of sight," Carl whispered back. The tiny nature priestess smiled and patted him on the back, and Carl shifted position so that the golems, plus him and Thor, made up the outer rank of defenders. Prince Corbin needed a moment to catch his breath and recover his mana, while Rose was still recovering under the effects of Tessa's magic. And the other spell swords were not tank-type fighters, so they would join after the first charge was blocked. "We could use some more room to fight," Prince Corbin sighed as he assessed the dense trees in front of them. Thor gave a whistling snort in response, and when the first of the Yeti began to move forward, he smashed the ground with his tail, dropping a dozen trees with earthquake. "Well, that's one way to do it. All right, once the fight starts, I will clear a few more trees from our path, so we don't have to dodge them as we fight." Ray was not a fan of that plan. She was intending to use the trees as a chance to ambush from above, but even if she had to go a few extra meters, it shouldn't hurt her tactics too much. The attackers paused as they saw the destructive potential of the lightning Sero and the formation of humans arrayed against them. The Yeti clans might not often fight in large groups, but that didn't mean they were incapable of it, and after a few seconds, they began to shift positions, intending to swarm the 2 awakened rank golems, which were the softest target on the outer loop. That was a monumental mistake, as right behind them was Prince Corbin. No sooner had the Yeti attack reached the golems than they were sliced clean in half by a blade of wind. The ones behind them couldn't understand what went wrong. The wind blades were nearly invisible, and with the swirling snow and fog, they had never even seen them coming. To the others, it looked like the two awakened rank golems had taken out the first to attack. So they all charged at once, intent on overcoming the humans by pure force if a targeted strike wasn't going to work. Thor's circle of protection flared, surrounding the defensive formation. That was all the courage Carl needed, as he sent the strongest shred that he could into the incoming wave of Yeti warriors. Hey, these other ones have weapons. Hawk warned them just as Carl's shred took out a trio of furred monsters. Hawk says that the next ones coming have weapons. Carl warned as he sent a rend attack straight forward with an overhand slice. Yeti don't use weapons, Corbin called back as he defended the point behind Dana's golems. Do you think someone forgot to tell them that? Carl asked, using a rend attack to highlight the fact that there were ones with weapons already in sight. Shit, that's not right at all, Alice cursed as she saw what Hawk was informing Carl of. How is our count? Tessa called as she refreshed the buffs on everyone's weapons and stamina. Not more than 12, all extra strong with weapons. I don't think that the count will matter for long. Daryl and Darren just paged for emergency rescue. They're too far from here for us to get to, but there are other elites nearby, and they're all having issues. Corbin informed them. He had an earbud in, so he could hear all the radio updates. And things was suddenly chaotic for everyone who was within communications range. Carl stared down a pair of oversized Yetis, who were wielding short swords in both hands, with eyes glowing like blue gemstones as they channeled magic. Carl stepped forward to give himself room to fight, but mentally made a note of Thor's circle of protection. If he was going to go 2-on-1 against commander rank monsters, he was going to need all the help he could get. He wasn't the only one that was about to be in trouble. All the armed monsters were commander rank beasts. Their ice magic was resonating with that of the ones near them, creating a swirling vortex of ice around the battlefield. Hawk, find us a way out of here. A nice cave, somewhere that we can't be surrounded by these things. Carl instructed as the bird circled overhead, still scouting until he was given orders to attack. Got it, I will look for something. The creature in front of Carl turned up its mouth into a sneer, and the two attacked in unison, sending a wave of ice Carl's way. A flick of his wrist sent a wave of flame toward them, intercepting the icicles, but most of them still made it through, slamming into his refreshing lightning barrier and draining his energy. That was the insidious part of the ice attacks. They tried to slow you until you were frozen, and they could eat you at their leisure. Tessa's magic warmed him from the inside, and Lotus had cast a spell over the area that was counteracting the ice magic with plants, but it wasn't enough, as each of the beasts were individually stronger than she was, and their magic resonated. Another volley was partially blocked as Carl switched to using Rend, which had already optimized itself against the Yeti magic, and cut deep gouges into the closer of his two targets. But in return, Carl took a direct hit that punched through his lightning barrier, leaving a bleeding wound in his side that quickly closed under the effects of Lotus magic. We need to get out of here, Alice called as she took out one of the monsters fighting her golem. Larry was with Thor still, and Corbin was with Dana's golems, which she was using all her focus to keep active as they took continual hits from the ice magic. Hawk is on it. He will have something soon. Carl called back as Ray crept down the trees to launch a surprise attack on the Yeti's back before vanishing again. They weren't healing quickly, and within 10 seconds the blood was beginning to pool at its feet from the wound. That was a good sign, and Carl expanded Flaming Body to cover all of himself over the lightning barrier. It would break first and wouldn't be available to attack for a bit afterwards, but the fire did a much better job of negating the damage from the ice attacks, and Carl couldn't afford too many more hits like the last one. If it wasn't for the flying spells, and the two spell swords darting in and out to slice and chop at the beast, would almost look like a stalemate on the battlefield. But when Ray got a flurry of attacks into the back of the second beast that Carl was fighting, and her golems went on a kamikaze mission to support Larry on Thor's side of the encirclement, Carl knew that it was almost time for them to go. When there is a chance, run to Thor's side. 500 meters that way is a cave with nothing inside, Hawk explained. Everyone get ready to move. Punch through on Thor's side and keep moving 500 meters to a cave. Got it, I will shift sides for a hard push, You take the rear guard. Everyone else, run as fast as you can. But stay together. Prince Corbin instructed. Prince Corbin attacked through the breach on Thor's side of the circle faster than most of the elite's eyes could follow, cutting down a swat of Yetis and burning through his mana to get everyone clear of the encirclement. Tessa pulled Alice and Dana up on Thor's back, while Ray grabbed Lotus with a strand of silk and pulled her into the trees, escaping the encirclement before the furry monsters could even realize that the nature priestess was unharmed. The golems held their positions around Thor, while the spellswords used their magic to increase their movement speed and keep in the protective circle around the lightning Sarrow. Carl chased after them, using fire to keep the monsters at bay as everyone ran, ignoring their injuries and exhaustion to keep up with the royal rank mage and the rampaging Sarrow. The golems were the first to fall, forced to stop to hold off the wave of attackers. Then Daryl took an ice bolt to the knee that dropped him to the ground, leaving him far behind the main group. Carl picked up the wounded spellsword as the man downed a healing potion, then hurled him back ahead and into the main group. At the back of the pack, they were taking too many attacks for the exhausted mage to keep his armor up. But Carl's lightning was still holding strong as he hurled attacks at the monsters approaching the sides of the group. The monsters were as fast as Thor and they weren't giving up the chase, but the constant barrage of attacks was keeping them from closing in again. As 300 meters passed, then 400, and the cave came into sight. Lotus and Ray were already waiting for them, along with the spider golems, which Ray could only summon next to her after they had fallen in battle. Once they were closer, the mages created new golems to defend the cave mouth, and everyone dismounted from Thor as he stopped to guard the entrance. But the Yeti clans were no longer following them. Once they got within 50 meters of the caves, the beasts broke off the chase, milling about, but unwilling to get too close to the caverns. That was probably not a good thing, Carl decided. But for the moment, it was keeping them from being attacked, and Ray had disappeared inside to scout, but didn't find anything at all other than stone walls and some dripping water from the melting snow above. Once everyone was inside, they dismissed the golems, and Carl called Thor back into his space. The Yeti clans still weren't approaching, so it wasn't the defensive force that was keeping them away, but something about the area around the cave. Hawk, do you see anything threatening above? Something that might actually be a danger to a commander-rank Yeti? Carl asked. Nothing other than them. There's nothing here, not even mice. That didn't sound promising, but they would have to work with it. Ray returned empty-handed, but with insight about the caves. They extend another 15 meters. Then they stop at a stone wall with water flowing down it. The water runs out somewhere at the bottom, but I'm too big to fit in there. We should be safe in here, she explained. Ray says the caves are empty, but there is a water drain at the back wall, so they're not completely sealed. We should be able to hide and rest here, then continue in the morning. Carl whispered to Alice so he didn't alert anything outside. Corbin cast a spell over the entrance, creating a false stone wall, and Carl called Hawk back to his space. The three of you get some sleep. If we're attacked, we will likely need all of you in your best shape again, he instructed. The trio settled in to rest, and Carl turned his attention to the conversation between the commanders and Prince Corbin. There shouldn't have been commanders here at all, much less dozens of them with weapons. The anomaly was strong enough when we saw snow start to fall in these mountains, when it has never done that before, but to have sudden appearances of an entire force of commander-rank Yeti, that's far too unnatural. Prince Corbin was muttering. For once, I actually envy Daryl and Darren. They managed to get a ride out of here, Larry replied quietly. Corbin shook his head. No, they didn't. The helicopter was attacked and was forced to turn back. They joined up with the other elite units in the zone to gather and retreat on foot. The radio communications say that they are still alive, but they've been attacked multiple times as well. The strength of the attackers is falling as they head out of the hills, so we have to be close to the core of the problem. But I have no idea how we're going to even investigate it. Daryl and Rose are in no shape to be going anywhere. It likely won't be until sometime tomorrow afternoon, and as we learned today, it's not even safe for me to travel alone here. I might be at the royal rank, but 10 or 20 on one, commander rank magic users are still going to overwhelm me. As he watched, Carl noticed that the healing of the group wasn't complete. Both Corbin and Larry were still showing distinct zones of cold, where the damaging ice magic was lingering in their body, weakening them internally. The strongest fighters had been on the front lines, so they had taken the most damage, and while Lotus and Tessa were excellent healers, they weren't strong enough to immediately. The strongest fighters had been on the front lines, so they had taken the most damage, and while Lotus and Tessa were counteract the magic of the Yeti ice. So he made his way over to the whispering group. "Pardon my intrusion, but I think it might be best if none of us moved too soon. I have thermal vision, and I can literally see the lingering ice magic damage to your bodies. The magic will resonate with the next attack you suffer, freezing you more quickly. Once that starts to happen, we're screwed," Carl whispered. Larry cursed, then softly laughed. "You're one to speak. I can still see the ice on your armor." Carl looked down and realized that he had 10 times as much lingering damage as they had. Despite the refreshing lightning that he still had active working to nullify it. The spell itself had cold spots where it was fighting off the lingering spell effects, and Carl frowned at the pernicious nature of the attacks. It had been hours, and the magic hadn't even made it through his defenses, but it was still lingering. And if he took down the lightning, it would succeed. Instead, he coated himself in flaming body, lighting up the cave like a beacon, and rapidly warming the area as well. That nullified the lingering magic on his body in only a few seconds, leaving a nice, even warmth in the cavern. Carl checked on the beasts in their spaces and found that both Hawk and Ray were predictably fine. They weren't frontline fighters, but Ray looked distracted. She was trying to learn something again, so Carl left her to it. She was the smartest of the three, and if it was possible for her to learn a new skill, she would have it soon. Thor still had cold spots all over his body, but he had increased the temperature of the springs in his space, and the holy stones were dissipating the lingering magic at a visible pace. The others in the group looked all right, though Rose was exhausted from the after effects of all the healing magic that had been used on her, and Daryl was hiding bruises all over his body that Carl could see as slightly flushed areas, where the warmer blood was close to the surface. Lotus still had an area healing spell active, so a few minutes ago, everyone would have been much worse. And Tessa looked like she was already half asleep after the effort of keeping everyone buffed and the healing work she had done during the battle. While it was their most important ability, saving someone of their own rank from a near-death state or closing multiple critical wounds was an energy-intensive activity. Doing it every 10 seconds for 4 different people must have stretched her abilities to the limit. As Thor relaxed in his pond, he activated Circle of Protection, which helped restore stamina, as well as reducing damage. That was what everyone needed the most right now, and it was no trouble for him to keep it active while he napped. "Who is in shape for first watch?" Corbin whispered to the other commanders as the Circle of Protection settled over them. "I am. My skills refresh stamina, so I will keep first watch while my beasts rest. I can also see in absolute darkness, so there is no need to keep a light on for me," Carl replied. Larry chuckled, "But it is for the rest of us. This place will be unnervingly black without one. Can you keep that flame spell of yours active, or is it draining even when it's not taking damage?" Carl smiled and took out his bonded sword, then walked to the wall beside the entrance and stuck it into the stone, with the flames surrounding it. He reduced them to a faint glow and returned to the conversation. "That should be a good enough night light for everyone, as well as a decent space heater. It doesn't take any effort to keep active, as it was intended to be a passive skill. Only when using it to attack or taking damage does it take effort." The blade was positively humming with energy today, after all the fighting that it had gotten to do. Carl hadn't noticed with his injuries, but the amount of life that it had stolen was really rather excessive. It was only a small portion of the energy from each kill, but Carl had downed a significant number of monsters alone, including multiple commanders toward the end of the battle. The energy hadn't been fully assimilated by his body yet, but it soon would be, and he was focusing it all into the 3 focal points in the beast spaces. It didn't take all of his focus, so as everyone ate their dinner, for which the Spellblades were happy to have a nature priest, and then settled into bed, Carl continued the energy transfer. Once everyone was asleep, or on their way to it, he put most of his attention into it, leaving just enough to keep watching the tunnel entrance and the back wall, in case something came from that direction. The back wall of the cave was only very dimly lit, even to his night sight, but the trickle of water was steady, and as Ray had said, it had to be going somewhere, as it wasn't filling the cave. Carl let them sleep a bit longer, as they had started the rotation of night watches early due to exhaustion, and waited 4 hours before he woke Tessa for the second watch. The light will stay on while I meditate. I need to absorb the leached energy from the battle, he whispered as she straightened her robes and brushed her hair. Is there anything to report? She asked. Nothing at all. It is eerily silent out there, and I don't hear anything moving near the cave mouth. The wind has died down a bit, so the noise of the trees is quieter, and I can hear some small animals, but nothing else. Carl settled into a deep trance while laying in his sleeping bag, and was only vaguely aware that at some point Tessa had traded spots with Alice for the third watch. Alice had just traded spots with Prince Corbin when Carl felt something changing in his spaces. He had been stuffing them with excess energy that his body couldn't absorb quickly enough all night, and it was then, with a feeling that spread through his body like the ringing of a bell, just a subtle vibration that made every bit of his body sing with energy, they stopped changing, and a fourth space began to form. It already had a small focus in it, though it was otherwise barren and no larger than a bedroom, instead of the acres of space that the others now encompassed. The change immediately woke the beasts up to see what was going on in their homes, and they all noticed the new addition. So our homes have reached the standard. Now we just need to make it to commander rank, and we will be the powerful ones on the team. Hawk preened, already imagining the majesty of his feathers when he reached commander rank. Yes, all shall bow down before us when we are commanders, Ray agreed. She mentally added maybe not that Overlord Drake guy, but she was otherwise confident that the humans would no longer be her match. Carl sensed Corbin's attention on him and opened his eyes to acknowledge the royal rank mage, who had carefully arranged himself, and even trimmed his beard a little to look more youthful and less disheveled than he had at the start of the evening. All signs of lingering ice magic were gone. Carl noted with pleasure, meaning that their strongest fighter was back in top shape. Did you make an advancement or gain an epiphany of some sort? I sensed the surge of power, Prince Corbin asked. My beast spaces made a breakthrough. They shouldn't be holding the beasts back anymore, and in due time the team will be able to make it to commander rank, he explained quietly. The mage looked impressed. You know, it's a shame that someone with your potential wasn't scouted as a mage. With that level of mental fortitude, you should have a rather easy time learning new spells. Carl smiled at the thought. The beasts have an even easier time. Have a skill that helps them learn by watching or being instructed by others. If it's a compatible skill, then within a day or two of watching, they can usually get the basics of it down. We haven't had enough time to just stop and study new skills, but we also haven't come across many compatible skills so far, and that has limited the expansion of their talents. That made Prince Corbin a bit suspicious. So you're saying that your beasts are watching us and trying to steal our skill? Carl tried to laugh quietly so he didn't wake anyone else up. Doubtful. None of them have thumbs, so sword skills aren't exactly their forte, and none of them are actual mages. Hawk has an affinity for the fire element, but I didn't see any of you using it during the fight, but he's the only one who uses actual magic other than Ray's ability to summon golems. Corbin smiled at the memory of the wooden golems charging out of the trees to tear apart the Yeti warriors. Those are quite impressive, by the way. If they could use defensive magic or ranged attacks, they would be incredible. Carl nodded. Give us time, and we will find a spell that either I can cast on them or that Ray can use herself to protect them. When they make it to commander rank, they might pick up a new skill, though. According to the studies I've done, many beasts do. Corbin nodded. It's common for them to get a skill at commander, and almost mandatory that they learn something other than their racial ability to advance to royal rank. Royal rank beasts can all use some sort of advanced magic, though for some it is hidden either as insane defense or some sort of physical change. Like the Yeti that we faced today, there is something called a King of Snow, which is an evolved version of that species. They can control ice and snow in all its many forms, but they can also use powerful wind magic, usually including either tearing winds or tornado. Carl understood the concept, and his pets should all be well on the way to that standard. They had all learned skills that weren't part of their racial abilities, and they just had to make it to that power level, unless there was some barrier to them as well, the way there was for humans. But the immediate concern was getting them to the commander rank standard. They were growing fast with the input of the vampiric sword. But Carl was certain that there was more he could be doing, other than hunting randomly for monsters to kill and random items to feed them. Prince Corbin smiled at him. Relax, you're thinking too hard. Sometimes what you need is not to push forward, but to build your base good and strong. Once you have a better foundation, you will find that it is easier to build the levels that come above it. Think of your potential like a pyramid. It needs to be broadest at the base to grow properly. You can make it look like an obelisk, but they are unstable, and a good hit can knock them over. That's not what you need for steady growth. Everyone else will be up soon. So if you want a bit more meditation time, get it now before they start cooking. Carl focused on his meditation while the last shift. The night ended, and the newly formed fourth space began to rapidly expand in his mind, absorbing everything that it could get, along with the lingering remnants of energy that Carl's blade had provided during the previous day's fight. With the other three spaces waiting for their occupants to advance, and this fourth space being so small, the change was immediately obvious, and the enhancement of the focus was expanding the area much more efficiently than simply pouring energy into the space had. The monks knew what they were doing for certain. This was so far superior to trial and error that Carl felt silly for not having thought to ask them in the first place. The others began to wake, and Carl could smell food cooking, so he shifted most of his focus to the outside world and let the new space form naturally. What sort of new friend are we getting? Thor asked as he took his cue from everyone else and began to eat breakfast. I have no idea. What sort of friend would you like? Carl asked. More lightning, Sero, Thor replied confidently. He really should have seen that one coming. Thor was a pack animal, so of course he would want to be with more of his kind if given the option. Hawk chimed in with his opinion. All that we're going to find here are snowy things. Oh, the fluffy snow cats are all right, I think. They never finish their food. Ray wasn't picky, just pick someone cool. All right, so we're looking for someone cool, maybe a snow cat and potentially a friend for Thor. But we should cover for holes in our skills. We don't have anyone who enhances the group. Except for defense, we don't have a healer, and we only have one long-ranged attacker. Ooh, I can be the healer. Healer sounds like a fun job, Thor volunteered. Well, all right, as soon as you learn healing magic. I will let you try out a run as the team's healer, and I will tank with the golems. Carl replied, indulging the Sero's idea. That shouldn't be hard. I have felt lots of healing already, Thor replied optimistically. If he really could manage it, the new cleric students at the seminary academy would never live down the shame, outclassed in their own class by a lightning Sero. Carl was contemplating what would be best for the next addition to their team when breakfast was served, and it was time to start the serious part of their planning for the day. Everyone could use a bit longer to recover after. Yesterday, at least a late morning start, and the cave had been safe so far. That led to the natural idea to make it their base for the next few days of exploration. After the fiasco yesterday, they needed to know what was going on here, and if it was going to be an expanding threat to the surrounding areas. If the ice continued to spread, it would be everyone's problem soon, and they had a responsibility to at least try to find out what the situation was so that appropriate forces could be sent to deal with it. Lotus gestured to the back wall of the cave as she was finishing breakfast. Can you go grab some water and boil it for coffee? The runoff should be pure after being filtered by the sandstone around the cave. Carl walked to the back of the cave and extended the larger canteen toward the water flowing down the back wall. However, the moment that his fingers touched it, the wall vanished, revealing an extensive tunnel network extending from the room on the other side. I thought you checked the area, Carl asked Ray as the spell vanished. You look with your eyes, not your limbs. Did you want me to check the water temperature when I could? Already see it was cold, Ray retorted. Sorry, you're right, but now we need to be on guard from this side as well. Minor issue. Carl called to the group, who turned to face the back wall that no longer existed. Fuck, Prince Corbin breathed. Couldn't have said it better myself, Alice added as she prepared defensive magic. Stale odor was coming from the caverns, and in the distance they could feel a pulse of magic, as if there was some grand spell active in the heart of the mountain. We will explore it after breakfast. The barrier over the entrance should keep anything from following us, and Corbin will feel if it is attacked, so at least one side is secure. Alice sighed as she looked at the meal that was just waiting for water to make coffee. Lotus made the water with magic, already heated, and got the meal served. Nobody wanted to go anywhere this morning, but now that they were looking at a huge tunnel complex and not just one small cave to hide in, they had to be proactive and ensure that they weren't about to get ambushed. Alice looked at the group they had assembled. "Are you lot going to head back out and try your luck to finish your goals?" she asked. Larry and Corbin shook their heads. "If you don't mind, we would prefer to stay with your group. Strength in numbers. Yesterday's fiasco nearly cost our clan its most talented prodigies, and we really can't afford to have another ambush when it's not safe for the helicopters to come extract us," Corbin replied. "See, he knows strength in numbers," Thor agreed. This day's trip might be rough on him and Hawk, neither of whom would have an easy time in the caves, so they would have to spend most of their time in the beast spaces. But Alice's golem would have issues as well, unless she knew how to shorten it. He had been fighting all taller enemies outdoors since he met her, so there really hadn't been a reason for her to do it before. Dana's golems were only a little taller than the tallest members of their group, but even their normal height would be a tight fit once they got further into the caves if Carl's guess was right. He had a lot of experience underground, and he was likely the only one who would be truly comfortable there, especially if the ceilings were high enough that he could stand properly upright and not have to use the miner's duck walk. Once the meal was finished and everything was cleaned and packed away, Carl led Ray in front of the group. She was still a bit shorter than he was in her normal standing position, though much wider and longer. They could both see perfectly well no matter the light conditions, so they were the obvious choice to scout the area, and they could move ahead of the group to check the multiple tunnels that joined the room on the other side of the now vanished barrier. Something felt wrong the moment that he stepped through, and when Carl turned to check on the group behind him, he saw the stone wall that had vanished on their side. His hand passed through it, so he wasn't trapped in here. But he would have to remember where it was, or they would end up lost in the tunnels. Ray had the answer to that. She used her forelimb to carve her name into the stone by the door, so they would know if they saw it again. "You check the left side first, and I will start from the right. Don't get out of sight of each other, but look as far down the tunnel as you can," Carl instructed. The first one on the right made a steep downward slope, then a hard left, so he couldn't see far until he moved down the ramp away, then saw that it was a continued spiral downward. So he returned to the main room and checked the next. It extended for 100 meters before making a 90-degree left turn. Obviously constructed and not natural. At the far end of that hallway was a closed door, but he could see the flickering of flames on the other side, so something was likely alive in there and probably not Yeti. Ray found a dead end, with a nice pit trap that she avoided due to her body design walking along the edges of the floor, and then another downward spiral that she didn't fully explore before returning to Carl. "Well, we know what is in the area now. Let's ask the others what we're doing." The rest of the group came to join him in the main room, and were briefly startled when the doorway appeared to be gone. Like Carl had, Alice stepped back through and found that she had no resistance. It was just an illusion, and touching the other side had broken it. The real question was whether the one who made it was trying to keep something out or to keep something in. It hid the only way out of the tunnel complex, so it could be either. Should we see what set a fire in the room on this level, or should we see what's below us first? Alice asked Corbin and Larry, conferring between the three strongest fighters to see what they felt was safest. "Go with what we know could be a threat first." "The room with fire," Corbin suggested. Nobody else had an objection to that, and they wouldn't want to leave it unchecked when they went down, in case the tunnels were a dead end, and whatever was in there either blocked them or did something like vent poisonous gas down them. Carl moved to lead the way, but Corbin stopped him. "If we're going into an unknown room, I should go first. I might be a spellblade, but I'm also a royal rank mage, and my barriers are much stronger than yours are," he whispered. So, Carl and Ray moved to the second and third position, ready to flank Corbin once the door was open, and the others followed them down the narrow corridor to the decrepit wooden door. The coarse yellow sandstone had been crudely hacked at to create the doorway, and the fitment was terrible, suggesting that whoever made it was no skilled craftsman. But when Carl peeked through the gaps, he didn't see anyone inside, only a few flaming braziers near the walls. He shrugged at Corbin, indicating that he couldn't see anything, and the prince kicked the door open, rushing inside with Carl right behind him, only to find that the room was empty. 5 meters on each side, with 2 braziers lit and 1 door on the far side. The others followed them inside as Carl scanned the room for hidden traps, and the moment that Larry entered and everyone was inside, the door slammed shut and a set of runes appeared on the wall. "Shit, we triggered a magical trap. How did I not notice that?" Corbin muttered, trying desperately to decipher the writing. "Trial begins in 10 seconds, he read out loud. Then, in front of Carl's watchful gaze, half the group disappeared. He was left with Ray, Tessa, and Lotus. Everyone else had vanished. "Ascended," Lotus informed them, pointing at the wall. "It says ascended. The trap split us up by rank. That should mean that Dana was with Daryl and Rose, while Alice was with Larry, but Corbin might be trapped alone in a trial." The room wasn't comfortably large enough for Thor or Hawk to be called out. Even Ray was enough to make it a bit cramped in here, so the awakened group, with Dana's 2 golems, would be similarly crowded. Then the room surged with magic, and a whole battlefield appeared around them, an open, snow-covered field, with the bodies of slain soldiers and Yeti warriors scattered all around them. One last group was approaching, and Carl hesitantly called out Thor and Hawk, unsure how the magic worked. Hawk soared into the sky, confirming that inside this trial there was actual room to fight. "Tribesmen, embrace the curse of the beast. Drive these interlopers from our lands and return the eternal snow." The leader of the group, a massive warrior with a scar that ran from the left side of his chest to his right hip, was shouting. That was new, the Yeti couldn't speak. Once his encouragement was over, the warriors surged with power, and Thor activated Circle of Protection as he prepared to meet their charge. Tessa climbed onto his back, while Lotus moved to stand behind Carl, and Ray summoned her golems. They still had the numbers advantage, but these warriors were all on the low side of Ascended, other than their leader. Lotus spoke softly to the group, "Attack in 3, 2, 1. Vines shot up from the ground, tripping the warriors when they were 10 meters away, close enough for Shred to make it to them in a split second, right before the spider golems were on them, and Hawk's fireballs began to bombard the leader of the group. It wasn't enough to kill them, but the beasts were heavily wounded by the time that they fought their way free of the entanglement. And then Thor's charge reached the left side of their lines, impaling 2 and holding them in place for Tessa's chain mace to crush their skulls. Thor kept moving, circling back for another charge as the ice magic began to swirl around the warriors, forming the early stages of a blizzard. Carl drew his sword and charged, hacking deep into the chest of one target, then parrying the blade of another as the blizzard faded before it was even formed. These Yetis were terrible combatants. They lacked fighting instinct and experience. In half a minute it was all over, and the beasts rejoined Carl and the clerics. Nobody said anything, not wanting to jinx their chances of getting out of here, but it looked like their odds weren't that good to begin with. There was more riding, this time appearing on the snow in front of them. "Stage complete," Lotus read. "Now what do we do?" Carl asked as Tessa rubbed Thor's scales, getting him psyched up for another fight. The words vanished and new words replaced them, rewards earned. "Beginning stage 2. Carl wasn't certain what he got as a reward, but he did know that there were now 2 of those groups, with 5 low ascended and 1 high ascended fighter between them. If the other groups were facing these odds at their own power levels, this might be a nasty fight, and Carl hoped that they were going to get everyone back in one piece. "Thor and Ray take left, I will take right with Hawk," Carl instructed. Their opponents were weak to fire, and they hesitated as they saw Carl's body burst into flames, coating the lightning and melting the surrounding snow. Then the barrage of fireballs came down from the sky, and they charged, knowing that in order to focus on their ranged attacks, they were going to have to deal with Carl first. In the back, the leader was attacking Hawk, but between one spellcaster and a very agile bird, none of the attacks were even getting close to hitting. Tessa was chanting some sort of enhancement spell as they fought, and Lotus had trapped the leader's feet with vines on Carl's side, preventing him from avoiding the barrage of fireballs that Hawk sent his way. Carl hacked into the bodies of the warriors, using his overwhelming strength to overpower the beasts which were at the bottom of Ascended. While he was near the top, it could hardly even be called a fair fight when he had so many magical items on his side, and 2 clerics granting him buffs and restraining the enemies. The fight was quickly ended, and the group gathered to make a plan as for how to deal with the third trial. Tessa considered the likely outcome of a third stage, 3 groups the same as the first. That's going to be a lot of incoming enemies. And 3 of us isn't enough to cover every side. Unless we have Ray and the spider golem split up, which leaves me and Thor short on damage dealers. Send more of them, I'll give them an extra dose of find out. Hawk muttered in Carl's mind, getting annoyed by the constant ice attacks. Ice was just the evil cousin of the water family, and he was about done with their nonsense. This would be more fun if the lights were off, Ray agreed as she waited for the next development to take place. Even if there were more, it wouldn't be difficult to sneak up on them if it wasn't the middle of the day. Though it was rather pleasant mixing all these whites and grays of armored bodies, and snow with the blood red when she adapted her coloration to match the battlefield. As far as settings went, this was about the most pleasant one she had seen that wasn't filled with trees. The words changed again and Lotus frowned. It says rewards granted basic testing passed, she explained. That sounds a lot like we should be let out, doesn't it? Carl asked. It does, and I'm wondering why we're still here, Lotus agreed. Then the symbols changed again. Beginning advanced testing. Advanced was all that Lotus said as Carl and Tessa sighed. Oh, they want some of this, do they? Yeah, I'll give them some, stupid cold water magic people, Hawk cheered. Ray laughed at his enthusiasm. Of course, he was ready for the fight. He was way up there above it, where he had plenty of time to dodge the attacks. Again, a clan of Yeti warriors appeared in front of them. But this time it was only one clan, but 9 warriors and a leader. By Carl's estimation, they were all low commander rank, including the leader, though he might qualify as mid-commander. Oh, this is going to suck, Tessa sighed as she realized what they were up against. It was basically a poorly version of the same force that chased them into the cave yesterday, but only 10 of them instead of 3 dozen or more. All right, we can do this. Stay close, so we're all in the circle of protection, with Lotus in the middle as our primary healer. Tessa, I'm not sure if you still want to be on Thor. Since these ones are a bit taller, but that's your call. Everyone else, you know what to do, Carl insisted. Warriors began to spread out to surround the group, and Carl launched himself forward the moment they reached the edge of Thor's circle of protection. His sudden strike shattered the crude blade of his opponent, and the combination of shred and flaming body let the blade cut deep into the commander-rank hide of the beast, leaving it gushing blood from the wound in its chest. The beast collapsed backward, holding its chest and trying to plug the wound, while Carl turned on another. Thor charged forward to assist, bringing the rest of the group running after him. Ray's golems went after the one behind the Yeti that Carl was fighting. They traded one round of attacks with it, then went for their true targets. One leapt on the furry monster, blocking its sight, while the other went for the back of Carl's opponent, tearing it open with lacerate. These monsters regenerated slowly, and they would likely bleed to death if the group could hold out long enough. They just needed to inflict the necessary wounds first. The spiders broke off to defend Ray, who was now under attack from the monsters who had come around the back of the fight. And Carl noticed that one had doubled back to cast ice magic on the chest of the downed fighter, freezing the wound and stopping the blood flow. That might work to stop the damage from lacerate, but that particular target had its organs punctured and burned. Sealing the leak wouldn't help for long. Still, with the damage patched, the beast carefully got up and retreated from the battle. Once he was away from the others, still too injured to defend himself, Hawk was raining fireballs at him from above, while taunting the monsters with his agility. Unfortunately, his arrogance cost him dearly. And Hawk took a direct blast with an icicle that sent him directly into his beast space. Frozen stiff, he was still alive, but he had taken heavy damage, and Carl worked to increase the temperature of the space and thaw him as quickly as possible. What happened to Hawk? Lotus called. Icicle blast, Carl called back without enough time to explain. He was facing 3 of the Yeti warriors now, each more powerful than he was, at least on the basic skills level. He still had the advantage in brute strength, and Carl was using that to keep them from being able to dictate the pace of the fight. Carl couldn't go far, or he would leave Lotus open. But he could move a few meters in a flash, out of the range of their attacks, and then back in to hack at any openings they left. A lucky strike took the leg off one of the Yetis at the knee, and though it was quickly frozen over by his companions, the warrior was out of the fight and dragging himself away. 2-on-1, Carl stood a much better chance, and he spared a glance to see how the others were doing. Lotus still looked reasonably fresh. She wasn't sweating or panting with exertion, and she had the whole area encompassed in a green glowing healing circle. Tessa was still riding Thor, as it was the best way to get at the vitals of the larger opponents. But they hadn't managed to take any down yet that he could see. The real winner in this fight was Ray with her golems. Not only had she crippled one near Carl and blinded another, she had killed 2 of them outright since the battle began. There was a copious amount of black blood on the ground that could only have come from her, but the bloodbath spider was still fighting with all her might and relying on Lotus to keep her healed. Unexpectedly, blue light flashed over everyone, including Ray's golems, as Thor's refreshing lightning spread from himself to the whole group. "I did it, I am the healer now," the lightning Sero screamed mentally while bugling in victory. While it wasn't technically a healing spell, it did increase your regeneration speed, so Carl was going to give him this victory. With the extra barrier, Ray no longer had to hold back as much. She could take some extra risks to land blows on the attackers, and one of her spider golems came to assist Carl, going for the back of his opponents after quickly using Lacerate across the throat of the blinded Yeti who had retreated a dozen meters from the battle. Carl searched for the leader of the group, but couldn't see where he had gone. They all looked the same when you were fighting them. But Thor was having problems with his opponent, the only one he had left after everyone else had gone to support the fight against Ray. With a shout, the opponent on Carl's left cast a spell, and an ice spike launched up from the ground, slamming into Lotus and throwing her into the air, which caused her healing circle to fall as the priestess was knocked unconscious. Thor got the barrier back up before she hit the ground, but she would need time to recover. And Carl quickly realized that everyone had been relying on her to keep casting refreshing spells, and they were quickly running out of stamina due to the ice magic trying to freeze them. Carl could feel his body getting sluggish as another of the Yeti warriors fell to the spider golems, leaving him and a golem against only one opponent. But Tessa had been knocked from Thor's back and was now fighting on foot while casting buffs that would hopefully counteract the freezing effect and heal Lotus enough to bring her back to consciousness. Carl tackled his opponent, leaving its neck open to the spider golem as its blade shattered both layers of his shield and cut into his armor. That was the end of another Yeti, and he turned to face the last few monsters just in time to see Thor gouge down his side, shattering his remaining lightning and sending him frozen into his beast space. "Ray, guard the clerics. It will just be me and the golems on a fence," Carl instructed. He was still fast enough, faster than any average human, but no longer faster than their opponents. It shouldn't matter, though. The golems were freshly summoned and not suffering from any ill effects, and both remaining targets were wounded. Lotus was conscious again, but barely, while Tessa had retreated to stand over her so the area that she needed to cover with her magic was reduced. Carl led the 2 golems forward as the Yeti leader roared, and suddenly they were all standing in an empty battlefield. Task successfully failed, partial reward granted, appeared in the snow in front of them. "It says that we failed successfully," Lotus commented, not quite sure that she had translated the ancient language properly. "Well, nobody is dead. At least I don't think they are," Carl replied as he checked on Thor and Hawk. Both were in bad shape, but the magic of the beast space had called them home on the verge of death, and they were slowly recovering. The ice was gone with the end of the trial, and the healing waters of his pond were rapidly bringing some life back to Thor as the hundreds of small wounds that had either cut through or slipped under his scales were closed. His personal lightning was active again, so he should be fine, but Hawk was looking pretty listless, and Carl couldn't call him out of the space for Lotus to heal. "Hawk needs time to recover before I can ask him to come out again, but he is better than when he went in. Thor has his lightning barrier active again, so he will be fine soon enough," Carl explained. Ray was exhausted but still functional when Carl both felt and heard something snap inside her body, before the rear half of her outer carapace fell away, molted like some insects do, and replaced with an identical-looking body from underneath. Ray worked to pull the old layer off her legs and upper body, then shook the goop from her fur as Tessa cast a healing spell on her to help the new carapace recover and harden. "And that's how a bloodbath spider reaches commander rank," she announced. "Did she just shed her carapace to take on her adult formed?" Lotus asked weakly, excited to see Ray's transformation, but too weak to get up and inspect her properly. She did. Ray, come closer, you know Lotus wants a better look. Carl laughed. The bloodbath spider dismissed the golems, and then called them back, revealing drastically changed bodies. For an elite, the progression was a smooth one. The beginning of the commander rank was only a fraction above the top of the ascended rank, but for beasts like Ray, it was an entirely different phase in their life cycle. Her power as an ascended rank juvenile was far below what she could wield as an adult, and the spiders reflected that. They had gone from being made of woven branches to being covered in small leaves, which were quickly shifting from their natural green to white and gray with red spots, to better match the battlefield. Just like Ray, they could adapt themselves to their surroundings now, and the aura that they gave off was much more intimidating. There was no low commander rank for Ray. She had evolved past that, and now that the fight was over, Lotus had plenty of time to get a good look at her. Or Carl hoped she did anyhow. They had failed the last trial. Successfully failed, whatever that meant, but it had promised them rewards, so they could be waiting on that to happen. The first trial instance he was in gave them a chest when they returned to the starting position, but this one wasn't returning them at all. I wonder if everyone has to be present to return, like if we have to call Thor and Hawk back out, Lotus wondered. That could be possible. They hadn't been out when they arrived at the trial, but they were when the first announcement that they got rewards was made. It will still be a while before Hawk is conscious and able to come out, so we might as well rest a bit, Carl decided. Lotus created a patch of wide leaves for them to sit on, out of the snow, and Carl meditated to help everyone recover, while he also checked on Ray's space to ensure that it was suitable for her advanced state. It seemed more alive now, with natural wind and a sense of vibrancy that wasn't there before. Focusing on the dragon scale in his mind, and letting that filtered energy flow to the spaces seemed to be the most efficient method, but even after warming Hawk's space, it still took him 15 minutes before he was up and moving again. That was a close one, buddy, Carl whispered, as Hawk began to stretch his no longer frozen wings. I thought I was done for, that the evil cold water had won. How long was I frozen? Hawk asked. About 20 minutes in total. Oh, that's too long for you to fight without me. How did you survive without fireballs? Flaming body and a lot of luck with the golems, but you missed the big news. Ray advanced to commander first. Knew it should have been me. I was here first. I will never forgive them. Hawk cried while Thor made consoling noises. It was a painful moment during an already painful event for Hawk, but putting off telling him would only make him depressed later when they might need him to fight again. Getting it all out of the way at once gave him time to recover and gather his wits before coming back out into the real world. We think that everyone needs to come out to get their rewards before we can leave this place, so once you are recovered, everyone can gather. Until then, just rest a little longer, Carl suggested. Give me like 5 more minutes until the cold leaves my wings. Then I will come out and the healers can heal me. If I go too early, I get the feeling that the ice magic will take effect again, Hawk explained. He did still look freezing all over to Carl's mental sight, even in the tropical warmth of his space, which he would normally find stifling. The first 5 minutes of meditation weren't enough, but they did go a long way toward improving the 4 spaces, adjusting them according to the changes that were made when Ray advanced. Now that he had seen it once, it was easy to adjust the other spaces to be more like the proper commander rank space. Hopefully, that would pull the others toward their breakthrough at a faster pace, and help them along their way to the next bottleneck between commander and royal rank. Carl was actually looking forward to seeing Prince Corbin at his full power and not exhausted and defending weaker party members. He was certain that the royal rank spellsword would be a real marvel to behold in all-out combat. The little that he had a chance to show his skills on the push to the cave was already impressive, clearing a smooth path for the group, but Carl was certain that was only a fraction of his power, as he had already been injured and near exhaustion. The more that he could observe that power, the better his partners would understand it, and the easier it should be for them to understand the changes they needed to push through to the next rank. They should already meet the minimum requirements, but for humans the commander rank was a major bottleneck, so it might be for them as well. Ray didn't think so, as commander rank was her natural state, and Thor would naturally make it to ascended rank. Hawk was a bit of a mystery, as he was evolved from his base state, but it shouldn't be too much harder for him. The first 5 extra minutes weren't enough, so Carl gave Hawk 10 more before checking in on him again, and found the bird gingerly flying around his space, shaking off the aches in his muscles. "Are you ready to go see the healers?" Carl asked. "Let's go, just tell them to warm the place. I'm still too tired for flames." The trio came out to meet the others, and the scenery around them faded away, replacing the battlefield with a plain black void, with a stone platform that held them all with room to spare. This time the words didn't appear in ancient script on the ground, but in Carl's vision, in the increasing familiar font of the system interface. Ascended round 1 and 2 trials complete. Commander round 1 trial successfully failed. Calculating rewards. Reward calculated 6 skill points. Skill menu activating. Carl gasped as a beautiful picture appeared in front of his eyes, then turned suspicious when he realized that all but the bottom row was grayed out and unusable. But there were lines between all the skills, so perhaps he just needed to learn some of them. So he looked at the bottom row. There were only 3 options: offensive specialist, defensive specialist, and between those 2 balanced combatant. Each of them cost 10 skill points. So if the next round cost the same, or worse, twice as much, he wouldn't be adding too many skills, but the descriptions were interesting to say the least. Offensive specialist gains access to the offensive beast skill, which can be freely transferred to bonded partners by touch. Defensive specialist gains access to the defensive beast skill, which can be freely transferred to bonded partners by touch. Balanced combatant pays a premium price to gain access to any beast skills, which may be utilized with the command ability or transferred freely to bonded partners by touch. That last one sounded the best to him. If he could just pick and choose abilities and write them in skill books, he would be a living legend by the time he was an overlord, but he didn't know what the command ability was. It wasn't listed under his class skills, which were now visible, and he couldn't read any of the other skill descriptions until he picked a path. Hawk and Ray were cheering on full offense, while Thor thought it might be better if they all had more defense, so they didn't get smashed again. "I will go for balanced combatant so we can all get something we like, even if it costs extra," he informed the team. Balanced combatant chosen, command skill gained. Command allows the Beast Master to use their known skills on bonded partners which are not within the standard range. Choosing balanced combatant opened up an entire row of pictures representing new skills. 3 from attack, 3 from defense, and 1 more that was the progression skill for the balanced path. That was the one that he checked first. 10 points beast space upgrade upgrades the mental spaces to match the needs of the beasts residing within. Carl simply stared in annoyance at the description for a few long minutes. Was that why he got no guidance on how to advance his beast spaces? Because it was a skill that he could just learn? No, there was no skill like that attached to the other 2 trees. They would still have to improve their own. But they would get many more beast skills in exchange. Quite a few more, as he quickly realized. On the defense side, he had the option for barrier bestial regeneration and refresh. All of those were skills to be used by the Beast Master on his team, and all of them were currently being provided, in some basic sense, by Thor's group Refreshing Lightning, so Carl turned to the offensive side. 2 points 10 points for balance haste improves the speed of the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% at ascended. 2 points 10 points for balance terrorize improves the damage done by the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% for ascended. 2 points 10 points for balance brutality increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank, 30% for ascended. That points cost differential was completely, insanely unfair. The next rank also looked like it contained all sorts of actual attack abilities that he could grant his pets for a period of time, all of which could come in useful in the future, and Carl was tempted to pick Terrorize just to get to see the descriptions. But the first that Carl wanted to spend some of his 30 remaining points on was Beast Space Upgrade. The 3 spaces quickly adjusted, changing the setting inside to be more elaborate and detailed than what Carl had created on his own, though the actual energy level didn't change much. It felt like it didn't actually improve the power level of the space, except for Ray's, which adjusted up to better match her power. So he would still need to meditate to improve them. He just wouldn't have to worry about the bottlenecks anymore. That was spectacular, but not as earth-shattering and overpowered as it had seemed at first. Choosing that skill caused 2 new skills to appear as available above it in his skill tree. 50 points evolution cause any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. That one was out for now, he didn't have the points. 10 points skill master, rank 2 usable, only by those with the skill master learned ability. Allows learned skills to improve to 1 rank above the bonded partner's current rank with practice. Now that was the sword of ability that he couldn't turn down. Skill Master upgraded to rank 2. Skill Master rank 3 available 100 points. Allows all skills to evolve to a related skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. Slash was tier 1, while Rend and Shred were both considered tier 2 abilities, as was Lacerate. Improving any of those to tier 3 would be devastating on the battlefield. Even Refreshing Lightning, if it was improved by an entire skill tier, would be something fearsome. If it were improved by 2 tiers, Thor might actually be unkillable at the same rank. But not only that, the way that the skill was worded made it sound like the potential was limitless. 1 rank higher than the current rank with practice, so if they just kept training their skills, they might move up even further. That left him with 10 points and a desire to know how to obtain more. Once he focused on the need for knowledge, he noticed a small circle with a question mark in it. Just what he needed, answers to common questions. Skill points are awarded for quests, achievements, and accomplishments. Each rank improvement increases the maximum points range of the available awards. That made sense. The higher the risk, the higher the reward, and the more powerful you were, the stronger the skills you would need, so the larger the number of points that would be required. That left him with 10 points and a conundrum. He could do as Ray was pleading and use them for Terrorize, or he could do as Thor was suggesting and use them for Bestial Regeneration, which would grant the target a rapid healing ability. Both were good to have, but ultimately, they were still mostly working in a group, and they had basic recovery abilities. The most important part was being able to effectively deal with threats above their rank. If they could eliminate them even a little faster, a lot of damage could be prevented from ever being taken. So the decision was a fairly clear victory. 10 points was spent on Terrorize, which Carl found was an active skill, but with no specified time limit, so it could just be left active. He would find out the actual conditions when it deactivated for the first time, but even if he just had to activate it when he called them out, that would still be fine. Of course, there could be some timer built in that it didn't warn him about. But Ray was so happy to have a skill called Terrorize that it would be worth it even if he had to reuse it every few minutes. Of course, you should reactivate it all the time. What could be better than Terrorize? Ray asked, listening in on his thoughts. Purchasing Terrorize opened 3 options from the next row of abilities, and a note. Tier 3 skills activate on Beast Master and all deployed beasts. 10 points 20 points for Balance Shatter physical strikes, cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 10 points 20 points for Balance Sharpness slashing. Stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 30% at Ascended. 10 points 20 points for Balance Crushing blows blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter, 30% at Ascended. Carl finished his changes and found that everyone was waiting for him, and they were still in the same spot. All right, I'm done with the changes, I got some new skills, Carl explained. That's just unfair giving out skills like candy to you, Tessa sighed. She had the battle armor spell that she had learned not long. Go still active, and if Carl was right, it looked much more draconic. That golden glow around her was also a new skill, but there was an unspoken don't ask, don't tell policy in place, and everyone liked to keep something in reserve for emergencies. If they underestimated what you could do, they wouldn't be as likely to put you in a situation that you couldn't survive. Carl stood and stretched tired muscles, while Lotus flopped out on top of Ray for a nap and waved a hand at Tessa. All right, come up with an idea for how to get out of here. I will be here. Tessa smiled at her. All right, we're finished, she called out to nobody in particular. The snowy battlefield vanished, and they found themselves back in the room where they started. Dana and the 2 awakened spell swords were already there, heavily wounded, and doing their best to stop the flow of blood with minor healing potions and bandages. Lotus activated her area healing spell, closing their wounds in seconds. The little cleric didn't even look up from her spot on Ray's back as she spoke. "I take it things didn't go as well as you had hoped." Dana gave a bitter laugh. "The first and second waves went from bad to terrible. But we almost died the moment the third one appeared. We used the golems as shields and ran until it kicked us out." Carl nodded. "That's similar to what happened to us, only we could fight the third wave, but it still kicked us out at the end of it. That freezing effect was rough." The spellswords looked at him strangely. "Freezing effect? We were in the middle of the desert." "Oh, we were on a frozen battlefield, covered in snow and bodies," Carl explained. Prince Corbin was the next one back, and Tessa jumped into action, adjusting his position and checking his body while using her more powerful healing magic and whistling for Lotus to do the same. Between the two of them, they barely managed to save the heavily injured royal rank mage, but fortunately, his severed left arm had come back out with him, and Tessa held it in place during the healing, so it reattached without issue. The prince was out cold, but breathing steadily when the last two came back, exhausted but uninjured. "Well, good news, if you run when things get bad, it will let you out," Alice joked with Larry, then realized that everyone else was already here, and mostly covered in blood. "Goddess, what happened to you all?" she asked. "No, we want to know what happened to you all that wasn't a disaster," Prince Corbin countered, without opening his eyes from where he was laying in the double healing circles. Larry frowned. There was another space that said Commander Rank Trial, and then an endless wave of ogres coming our way. "We fought them while retreating, and then we were returned here." From their description, it didn't sound like they had gotten any sort of reward. Carl suspected that the awakened rank group had gotten something, as they had at least finished the first two waves, though they nearly died on the third. That was nearly as good as his team had managed, and they got new skills. It was impossible to tell how Prince Corbin had done, as he was in no shape for questions, but the rewards that Carl's group had gotten seemed pretty impressive. "What do we do now? We finished the challenge in the room, but do we dare to keep going?" Carl asked. Prince Corbin laughed. "Finished? Oh no, that wasn't what finished looks like, at least not from my side. I suspect that was intended to be a group battle. Well, technically we lost as well, but it's over now and we're out. 3 people was barely enough to get through, but I think that 5 at the same rank would have been better." Carl agreed. "Even with the beasts?" Dana asked, leaning against Ray, who still hadn't retreated to her space. "At first it was all right, but as the numbers increased, and then the power, it was rough even with them. Maybe it keeps going until you lose," Carl suggested. Alice gave him a curious look. "Well, let's hope that we don't have to find out. There is a second door to this room, and if we're going to explore the caverns, we will have to move along once we're all healed and rested. If not, we will have to report it and give up any chance at the hidden loot, so they can send in matched teams to face this sort of trap." The awakened group and Prince Corbin both sighed, suggesting that they had indeed gotten something out of their time. Corbin got to his feet, signaling for the others to get up now that they were healed. "All right, we should get a move on. We need to search more than one room of the cavern. Complex per day if we're ever going to get through it. Leave all the doors open after we pass through, and I will mark the walls so that we don't get lost on the way back. When it gets later in the day, we will return to the area near the cave mouth for safety," he explained. How safe that would be was questionable, as they had been chased in here by monsters to begin with, but after the challenge that they found in the first room they entered, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't have a harder time trying to navigate the complex than they had outside. Corbin opened the next door, and Carl took up the back of the column with Ray. She was commander rank now, and while Thor and Hawk had both retreated to their spaces, Thor had kept the refreshing lightning active around her, which he had now spread to the rest of the group. The mages had created a light to float above the group, giving them enough light to see by, and Corbin was moving one along in front of them, which Carl still thought was a terrible idea for the man on point. But only a dozen meters down the hallway, they found doors on both sides again, though without any light behind them. The royal rank spellblade motioned left, and Carl noticed that there was a large chunk of his blonde beard missing where his face had been. Freshly healed, the cleric magic looked like it had prevented scarring, but it didn't regrow the hair that had been removed by whatever had hit his face. He breached the door with a gust of wind magic and stormed inside, while Carl waited at the back of the pack to see what happened. Clear, he called out just loud enough for the group to hear him. Alice breached the one on the right, also finding it empty. It was better than finding out that every room in this place was a trap, but everyone had been hoping for some sort of treasures to be left behind in these caverns. There's something ahead. I can see the temperature change in the next room. It doesn't match this hall, Ray warned, catching on to clues that Carl would have missed. He whispered his warning just loud enough for the group to hear. The next room is a different temperature. It might be warmed by something inside. That put everyone on guard, and they doused the lights to the bare minimum, which revealed the fact that there was glowing plant life in the next room, providing faint illumination, but enough for everyone to see by. It was dim to most of the group, except Carl and the clerics, who had their own ways to enhance their eyesight. But it was enough to see by, and Corbin cast a spell to silence their footsteps. He stopped just short of the entrance to the room and whispered back to the group. I count 30 red goblins. I've never seen anything like them, but they are strong. If the royal rank mage said that they were strong, then Carl would take his word for it. He obviously didn't mean that they were just stronger than regular goblins, which wasn't a hard standard to meet. Keep the awakened in the middle of the group. I will lead the way in, Corbin instructed, and the group shifted their positions to protect the more vulnerable members. That had to mean that these were on the strong side of Ascended at the least, or the awakened members wouldn't have had to retreat to protected positions. The ceiling was low in the room, low enough that the golems were going to have to be shortened, and Carl couldn't use Thor to fight. His horns would get caught on the roof, and he would barely be able to move. Ray's body shifted colors to have a bit of shimmering soft blue in it, looking like she was covered in the luminescent plant, and she summoned out her golems. They took on the same pattern, and the refreshing lightning spread over them as a soft blue glow, preparing them for battle. Now, Prince Corbin ordered, and Carl surged forward with the group, moving to the right to cover the flank while the golems went left. As he passed her, Carl could see the furious look on Rose's face, mad that she had to stand back from the battle against what looked like regular goblins in a new color. But when the first of Dana's golem blades hit one, and it only left a deep cut and didn't eviscerate the creature, it made much more sense. 30 wasn't many regular goblins. 30 ascended rank mutant goblins were an actual concern for the group. Not so much for Ray and her golems, who had already begun a reign of terror, as she got to test out her combat skills as a commander rank beast and the new terrorize skill that Carl had activated for her. Interestingly, when he cast it on her, the spell spread to her golems as well. The spell must consider them to be part of the same whole, and 40% extra damage for the 3 commander rank beasts, who were nearly invisible in the room as they looked so much like their surroundings, was more than enough. To distract the goblins from the presence of Ray and her minions, Carl activated Flaming Body, filling the room with faint red light that caught the attention of all the goblins at the same time. That proved immediately fatal for 5 of the beasts as his teammates took advantage of the lapse, and then Carl was throwing shred into the deceptively small and weak-looking beasts. 2 of them actually managed to parry it, while one took a deep cut across its face that left it blind in one eye. Larry moved to Carl's side of the fight, as Prince Corbin was holding the center, but there wasn't much immediate threat. The beasts had been stopped by Carl's attack, and the 3 spiders were coming at their backs already. The commander rank spellblade pushed forward, throwing lightning from his blade into the goblins, so Carl charged with him, squeezing the goblins into a pincer between them and the spider golems. That let them move to encircle the survivors, and within minutes the red goblins were dead. Good work, everyone. Let's see what they had on them. The red goblins were surprisingly well equipped. For goblins, each of them had an enchanted crystal dagger, and Ray noticed quickly that the magic on them was the same as the glowing moss in the room. I think we need to gather some of this moss. It has the same aura as the enchantment on their weapons, Carl informed the others. Lotus nodded, already inspecting the moss to see what was special about it. You're right, there is something special, and it's not a moss I know either. This place is strange. There are so many things that I don't know when I should know almost all plants and animals, she complained. Her voice held a pouting tone, but her face was hidden by her hood as she kneeled on the moss to inspect it more closely. Then she began to gather it, carefully pulling it up by the roots and holding it up in the air. Carl laughed and took it from her to place in Thor's space, where it would be safely stored until it was needed. While it was there, Carl decided to take a good look at it using his identification skill. Underworld moss usable by Carl Ray Hawk. Combines with underworld crystals, commander rank or higher vital fluids, core of frost potion grants a chance at the paralytic strike skill. That sounded pretty good if he could gather the rest of the ingredients. The crystals might be nearby, and the core of frost sounded like something they could find outside, so there was a good chance. Carl looked around the cave and realized that the crystals were closer than he had thought. They were what the daggers were made from, and there were dozens of them along the walls, embedded in the moss. Ray took that as her cue to go gather a few dozen of them, just in case the potion didn't work the first time. Then she realized that they were also good for weapons, and stuffed even more of them into her area. The glow was actually quite pretty, sparkling like a field of stars, so she added even more, until all the ones she could conveniently reach were picked and half her space's floor was filled with a layer of crystals and moss. If I hang the bodies upside down, it will look like the night sky is above them once again, Ray declared proudly as she began to plan how to rearrange her trophies. I'm glad you like them. Is Ray planning to clear the entire room? Lotus asked as the bloodbath spider finished her work. She's got all that she wanted. She is making an art installation in her space, and it needed something to sparkle like the night sky, Carl explained. The spellblades looked a bit confused, but Dana reached over to brush moss off Ray's back, where it had fallen while she was gathering crystals. I'm certain that it is lovely, you'll have to show us sometime, the mage joked. Ray considered that for a while. She couldn't bring Dana in, but she could put some in the gazebo roof when they got home, and that would be good too. Hopefully, someone was taking care of their plants while they were away. There were plenty of pretty ones that should have fruits and flowers soon. The group got ready to move, and Corbin motioned for Carl and Ray to head to the front. They could see best, and again there was only one exit to the room, headed back not far from the direction they had entered. Ray went in front, not as concerned about threats now that she had lightning around her. The spider golems took up the rear of the pack, and they walked down the hallway, careful not to make any excessive noise that would echo in the tunnels. Carl could still hear them moving, so any beast with sensitive ears would as well, but it was better not to advertise their presence. Another room lit with braziers was ahead, and Carl became suspicious. Something was up with this place, and he wasn't certain what it was. It's the same, Ray noted as she inspected the room. It is, Carl agreed. Everything was the same, size, shape, brazier placement. There's another room, he whispered to the others. Situation, Alice asked. It's identical to the last brazier-lit room. Alice called Corbin up, and the two discussed the plan for a moment. We want to try something new. Would you be willing to enter with Lotus and Tessa, then close the door behind you? Go with the group that's the strongest at their level and see if it triggers the same sort of trap, Carl asked. Alice nodded gravely, and Carl turned to the clerics. Lotus shrugged. I think it's for the best. If it works, we get loot. If it doesn't, we just open the far door and have you stand in the doorway while everyone else passes through. Last time it didn't do anything until we were all fully inside. I would appreciate it if you could leave one of the healers here, Rose muttered as she realized what the plan was. Corbin sighed. She has a point. If we're attacked while they're gone, it would be best if we had a healer with us. The two clerics turned to face each other, and then began playing rock, paper, scissors. The first to win was Tessa, who smirked at Lotus. I will go with Carl. Lotus will stay with the rest of the group in case you're attacked. We will call for you if nothing happens. Carl called Ray into her space, in case there was some issue with her being commander rank to his ascended. The previous trial instances had recognized the beasts as individuals, so these traps might as well. Carl led the way with Tessa right behind him. She closed the door once they were through, and they waited for most of a minute before she sighed and opened the door again, only to find that there was nobody there. I guess that means it worked. Now where is the writing? Let's see what is going on, she announced. The letters appeared only a few seconds later. Welcome to the Mixed Group Challenge, Tessa Reed then laughed. This one we could have all entered together and fought together, but now they're going to either be short the two of us, or they'll be waiting for us to return. Carl suspected that the stress might have cracked the war priestess, but she actually looked overjoyed. It's a mixed group event, you can enter together. Carl tried calling out to the group in case they could still hear him, though he couldn't see them. Then he found himself standing on the front lines of a massive defensive battle, with Tessa right beside him. There were thousands of soldiers around them in the formation, humans, beastkin, and even ogres. Charging toward them was a tide of elves, trolls, fairies, dryads, and creatures Carl had no name for. Mixed group battle, he muttered. It seems so, Tessa agreed. The surrounding soldiers gave them strange looks, and someone shouted as they moved forward to set a shield wall. Crap, they don't speak our language. Tessa just shrugged. War is war, we don't need words. Bring out the beasts, so the others have time to get used to them and prepare to fight. Carl called everyone and the soldiers smiled. It looked like beasts in battle wasn't that uncommon to them, and even when Ray called her golems, the soldiers didn't panic. The leader of this force called something, and the rank behind the shield bearers hefted spears, setting them on top of the shields as a brace against the impact of the incoming trolls that made up the front rank of the Fey force. The front lines were about to crash together, when suddenly Carl realized they had reinforcements. The rest of the group had entered, standing behind him and Tessa. The sound of snapping wooden spears filled the air an instant before the sound of trolls hitting shields, and a battle cry that sent the humans' allied forces forward. Ray sent her golems, while Hawk took to the sky, but Thor stayed back, waiting for the first of the trolls to breach the line so he could plug the hole. What is going on? We heard you call for us to come in, Prince Corbin called out. Humans and allies against Fey group battle. Tessa yelled back, trying to be heard over the din of the battle, as Carl began to hurl attacks at the taller Fey. I guess we're doing this then, Prince Corbin sighed. 3 hours later, Carl sat with his back against Thor, in the ruins of the battlefield. The humans had won a Pyrrhic victory at best, and with the losses that they had suffered, if there had been any Fey left alive, it might have been counted as a loss. The town that the humans and their allies were defending had been half-razed, and most of the civilians were presumed dead. Less than 1 in 50 of the original 1,000 or so warriors were still alive, and all of them were currently catching their breath. The battlefield smoldered where Hawk had bombarded it with fireballs to prevent the trolls from regenerating, leaving acrid smoke hanging over the plains, which were now largely devoid of life. After meditating for the last 10 minutes to recover some strength, slowly spreading the energy from the focuses in the beast spaces to improve their quality, before rebuilding the focus to improve everyone's strength, Carl opened his eyes and decided it was time to get back on his feet. Carl looked out at the massive number of bodies and slowly got to his feet, ready to go check them for loot and valuables. With that many, there had to be some good stuff there somewhere. However, as soon as he got up to go check the nearby bodies, those familiar magical words appeared on the ground. Trial successfully completed, time 2 hours 47 minutes, Tessa read. And they all waited to see what the next message would be. Would it send them to another round? It hadn't said failed, it did tell them that they were successful, despite the heavy casualties and the damage to the town behind them. Everyone waited to see what they would get, but there was no sign of prize boxes, no additional notification, and then they were back in the plane room with the braziers again. That was when the prizes appeared. 1 small box in front of each of them. There were 3 silver boxes, 3 gold boxes, 2 platinum boxes, and 1 that looked like it was made of pure ruby. Prince Corbin looked at the boxes. Well, I think that we can guess how they're supposed to be distributed. Now, you just need to pick one from your group. The 3 awakened rank members all looked wistfully at the boxes with other colors on them. Dana certainly had experience with these reward boxes, and the better your rank, the better the box's contents. However, there wasn't another mage in the ascended group to plead with. Alice was unlikely to give up her loot for an awakened rank box after spending 3 hours keeping up barriers, and eventually being held upright by archers who ran out of arrows so that even when she was too exhausted to stand, she could stay within the protective circle around Thor and regain her stamina. Dana and the 2 awakened spellblades went first, then traded boxes until they got one that they could open. Both spellblades got new swords in a similar style to the ones they were using, while Dana got an ornate wooden wand with golden patterns down it. Not bad. The wand is rechargeable and casts magic missile up to 20 times. Dana informed the group. That wasn't too bad at all. It would save her a bunch of mana during fights that she could consume when they weren't in danger. She already knew magic missile, so her proficiency with the spell would extend to the wand, allowing her to split the magic missile into multiple missiles, though the damage would drop. That would give her an advantage against weaker targets and help with the rapid clearing abilities of the team. Lotus handed out the next round of boxes, and surprisingly, none of the 3 needed to be exchanged. Carl opened his reward box and found a beautiful crystal bow inside. Strangely, it had no string, but when he held it, he instantly understood the concept. If you made the motion to pull the non-existent string, intending to fire it, the bow would create an arrow and fire. There was no mana cost and no listed capacity of charges, it was just a magical bow. However, he could attach skills to those magical arrows and send them to a much more distant target. The range on Shred and Rend wasn't bad, but that was for the average battle. Anything beyond 20 meters, and they began to lose power. But attached to an arrow, they could fly 200 meters, and they would still be fine. It looks like it's weapons day. Lotus laughed, waving a carved wooden staff around. It doesn't have to be a weapon. Tessa disagreed, holding up a red and gold metal shield that matched her robes. Smashing tools are still weapons, Lotus shrugged. Larry laughed and passed a box to Alice, while Corbin moved to the ruby chest. All 3 took out weapons, a gold wand with clear crystal inlay for Alice, and swords for both of the others. It looks like the reward system is judging us for our low damage output, Carl noted. It definitely is, Dana sighed. She had destruction, plus 2 heavily upgraded golems and multiple attack spells. And it had still given her a weapon. Though, it was one to save mana, so perhaps that was the issue with her combat skills that it was concerned with. Prince Corbin looked at his watch and frowned. That took longer than I expected. We should head back to the entrance, where we know it's safe to rest. We will call it an early day because none of us will be up for another one of those trials today. There were no objections to that. They had 3 solid hours of combat in that second room. And another long fight would simply be too much for them. It was only when they reached the first room that they realized going back might be as much trouble as going forward. The door leaving the first room, that they had very deliberately left propped open, was closed again, and they were looking at the same scene that had triggered the last 2 trials. All right, we will set up camp for the night in the last trial room, in case the goblins in the larger cave aren't the only ones around. They have a way of finding a way through the smallest cracks. And who knows what's hidden under that moss? If the way back is sealed, we're as safe here as anywhere, but we will keep watch, in case the trials reset and not just the doors to the rooms. What is the watch schedule? Carl asked as he prepared to head back into the second trial room. Prince Corbin gestured to Carl. We will use a 2-person watch so one can defend while the other wakes the group, one commander with someone else. Carl, you and I will take first, who wants second? Alice nodded. I will take second with Rose. And that puts me and Daryl third, Larry agreed. Everyone else has the night to rest, and we will cycle partners tomorrow if it's reasonable. Nobody wants the healers to be overtired. Carl couldn't argue with that logic. When things were bad, it paid to have the clerics on your side fresh and ready to work. So, he set down his pack and took out his sleeping bag, wanting to have it ready to crawl into when he finished his watch. Dana sat up next to him while the clerics prepared dinner. The spell swords were about to take out ration packs when they noticed that there was a rather surprising amount of food available. Where did all that come from? Do you carry a whole kitchen? Rose asked. No need for that. We can both use advanced food creation blessings. This is all magic. It didn't exist 2 minutes ago. Just get comfortable and it will be cooked in 15 minutes. Tessa explained. They were making some sort of stew with the ingredients they had conjured, so Carl offered up a large chunk of meat from one of the awakened rank reptiles they had fought that morning. Hawk had claimed the body, but it would take him forever to get through it all. Here, cut this thinly and it should cook quickly enough, he offered. Prince Corbin looked dubious about the mystery meat. From nowhere, but he didn't say anything, and decided to just trust the clerics not to poison them all. Even if they did, they were the ones with the cleansing spells, so it was in their best interests to be safe with the food. But they seemed to trust Carl's food supply. And as soon as he passed it over, Lotus began to cut paper-thin slices that that would cook in seconds in the stew pot. After the meal was finished and the supplies were packed away, Carl sat down next to Prince Corbin, but facing the opposite door, so they could start their watch, which Carl honestly didn't expect to be anything but dull. They were inside what appeared to be an enchanted tunnel system, and the only other room down the hall was sealed. If anything happened, it would be this one resetting, and if it happened on his watch, it would be a real pain, as they were still exhausted and mentally drained. At first, neither of them said anything. They just silently watched their doors while everyone fell asleep. They had all zipped their backpacks into the sleeping bags with them in case the trial activated, so they didn't end up leaving anything they might need on the outside. This one had been a 3-hour-long nightmare, and they had nearly depleted their water and snacks before the clerics had restocked everyone at dinner. Once the others were asleep, Corbin turned his attention to Carl. "You know, you're getting incredibly close to the commander rank, and I'm certain after that last instance that your spider is already there. Are you sure that you want to report that to the church? They are the masters of guilt, tripping people into doing their bidding," the prince whispered, knowing that Carl's hearing was extremely sensitive. "Do you actually think that they won't know? There are 2 clerics with us that are moving through the ascended rank at breakneck pace, and last I heard the high priests were considering having an oracle look in on us." Carl whispered back. "Good point, just saying, there are other factions to consider other than the church." Carl smiled. "Like the Bureau of Elite Development, who do you think Alice works for?" Corbin sighed and shook his head. "You grew too fast. You likely haven't even learned the polite and effective ways to say no to them yet. Commander is a big change, and if you don't stand up and demand the respect that goes with the rank when you get it, you'll find yourself in the suck, on terrible borderline suicide missions until one of them really is a suicide mission." Carl nodded. "I'm bad at saying no to people when I get the puppy eyes from them. I will have to work on it, I guess. I just didn't expect everything to come at me so fast, you know. I'm still in my freshman year. It's only been a few months since the divine injection." Corbin did a double take. "You're a freshman. I thought you were a baby-faced junior, a third-year student." Carl shook his head. "No, both me and Dana started school at the same time." The royal rank mage looked between the two and nodded. "Her I could see being the prodigy of the first year. She's at that mid to late awakened rank point that comes with a load of resources at the start of the freshman year. I will talk to her later as well, make sure she doesn't fall for the big push that burns potential for speed. She's got it in her to go far if she just keeps grinding at it. You two are good friends, so you might be able to look out for her after you advance again." Carl nodded. "I will do what I can." The two fell into comfortable silence, and when Corbin's watch blinked a few hours later, he went to wake up the next team. Carl was awoken sometime in the early morning by a gust of warm air on his face that had him instantly opening his eyes and preparing for battle. But it was just a gust of hot air from the morning meal being prepared, and he relaxed again, then summoned his armor to instantly get dressed. The morning meal was oatmeal and diced fruit, which was absently devoured while everyone discussed the plan for the day. It seems likely that every major room we come across is going to have a challenge in it, so if one of them takes an inordinate amount of time, we will call it a day, no matter where we are. We got through 3 rooms yesterday, and ideally, we would be able to do that again today, but I'm not willing to have anyone overextend themselves and end up dead," Corbin announced. His team, himself included, had taken multiple beatings yesterday, so his cautions made sense, even if it meant that they would be exploring the area at a crawl. "Aren't we going to try the first fight over again and get out of here?" Daryl asked somewhat sullenly. "With the rewards we got from that last battle, I don't think so. We will search this place, fight as much as we must, and perhaps you can go home ascended. This isn't the sort of resource that comes along often, with multiple challenges all giving rewards. It's somewhat like gaining access to a dozen challenges at the same time. We just have to fight our way through. There is also a major source of magical energy somewhere in this mountain, and after what we have seen, I have reason to think that it might be one of the lost divine dungeons, the original repeatable challenges that the world dragon set up for the first people to train." Tessa and Lotus looked shocked, while the younger members just looked confused, other than Carl, who knew the history already. "Aren't those a myth?" Rose asked. Corbin shrugged. "Maybe, but I can say for certain that they exist. It's just not clear where they came from." a trial dungeon more intense than what they had found. That last fight yesterday had been intense enough. Or perhaps it just gave better rewards. That would be nice. Carl led the group out of the room this time, and everyone was a bit more relaxed with Thor covering them all in refreshing lightning. Not only for the defensive benefits, but for the fact that it kept their stamina refreshed and their minds relaxed. The hallway wound down through the mountain for some time, with no sign of other rooms, until Carl heard an echo below them. There is a cavern beneath us. We're nearly underneath where we started, somewhere between the first and second trial rooms. If we keep following this tunnel down, we should end up in the cavern soon, he quietly informed the others. All right, are you certain about the positioning? Alice asked. I grew up in the mines. I have an excellent sense of direction underground. With the curve in the tunnel and the slope, I say 200 more meters. Carl replied. The echo and the sound of something banging became audible to everyone over the next 100 meters. Then the faint blue bioluminescence lit up the mouth of the tunnel as it reached the cave. Carl dropped to the ground and crawled to the last corner, with Ray hovering above him. The tunnel opened 15 meters up the wall of a massive cavern, complete with its own biome full of fungi, grasses, and some sort of bipedal creature. Carl focused on them and did his best to get perfect details. They looked like elves, but with ashy black skin, white hair, and glowing violet eyes. They had a whole city down there, made of the black stones of the cavern, and on the far side from where the tunnel ended, there was a massive glowing portal 20 meters tall. Carl went back and relayed the information to the others, who were even more concerned than he was. They sounded like elves, and the species was known to be temperamental at the best of times. But if they were some sort of mutated monster version of the elves, like the red goblins were to regular goblins, they could be in real trouble. Their group certainly wouldn't be able to take on a whole village, and they didn't want to leave that portal behind. So what do we do? Is there a chance we can sneak through the less populated areas? Carl asked. They are elves, they will know right away if someone touches their plants. I doubt it will be possible to sneak past them. Lotus sighed. Then what do we do? Alice sighed, looking toward the end of the tunnel. If that really was a dungeon portal. She wanted to go in. Carl considered the options for a moment. I think that we might have missed a side tunnel. Do you remember how the other one was hidden? There might have been another like it. The city down there has dozens of tunnels leading out into the mountain, so what are the odds that the one that leads outside doesn't have a single branch? Alice smiled as she considered the options. Well, it's worth checking before we try sneaking to another tunnel and hoping that it heads in the direction that we want. The closest tunnel was only 50 meters away, but at ground level, and it had fairly regular traffic through it. That clearly wasn't an optimal choice. But there was one about 70 meters to their left. That one was halfway up the wall and also looked abandoned. It was also slightly lower, so he could have Ray make them a zip line and everyone could slide over. Prince Corbin looked back down the tunnel. Let's check all the walls back to the last room. If that doesn't show us any missed branches, we will try for another tunnel. I know Daryl and Muffin don't really understand how valuable that portal is, but we absolutely need to find our way to it. Rose bristled at being called Muffin, but she fell into her position in the middle of the pack as Carl led them back up the tunnel, using his swords to check both walls for anything that wasn't as solid as it looked. But after only a dozen paces, he paused. The tunnel isn't the same, we're headed down again, he informed the others. It took them a moment to realize what was wrong with that statement. They had been on a steep decline all the way to the chamber, so they should be climbing back up the ramp now, but according to Carl, they weren't. Corbin cast some sort of elementary spell, and a handful of marbles appeared in his hand. He scattered them on the floor, some in front, some behind the group, and they all rolled away. Both sides are downhill, we're definitely in an illusion or the tunnel was changed. He agreed. Carl closed his eyes and whistled softly, letting Ray's echolocation tell him what was around them. This way, behind us is still the chamber, but the real upward tunnel is on our left. In front of us is solid rock. Everyone hold hands and follow me for a few steps, he instructed. That sounded a bit foolish to the others, but they followed the instruction. And when Carl got 4 steps through what had looked and felt like solid rock, they were in a new tunnel. He took a few more steps, then pulled everyone to them and called Ray to her space, then brought her back out again. She couldn't close her eyes. so she was unable to get past the illusion on her own, even though she could clearly tell that what she was seeing was not right. Once they were all in the new tunnel, Carl took out a strip of cloth from his bag, intended to be a bandana or dust mask, but it would do as a blindfold. He needed a bit of eyesight to use thermal vision, and the folded-over cloth made a hazy, but not completely impenetrable view, though he couldn't see anything in the dark with normal vision. All right, illusion-resistant eyewear engaged. I will lead us forward. Just warn me if there is anything strange going on with my actions, so that we don't get separated, he informed the group. There was a short pause, and Carl turned back to the group, only to find them staring straight ahead. There wasn't anything there by his vision, though. "Ray, what are they looking at?" he asked. "No clue, they all look pretty freaked out, though. Maybe swat at the air with your sword or something," she suggested. Carl did, and everyone started moving again, looking around as if expecting to be ambushed. "I'm pretty sure we're still in the illusion. I didn't see what you do. And when I waved my sword around, you all came back to me," Carl explained. "If it even got Corbin in its trap, perhaps we should find another alternate way," Larry suggested. "It does seem as if they put in significant effort to trap this tunnel, doesn't it?" Carl agreed. "And there are elves in the tunnel behind us, I can hear them," Ray added. "Going back is no longer an option. There is someone in the tunnel we came from. Stay close and ignore anything that you see. Close your eyes and hold on to someone's clothes if you have to. Just keep following me," Carl ordered. He led the group down through a set of winding corridors until he sensed a door on the left. Then he pulled everyone inside and closed the door behind them. They were in another of the brazier rooms, and everyone was giving him strange looks. "Sorry, the elves were catching up to us, and this was the first door I found," he whispered, motioning for silence. But they continued to wait, and nothing happened. There was no magical writing, and the sound of running footsteps and swearing in the corridors faded after a few minutes. Then it returned, as the patrol retraced their steps. But they didn't stop outside the door, and just kept moving back toward the tunnel mouth that Carl's group had stopped near. "What do we do now? There's no second exit from this room, and there's a whole city of them out there," Dana asked. Prince Corbin sighed, then smiled. "I have either the dumbest or most brilliant idea ever. When the guards passed by the second time, I managed to record them for my disguise spell. I can disguise everyone as the patrol, and we can just walk through to our goal." Alice chuckled. "Definitely one of the dumbest. How are we supposed to get back out once they notice? We've gone through the portal. You know they will have it under security, and the disguise spell doesn't last long, so we won't be able to spend time scouting, even if we spoke their language. How about we use the disguise spell to look for a way out? At the least, they wouldn't attack on sight if they mistook us for guards," Larry offered. Corbin raised his hand, and suddenly, everyone looked like the dark-skinned elven guards. They were all the same height, with the same hairstyles as they had before, but it was at least enough to get them through a cursory examination. "All right, let's go see if we can find a way to the portal," the royal-ranked mage instructed. Carl sent Ray back to her space to help with the disguise, and opened the door, only to find that they were no longer in a hallway, but a large courtyard in the middle of a fantastic city. His first instinct was to close his eyes and let echolocation tell him the truth, but when he did, it still seemed to be real. He turned back to the group. "What do you think the chances are that we stepped into a trial and didn't notice? We didn't get a notification in here. But what if that was because I was leading us blind through the illusions when we entered?" Prince Corbin stepped up beside him and looked out at the city, which was made up of twisted black spires, with a bright blue sky overhead and alien-looking plants growing everywhere. "Well, we aren't in the underground city, that's for certain. Let me check with a locating spell," he whispered, in case something nearby could hear them. He cast the spell and shook his head. "We're definitely inside a trial, either that or we're more than 1,000 kilometers from where we were yesterday. I can't locate any of our other clansmen. And there is nothing coming in over the radio." Alice took a device out of her pack and nodded. "We're not in contact with any government signals. I would say that we're almost certainly inside a trial of some sort. What does the outside of the building we're in look like?" Carl stuck his head out and found that the door was black oak on the outside, and they were in one of the many black spires. "The same as the ones you can see across the road. We're on the main floor of a spire," Carl explained. Alice nodded. which means if we live, this entry point will probably vanish. We will have to complete whatever sort of trial we're in before we can exit. This sort of situation matches with the reports that we got from other elites, but they reported losing huge amounts of time while they were in strange trials, or simply didn't remember anything. Great, so is there any way to see what sort of mission we're on? Larry asked. There was one sure way to tell. One ongoing quest: find and enter the dungeon portal. Conditions: survival. Carl looked at the simple listing from the system and frowned. Find and enter the portal without dying. Yeah, that was basically what they were trying to do anyhow. There wasn't much of a reason to issue them a quest for it. Unless they had been in one all along and misunderstood, thinking that they had exited. If they had entered a trial when they left the last room, or worse, hadn't left the first one that they had entered at all, and was simply moving around areas of it, their entire experience could be an illusion. Carl looked outside, using every form of vision that he could. Found that the only people around were a scattering of the dark-skinned elves. I can still sense the portal, even if the city changed, Ray informed him from her space. Ray says the portal is still nearby. Should we get a move on and see if we can make it there? I don't know what happened to the city, but I believe we're in a trial and it's still the goal, Carl whispered. There were some shared looks of concern, but after a moment, both Alice and Corbin motioned for him to lead the way out of the room and through the city toward where he thought that the portal should be. Their disguises weren't perfect, but they blended in well with the locals, who had a very eclectic fashion sense, with the only rule seeming to be that it must be black clothing with white hair. They didn't speak as they moved through the city streets, headed for the center of town, where everyone could soon see the glow of the immense portal. There were more people moving their way by the minute, as if there were some type of big event going on, and Lotus was getting excited. I speak Elvish, and while their accent is archaic and harsh, I can hear them saying that the portal is open. That must mean they're going to let people through. She whispered. Alice laughed softly. If we can just walk through the portal, I am throwing a party when we get back. How well do you think you can emulate the accent? Well enough to get us in, trust me, Lotus replied as she came to walk beside Carl at the front of the group. They just followed the flow of people to the portal, hoping that the disguise spell held and wasn't seen through. Everyone in town was going the same way, toward the man in the black and white patterned robe that was shouting something in ancient Elvish. He says they are an outreach program. They are looking for volunteers who are willing to risk their lives to prove that they have what it takes to be the champion of the dungeon. I don't know what that means, but I'm going with it. Before anyone could speak, Lotus threw her hands in the air and waved at the man in the black and white robes. He smiled and pointed at her, while the elves all looked stunned that someone was volunteering without asking for any more details. Lotus made a gesture that they were all together in a group, and the man motioned them up onto the platform where the dungeon portal was. Only 9 you, the options are 5 or 10. The man asked Lotus in Elven. This will be good enough for the 10-person challenge. Have faith, she replied. The man in the odd cleric robes, black on the left, white on the right, smiled and patted her on the head, then gestured to the portal for them to enter. The first volunteers for the new dungeon are now entering. May the blessings of the ancients be upon them, the man announced as they walked inside, and Lotus almost stopped to ask him questions, but didn't want to give herself away with her foreign accent. Lotus and Carl led the group through, and they stepped into a strange swamp with crystalline trees, and groups of snake monsters with vaguely humanoid torsos. Naga, Lotus announced in awe. Are they powerful? Carl asked. They can be. They're semi-intelligent, brutal, and they use magic. Hawk looked out over the surroundings from his space and gave a squawk of pure hatred in Carl's mind. Evil, they're pure evil. Nothing but swamps and water magic. This place should not be allowed to exist. After his close call with the Yeti clans, Hawk's hatred for water magic seemed to have gotten more intense. But as Carl looked out over the swamps, he saw potential. There were leaders at the commander and high commander ranks, countless awakened drones and ascended warriors, as well as lesser subspecies that Carl believed were common grade and may or may not pose a threat. Lotus was the only one of them that knew much about the species, and she hadn't mentioned the others, so Carl assumed that they were most likely common grade creatures, though he could see them using simple water magic, so they weren't completely harmless. The scaled, almost human-shaped upper bodies of the Naga were throwing Carl's sense of scale off. Most of them only had 2 arms, but some had 4. And they all had fully reptilian heads, like a cobra's, with the widened hood. Only theirs didn't only flare as a threat, it was held wide all the time, either on purpose or by evolution. They came in a huge variety of sizes, from torsos the size of a child to as large as that of an ogre. The Naga also wore some clothing and jewelry while carrying weapons as needed, which convinced everyone in the group that they were indeed an advanced species. Carl didn't want to send Hawk up and draw the entire area toward them, but from the entrance they could see quite a bit of the village. Carl focused on the quest status again, now that they were inside, and found that it had updated. Clear the Naga dungeon and eliminate the Naga King. That would definitely have to be done in order, but there was something strange about this place, other than the fact that it was full of Naga, or that it shouldn't exist in the location where they found it, or the weather in the swamp. Dana was the first to put it together. "They can clearly see us standing here. Why haven't they attacked?" she asked. Corbin smiled at her. "It's a unique feature of the dungeons. I've been in a few before. As long as none of your group leave the starting platform, nothing will attack. Once we move forward, they will engage as usual, and we will have to remain out of sight of patrols and other groups, while preventing them from calling for assistance." "See, this place is evil," Hawk reminded Carl. "Actually, I have a great idea. Why don't you stay on the shoulder of one of the mages, which will keep you away from the fighting, and then you can throw fireballs at all the water magic users without attracting too many," Carl suggested. "Oh, that's good. I will stay with the Dana mage. If I stand on her head, I will be the same height as everyone else. Maybe just on her shoulder. Your claws are sharp and she's not wearing a helmet." Hawk agreed to compromise and went to stand on her backpack to look over her head. Carl called Ray and Thor out, and the group prepared to move forward to where the first group of Naga were waiting for them. As Corbin had said, the moment that they stepped off the platform, the Naga took action, shifting into an attack formation and preparing to engage the group. The creatures didn't seem to know what they should do with the presence of a lightning Sarrow. If snake faces could look confused. That was the vibe that Carl was getting from them as Thor charged. Then horror as they realized that he didn't have to spear them with his horns to cause damage. The Naga twisted in between the large upper horns on Thor's head, but the Sarrow just violently shook his head back and forth, whipping the unfortunate warrior from side to side and leaving it unconscious on the ground. The others tried to restrain Thor to rescue their teammate, but they were only awakened rank fighters, and a pair of fireballs from Hawk took them out before they could even get close. Corbin nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone stay close and try not to make any noise. We will grab the groups one at a time. There are no non-combatants in a dungeon trial. They're all here to fight, and the normal standard is to eliminate them all and see what sort of rewards you get. It can be quite extensive, but these instances are rare." Carl touched the first body, intending to roll the creature over to check if it had anything decent. But as soon as he touched it, the body vanished, and a small stack of coins was left on the ground. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. "Oh, it's one of those dungeons. This will be spectacular. Touch every monster that we kill and try not to kill any of them out of reach. It will give us loot as we go, and we can split it how we want. The reward could be money, items, clothing, nearly anything. I've even heard of them turning into food. So don't miss any. The item is usually based on the power of the monster," Corbin informed them. Dana whistled softly as she followed the prince's instructions and held up a blue coral ring. Hawk grumbled in discontent, and Carl was almost certain that it was a water elemental buff. "Does anyone know how to identify these?" Dana asked. Tessa held out her hand, and a golden glow surrounded the ring for a moment before the cleric looked startled. "It's a common grade ring of pure water, like the spell that we use to make water with meals, but anyone wearing it can use it if they have the mana," she explained, then handed it back to Dana. It wasn't like the cleric needed it. Dana took off her glove and slid it on her finger, then replaced the glove as the spell swords gave her envious looks. "It's just the first fight and a common grade item. Just wait, we're bound to get all sorts of good things out of here with the variety of classes in our group," Prince Corbin promised. He threw a spell at a nearby group of Naga, killing one instantly and making the others run toward them. It was brilliant, and almost as if some of the intelligence of the monsters had been removed to make them respond in a predictably aggressive manner, even when they should have been smart enough to just run when someone was instantly decapitated. The Spellblades and Carl were on the group the next second, cutting them down, then tapping the corpses to see what happened. More coins, and a pair of black leather gloves that certainly weren't anything the Naga had been wearing were the results, leaving everyone impressed by the level of magic that it must have taken to create something like this. I believe that these dungeons are a creation of the world dragon, a form of divine magic. The risks might be immense, as the enemy groups will contain opponents that can challenge Corbin because he's with us. But the rewards should be similarly great, as the world dragon took care of the people. Tessa informed the group in a serious tone that reminded them she was a cleric first and knew all the essentials of church doctrine. Step back into the long grass, Lotus warned quietly, sending everyone scurrying for cover. Fortunately, there were no bodies left to give them away because there was a patrol of larger, 4-armed Naga coming. And by Carl's guess, there were 4 commanders and either a high commander or prince-ranked leader. Corbin gestured that he would take the leader with Alice's golem as his guard, which left Carl and Thor to hold off the others while the ambush worked its magic. Of course, Larry and Alice were going to have to help with the leader, but with Ray and her golems on the team, they weren't completely outmatched by the other 4 guards. The Naga was scaly, but not hard scaly like Thor. They were supple and flexible, meaning hard to hit as they avoided Carl's strikes. These guards also had a water barrier around them that had enraged Hawk, who was furiously hurling fireballs at them as his flaming body surrounded both him and Dana. Carl didn't think that Hawk had even realized he could. With that, he was too focused on eliminating the water magic from existence, working through his trauma one charred corpse at a time. At this point, even Ray felt bad for the angry bird, and did her best to let him get the last hit on a failing shield, before having her golems ambush from behind to take out the targets. The golems were also subtly different than he remembered, Carl noticed. They had plates of black metal armor on their torsos and encasing their already dangerous forelimbs like blades. That had to be Dana's golem armor type ability. Durable constructs, he believed it was called. Combined with the lightning, it was incredibly effective. The Naga were being decimated by the 2 golems. The agile warriors that Carl had such a hard time hitting were no match for the 8-legged golems, and Carl wondered if he should invest in haste when he had enough skill points. For Commander Rank Ray, that would be 40% more speed, and that should nearly eliminate the chance that the Naga would be able to dodge them. It might not be the optimal choice, but it probably wouldn't be the wrong choice either. He would get more points as he adventured. Now that he had a taste of it, Carl fully intended to keep going. Bob Mackenzie had the right idea. It was better to be free out here than under someone's supervision. But unlike Bob, Carl was happy to have a reliable group with him. Carl kept the warriors occupied while the spider golems went for their backs, and the 2 awakened rank spellswords hesitated. They couldn't take one of those hits like Carl could, though Carl was parrying the majority of the flurry of attacks while the beasts took care of business. Dana's golems did their best every time they were resummoned after taking enough damage to have their combat ability reduced. The 2 boys didn't dare approach and risk a misstep that would mean instant death. Tessa couldn't even hold out against the Naga patrol and had been forced to retreat from Thor's back. The Spellblades had a commander rank barrier over them, courtesy of Alice, but that wouldn't last long against opponents with blades in all 4 hands and magic on their side. The mages did throw some spells, but awakened rank magic against commander rank beasts didn't do much. The leader of the patrol fell just before the last of the patrol team, and Carl took a moment to tap the commander rank corpses. "Oh, there are more leather gloves. Tessa, what are those good for?" he asked, tossing them to the cleric. "Awakened rank gloves of watery death. Enhanced water magic damage," she replied, then carefully patted Hawk's flaming head as he glared at the item. "They're just gloves, they don't make their own water magic. Relax," she consoled him. Hawk was feeling better after killing a bunch of water magic users, but Tessa was pretty good at preening his head, so he kept up the act just a little longer. Carl suspected that he was learning bad habits from the others. "This is pretty good stuff," Dana noted as they prepared to move forward. Corbin shook his head. "That's the dungeon equivalent of trash. its 2 full ranks below the monsters that dropped them. When these were originally made, the system users who fought in them would have had full sets of gear at their own rank, and they would be looking for rare items and specific benefits. Times were different then, and everyone was so much more powerful. After clearing 3 more groups without gaining anything but a water orb, which was a basic magical crafting resource, and some coins, the path led them to a large open area where a massive 4-armed Naga was standing. It was wearing strings of bones and shells, and it carried a staff with a glowing blue crystal in one hand, with trinkets in the others. Some sort of shaman, Carl decided. It was also at the commander rank, and the lower-ranked members of the team side. They would be basically sidelined again, and the best rewards would predictably go to the strongest among them. All right, we know how to fight together. Dana, keep your golems back to protect the others, just in case. Prince Corbin announced as he activated a spell that let him leap into battle with a single stride. Carl and the beasts were a step behind him. Hawk had moved to stand on Thor's back so he was closer to the action, and so he didn't draw attention to Dana. Ray was blended into the lichen-covered crystalline plants around the platform, encircling behind the shaman when the first strike landed, and the enormous Naga leader activated a spell that called out a dozen ethereal Naga spirits. Carl swiped at one, and it dissipated when it was cleaved in half. Dana, you guys are on the spirits, they're awakened rank. He called as he sent a shred toward the shaman. The Naga shaman was hopelessly outmatched. Carl thought as he moved to surround the creature, letting Corbin take the front. While he and Thor took opposite sides, it was 6 commander-rank attackers, including the golems, and 1 royal-rank mage against a single commander-rank shaman, but the creature didn't seem as concerned as Carl thought it should. Instead, it surrounded itself with a vortex of water, forcing Carl and the beasts back, then created water tornadoes that moved erratically around the platform. Hawk saw that the attacks were only about 6 meters tall, so he took off from Thor's back and began to bombard the shaman inside, while the others hurled spells at its protective barrier while dodging the swirling water attacks. The entire battle was chaos, with everyone running around, attacking the spirits when they got in the way, as the 3 awakened rank members couldn't control them all and doing their best to land a hit on the shaman. The spell would fluctuate with every attack from Corbin, but it wasn't falling, and Carl was unable to tell how effective Hawk's fireball attacks were. Darryl failed to notice an attack and was hurled most of the way across the platform before catching himself on one of Thor's horns to prevent being thrown down the cliff on the far side. He wasn't seriously injured, but he was now surrounded by a water barrier that was slowing his actions and threatened to leave him in the path of more vortexes. Then one of Carl's strikes managed to cut a notch in the protective spell, leaving the Naga momentarily visible. The next attacks by Corbin and Alice did the same, and they were back in the fight as the barrier fell. The spider golems were on the back of the shaman the second. The barrier fell, and Carl noticed that there was still a faint water barrier over the Naga, which had been whittled away by Hawk's dedicated efforts. Having to go through those 2 barriers one after another would have sucked, and Hawk had saved them a lot of headache, with the shaman now hurling offensive spells at them, both water and ice magic types. It was definitely commander rank in maximum power, but it didn't seem to run out of mana, and it just wouldn't die. Over the course of the next minute, the shaman was hit dozens of times while its barrier was down, and while it was bleeding heavily. It was still fighting. They were doing damage, that was clear, and it wasn't healing unnaturally quickly, but it just wouldn't die. It was beginning to slow down, and the spells were coming more infrequently, but Carl got the feeling that this was not the end, but the build-up to a larger attack. So, when the creature's mana surged, his first instinct was to order everyone back. Big attack coming, he called, unsure what it would look like. The mana build-up turned into a surge of water, first spiking out, then rotating around the room in curved waves. Carl began to move, avoiding the waves, which were pulling away from the Naga shaman as they traveled. He could see everyone going in, but Hawk and Ray were both thinking the same thing. Get clear of the waves, then back away. It's a trap, Carl called as the Naga sent out a shotgun blast of ice pellets around itself. Carl tanked it with flame body, while Alice and the other commanders absorbed it with their shields. The awakened rank fighters hit the ground to get under the attack, while Ray used her golems as a shield, and Thor turned his head down so it didn't hit his eyes. Then the spider golems were on the shaman's back again, and Carl drove his blade deep into the creature's belly as Corbin leapt over him to go for the creature's throat. The Naga shaman fell into a slumped pile of coiled body, with its arms toward Corbin in one last desperate attempt to grab and strangle him. Well, that went as well as expected. Are there any injuries? Carl asked as he realized the monster was truly dead and wasn't reacting to the golems continuing to stab it. Ray eventually called them off, and Corbin tapped the body, making it vanish, and a small pile of items appear on the floor. Tessa stepped up to cast her identification magic, but there was one item that caught Carl's attention. It was a small crystal, unassuming among the dozens of other small gems, but it was one of the items Ray needed to make a concoction with the moss and crystals she had gotten earlier in the goblin cave. There were multiple piles of cloth, a staff with a blue orb that looked like the one that the shaman had been using, and an assortment of coins and gems. Alice picked up the staff and frowned at it. "That's odd, I can't use it. I can use water magic, though," she muttered. Then she handed it to Dana, who also frowned and shook her head. She passed it to Lotus, whose eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, this is pretty good, I like this stick," she announced. Once she realized that everyone was waiting for a description, she continued. "It lets me use the shaman's signature water vortex spell, the wandering tornado things." The other items were all ascended rank cloth armor, but the fashion wasn't bad, and the enchantments on them were strong, so they were split between Dana and Rose, who were the only ones who suited the fashion. It seemed that either because it was a female shaman, or the Naga didn't have legs, the armor was created with a long skirt. When they put the armor, which was a significant status improvement over what they were wearing, which was mostly common and awakened grade cloth, which was all that the mage class could wear, Carl couldn't help but do a double take. The Naga style was somewhat modest and elegant, with full flared sleeves, but covered in gold and jewels for decoration, and the robes gave them both a regal look that made them seem more like fashionable debutantes and less like students on a mission. Rose's was shorter, and slid up one side for mobility with matching cloth pants, while Dana's hung well past her knees, but was folded in the front of the skirt like a kimono, so it would expand as her legs moved. "Wait, there's more." Corbin laughed as he held up one last piece of cloth. Dana laughed as she saw it, but Carl didn't realize right away what it was. An ancient-style cloth chest binding, the precursor to the modern sports bra, and it was enchanted. Corbin was holding it out to Rose, so it must be good for her stats, but Tessa was snickering. The spell sword put it on, hanging the cloth over her neck to let the item equip if it was able. And her chest went as flat as a board. The chest binding of smooth movement. Now, isn't that better than having to wear an uncomfortable binding and having your chest in the way of your swing? Corbin teased. "Daryl has bigger breasts than I do in this thing. Do you have any idea what that will do to my fragile pride? If it didn't add melee range attack damage, I would trade with you. You're getting a bit spare in your old age, you could use it as much as I can," Rose retorted. Carl walked over and picked up the ice core for Ray, and quickly assembled the ingredients needed into a bowl, being careful not to mess up her art exhibit on the floor when he stole the moss and crystals. It could be used by her, Hawk, and Carl, with the chance to grant them a new skill of paralytic strikes, which Carl was eager to find out about. As the three ingredients settled into the bowl, they quickly turned to a paste, dissolving the moss and the crystals on contact. So, Carl split it into 3 portions. Each was a large vial, so it should be enough, he hoped. "We will take a break here and regain some stamina and mana. I suggest eating some trail mix and getting a drink while we have time," Alice announced once everything from the last fight had been distributed. They were going to need the rest after that strangely durable shaman. Once everyone sat down to rest, the 3 beasts returned to their spaces, where they would recover the fastest. Carl began to meditate, recovering his energy and mental focus, though his stamina had been recovered by the refreshing lightning. Hawk and Ray both immediately downed their potions, before Hawk began to splutter and curse in Carl's mind as the cold liquid reached his stomach. "You fed me ice element," he complained. "It has a chance to teach you paralyzing strikes," Carl explained, hoping to mollify the angry bird. The mixture did seem to have some effect on him, and Hawk's claws became a bit more crystalline and his body a bit more powerful. But it seemed he didn't gain any skills from it. Ray didn't complain about the potion. It had the comforting feeling of natural darkness, but she also didn't gain the skill. Carl considered giving her the last dose, but it did say that it was good for him as well, and there was a chance they could get more of the ice cores now that they knew what it looked like. They might even get another in this dungeon, as it was an ascended rank ingredient. So he downed the potion, and felt the cold flow through his veins, and then merge with the refreshing lightning that he had gained from Thor. New skill gained, stun. That wasn't what the identification skill said, but he would take it. A stunning strike was something that the group lacked, and as he was the one who knew it, he could use skill book to record it and earn himself some brownie points later when he had gotten himself in trouble and needed a way out. It would also change his combat tactics. Stun was a melee range skill, which wasn't a big deal, but if he led with it, then switched targets, the spider golems could ambush the helpless target. He didn't know how long it would last, or how well creatures would resist it. But even a few seconds under their not-so-gentle ministrations was enough for the spider golems to take out most targets. After a few minutes' rest, Alice and Corbin prepared to move out again. They would be leading the group to attract the groups of Naga with their longer-ranged attacks, but Alice had an extra instruction this time. Let Thor rest for a bit. We're going to need to sneak through a few areas, and it's not going to be easy for him. It's swampland, and while a lightning Sero has no problem moving through that, it's far from a silent process. She explained. All right, he can take an extended rest. I will leave Ray in there as well, but she will call her golems out when we need them. If we're going for stealth, the smaller the group, the better, Carl agreed. After that, all the golems were dismissed until the next fight, and the group began to make their way through the dense foliage of the swamp, following a Naga patrol route, but staying out of sight among the taller plants that grew between the crystalline trees. The next group was standing in a clearing beside the road, and Carl checked in with Ray to be sure that she knew what the plan was. She was safely hid in her space, away from the swamp water, but Hawk came out to use Dana as a mobile fire platform. She would be well away from the actual combat, and her backpack put him at just the right height to see over her head. Corbin nodded, and the fighters spread out to ambush the enemies, 1 commander-rank spellcaster and 4 awakened warriors. On his signal, Carl charged into combat, leaping silently out of the water and hitting the spellcaster with stun before it could even react. There was no visible effect, but it wasn't moving at all, even as Alice's wind blades and Corbin's enchanted sword sliced it apart. The spider golems went straight for the warriors when Ray summoned them out, and the entire group was eliminated without a sound. That was how the next hour worth of fights went. A quick ambush from the swamp, and then loot the bodies and retreat out of sight before the patrols noticed and raised an alarm. Then they found themselves at a crossroads. There were 2 patrols, both coming their way, and another platform with another oversized Naga. We will split. The patrol on the right is all awakened with an ascended leader, so Daryl, Rose, and Dana, you're on that with Thor. The other is a commander with ascended members. So the rest of us will focus on that until Thor returns. Once those are done, we will deal with the oversized Naga. I don't see any other Naga in the area, so this might be the end of the dungeon. Some of the dungeons are massive, others are small like this, Corbin explained. Carl nodded. Make the call, and I will charge 1 group with the spider golems while Thor goes for the others. Wait just a little, we want them all to be within range of the clerics. It will be 2 fights, but I don't want to split the group completely, he replied. Prince Corbin was a careful strategist. Carl could tell that his caution was beginning to annoy Alice at some points. But she agreed on this one. Sending the lower ranks too far away could put them in danger if there was some ambush that they had missed. Corbin counted down from 5 on his fingers, and Carl called Thor out in front of the second group as he launched his attack. The commander in the patrol didn't seem too surprised to see him coming, but when the spider golems suddenly appeared at his shoulders as Ray left her space, it was certainly caught unaware and reeled back, coiling its long body underneath itself for balance. Not far enough, as Carl didn't care if his first strike was to a vital area. Stun hit the lower body of the commander, and it went lethargic for a moment, just long enough for the spider golems and Ray to swarm it. The commander had 4 arms, but the upper 2 were quickly immobilized as the golems stabbed at them, and used their multiple limbs to pull them back at an awkward angle. Ray was more practical, and went for the long tail, slicing it as many times as she could with lacerate to make the creature bleed profusely. It was still trying to parry Carl's blade with its lower arms. Carl mentally calculated that stun was only of limited effect on creatures above his rank, slowing them, but not completely immobilizing them unless he got a solid hit. He had expected the other patrol members to be coming for him by now, but they were occupied with Alice's golem and Prince Corbin's blade. Carl briefly wondered where Hawk was in all this, and then recalled that he was perched on Dana's backpack and not given explicit orders, so he was probably still there. That should be more than enough damage to deal with the second patrol. Carl didn't push for more attacks. He only kept the commander busy as Ray and her golems tore it to shreds, letting it collapse into Carl's arms and vanish into a pile of gems and a chain mail armor piece. The awakened team had no problems with their group, and they were only seconds behind on the kills. That probably meant that Hawk was slacking, as there was only one ascended member with the patrol, but there were no injuries, so all was well that ended well. Everyone turned to where the oversized Naga was standing on the platform. There were tents around the perimeter, which suggested it might not be alone, but their fight hadn't attracted any of them. And only the one was out in the open. "Do we have a plan? Those tents are making me nervous," Tessa noted as they checked the loot. She had just identified the armor from the commander, and she was looking at the chain mail coat in appreciation. "It reduces casting cost by 15% while wielding a shield. It's perfect," she noted. "Very nice. I don't think that any of us will begrudge you," Carl replied. "Even when it's a commander rank armor piece?" Tessa asked, looking around the group. Prince Corbin chuckled. "You're the only one of us that even owns a shield." She had gotten it yesterday, but he had a point. None of the others had a shield or any intention to use one. "All right, up-armored cleric it is." Carl smiled at her enthusiasm. "That's probably for the best if you're going to keep riding." Thor into combat. Prince Corbin moved forward to scout the area around. The final oversized Naga in the dungeon. This was likely to be the hardest fight of all, and it was almost certainly designed for 10 fighters of equal power. But none of them really knew what quality of fighters the black and white robed man at the dungeon entrance meant. The fact that they didn't recognize those robes or the god that they belonged to concerned Tessa, as they looked like a cleric's robes, but in the middle of a city full of potential enemies, they weren't going to start asking questions. Corbin returned to the group and made a quick diagram in the dirt. There is a Naga of some sort, oversized like the last one and at a similar power level. The tents around the Naga boss are empty, but I suspect that won't be the case once we attack. Either there will be Naga summoned into them, or portals will open to bring in assistance. The outfits make the oversized Naga look like a royal, and this one seems to have male anatomy, a more muscular upper body, wide pecs instead of rounded breast analogs. So, I would call it a Naga King. I don't know what it will do once we're in combat, but there are weapons all over the platform. Carl nodded along as he took in the information. "So, it sounds like it's a melee combat type of opponent. Avoidance will be key in taking it down. With 4 arms, it will be able to fight like multiple opponents, and the tail is likely to be dangerous as well. That shouldn't be anything that we can't deal with if it's near the same level as the last one, but the issue will be when more Naga show up. We should try turning it around so that the mages and less armored combatants can stand near the stairs, away from the tents." Alice drew a mark on the diagram. "If we're here, it should be good, provided that the Naga King can be turned around. We just need to worry about the reinforcements coming down the road instead of from the tents. But will the 2 of you be all right at the far side?" "3 of us. I will take Thor with me and Corbin. That should be enough to keep it facing us, I hope. If the reinforcements come from behind you, withdraw your golems to hold them off," Carl suggested. Corbin smiled. "Good planning skills. I hope that your skills match up to your confidence." Carl chuckled as he looked at his skill points. He had enough for another upgrade, so if things got really bad, he would grant himself another skill to make up for what he was lacking. Alice looked toward the sky. "We should send Hawk up to scout the area and make certain that we didn't miss anything. Now that we're almost out of enemies, it should be safe enough." Carl motioned for him to comply, and Hawk took off, circling the swamp searching for opponents. "Nothing, just that big one," he confirmed. "Stay up high and you can join the fight after we get him turned," Carl replied. Hawk says we're good. Carl and Corbin rushed past the king, like they were going to attack its back, and Carl summoned Thor from his space once they were in place, getting the fight started with the king facing away from the ramp. The others joined from the steps, with Ray's golems moving forward to engage from the sides, far enough forward that the king wouldn't have to turn around to look at them. That made it look like a 5-on-1 from its point of view, until the mages and lower-rank spellswords began their ranged bombardment. The wounds stacked up at an insane rate, as Corbin focused all his energy on parrying all 4 swords and keeping the king from landing a single strike. It was becoming a lopsided battle, and Hawk's fireballs were searing away scales all over the creature's body. As they had expected, the king eventually cast a barrier over itself and let out a battle cry that made dozens of Naga appear on the path toward the platform and from the tents. The spider golems turned to face the ones from the nearest tents, while Carl dealt with the few that were behind them. The mages would be engaged for a while, but between Ray and the spider golems, the Naga warriors who were summoned weren't a major threat. It was the steady stream of enemies coming up the ramps that was the real issue. At the moment, Corbin was stuck on defense, so the only ones landing any hits on the boss was Ray, while Thor and Carl dealt with the additional fighters. Lacerate was doing its job, and the floor was covered in Naga blood. But the boss wasn't showing many signs of weakening as it threw down its small swords and grabbed 2 larger ones from the ground, holding each in 2 hands from the same side of its body. Even Corbin couldn't properly parry those with the brute strength of the much larger Naga king, and Carl was forced to roll out of the way of a downward slash. The moment that the last of the warriors from the tents fell, the tents were blown back by a wave of water magic as a spectral version of the shaman boss joined the fight. "Take this, evil water snakes," Hawk called happily as he dived. It took Carl a second to realize what he meant. There were what appeared to be Naga eggs in one of the tent sites, and Hawk was going for them. "No," Carl called out an instant too late, as Hawk tossed his prized snack into the mental space. It landed in the 4th beast space, which immediately filled with the strange swamps and long grasses of the dungeon, while the eggs sunk into the mud and waters. "My snack," Hawk wailed as he realized what had happened. "Get your brain back in the fight. We're not done yet," Carl reminded him. He would remove the egg later, and the space should reset. Or at least he hoped that would work. He managed to take Thor and Ray's eggs back out after putting them in the space. But now the ghostly shaman was building up to their wave attack, as the spectral form entwined itself in a defensive formation with the king. Carl launched himself forward, narrowly avoiding an incoming strike from the king, and hit the shaman with a stun attack. The building attack stopped, and the mages unleashed a wave of attacks on it, accompanied by Hawk's frustrated fireballs. With its major attack interrupted, the specter needed time to recover. This form was far weaker than its original body had been. It was already beginning to become incorporeal under the weight of attacks that the spider golems was sending its way. The king slammed the ground with its blades, sending an earthquake in all directions as the specter was eliminated by the concerted efforts of the group. Carl jumped, and Thor counterattacked with his own earthquake to keep himself stable, but the others were thrown to the ground as the king was surrounded by a red barrier. It was going berserk, and its attacks were increasing in speed, shattering the barriers over Corbin, who was on one knee. Carl attacked from the other side to draw its attention while the spellblade recovered, but even his magically enhanced strength and large blade were no match for the enraged boss, and he was tossed to the ground on the 3rd strike. He threw himself to the side to dodge and continued his defense, keeping the king facing away from the mages, who were slower to recover and who had taken a fair bit of damage from the earthquake. The bleeding was taking its toll on the boss. The red barrier was fading, along with the king's attack power. By the time that it turned back to Corbin, Carl had bought enough time for the spellblade to find an opening, and he drove his blade deep into the creature's chest, where a human's heart would be. Blood flew everywhere, coating Corbin and the platform around him as the boss collapsed, and then the corpse vanished, leaving behind a large golden chest. "Dungeon complete," a haunting voice spoke through the area, leaving everyone relieved and panting for breath as they stared at the chest. "Who do we choose to open it?" Tessa asked as she cast a refresh spell on the group. "I say we let Prince Corbin. If it's going to go by who opens it, he's the best choice. He's the highest ranked, plus he's both a melee fighter and a mage, Carl suggested. Corbin shook his head. They're based on luck. Who here has the most luck or favor of the world dragon? The others pointed at Carl. There was no doubt that it was him. The spell that the high priests had cast had proven it. The high priests had him tested. Lotus explained to the confused spell swords. Carl reached out and touched the chest, which swung open. Rewards are being granted, the same voice announced. Most damage dealt, Ray, bonus award granted. Most healing done, Lotus, bonus award granted. Under level completion, Dana, Daryl, Rose, Remy, bonus granted. Everyone looked around at each other. Whose real name is Remy? Lotus finally asked, confused. Nobody seemed to know, but in Carl's mind, the egg that Hawk had thrown into the fourth space began to tremble and crack. You've got to be kidding me, Carl muttered as the mottled blue egg began to hatch. Send it out. Stupid water snake, Hawk demanded. It's too late, the bonding is complete, and they've gotten an award from the dungeon. Carl informed him. Now he just had to find out exactly what sort of Naga creature he had gained as his fourth companion. Remy is a hatchling in my fourth mental space. Hawk threw an egg from the boss platform in, intending to eat it, Carl explained. Lotus burst into laughter, which only grew in intensity until she was holding her middle and rolling on the ground, tears of mirth running down her face. Hawk picked a Naga as your fourth partner. Oh, that is priceless, she gasped. Hawk hurled a fireball at the laughing cleric, but the refreshing lightning barrier around her stopped it without damage. Sorry, Hawk, but that really is too funny. Lotus finally managed to apologize. They were so distracted by the addition of a team member and Lotus' response that everyone nearly missed when the spider golems began firing spears of wood into the grass. I got a new skill, spear. Look, I can do it with my silk as well. Ray informed them, then sent out a burst of silk shaped like an arrow that impaled a tree just away from the platform. Well, Ray got a new skill as a bonus. What did Lotus get? Alice asked. The nature cleric did her best to stop laughing before Hawk came down to attack her. Person. She cast a spell, and her body was surrounded in water, brushing away all the dirt and wounds from the battle. I got a new healing spell, revitalizing waters, she explained. Then everyone turned their attention to the other three that the voice had named as getting bonuses. They were still in shock and hadn't examined themselves, but to the others it was obvious that they were all freshly ascended rank mages or spell swords. A gentle, slightly terrified voice entered Carl's mind. Evil bird can't get to me here, can he? Remy whispered. No, he can't get to you, that's your space, Carl assured her. Remy, as the dungeon had called her, was a small blue snake with shimmering crystalline scales, a black swirling pattern on her back, and golden belly scales. Her head was hooded like a cobra, similar to the Naga, but she was definitely all snake. Yes, safe, she exclaimed, then cast a minor spell that created 4 tiny water tentacles, which she swung wide in the same motion that a baseball umpire used, and Carl wondered where she had learned that. A baby spirit snake, as Remy appeared to be, wasn't a humanoid creature. They were a magical water snake that existed in the Golden Dragon Nation. Carl was only vaguely familiar with them from his research, but they were a strong commander-rank threat and could grow to 10 meters long. What Lotus knew was that they were considered one of the spiritual beasts, as they were known to develop advanced magic of various sorts, and when they matured after they reached adulthood, they would naturally evolve into one of 3 directions. They would either become Naga warriors, Naga workers, or guardian spirit snakes. The third sort never gained the humanoid features or extra intelligence, and instead focused on growing its reptilian body. Carl focused on the new addition, doing his best to see what he could tell about the team's newest addition. He hadn't been expecting that. She was tiny, but apparently she was born as an ascended rank shaman. The inspection didn't tell him what skills she had, but they would logically be water-related, as she was somehow related to the Naga. A tiny blue spirit snake with black patterns on her back, a pale golden underside, and a wedge-shaped head. Corbin reached into the golden treasure chest and got a confused look on his face. Member reward granted to Corbin, the voice of the dungeon announced. I guess we can't pick what we want from the box. Well, we could likely trade afterwards, I suppose, he commented as he looked at the golden bracers in his hands. They were intricately carved with images of Naga on them, and looked like they should have some sort of worthwhile magic imbued into them. The most powerful stuff was always the coolest looking, in Carl's experience. Thor stuck his snout in the box, trying to see what was there, and came back with a necklace on. Thor gets bling too, that's wild. Lotus laughed as the voice announced that Thor had received his reward. Hawk took his cue from the lightning Saro and came back out of the chest with a large red gem in his mouth. A gem which he promptly ate, causing himself to flare with magic. Come on, Commander, you can do it. He cheered himself on as power surged in his body. Just when Carl thought he was going to fail, flaming body surged with power, and Hawk's eyes flickered to a bright glowing blue that shimmered like a flame. That's a commander rank advancement for Hawk, Carl stated the obvious as the others cheered him on. One after another, the others reached in to grab their rewards and came back out with gear. Ray got a shadowy gem that she also ate, though it didn't propel her through an entire rank. Carl was last up, and Remy appeared on his hand as he reached into the chest. Member reward granted to Carl. Member reward granted to Remy. Hawk screeched in annoyance. She didn't even do anything. She wasn't even born when the fight ended. Carl sighed. Look, you two are going to have to get along. I also know that you ate the other eggs from that nest already, so don't pretend like you lost something precious. He sensed Remy's smug attitude. Hawk had eliminated the competition for her. Now she just had to eliminate the Hawk, and she won. Won what, Carl wasn't certain, but he mentally chastised the baby monster. That means you two, get along with the others. Carl made it an order and felt the two beasts' wills bending under his order as they reluctantly came up with ways to do the bare minimum to comply. Remy now had a spear in two of her 4 water tentacles, while Carl was looking at a simple golden coin. Skill token grants 1 random skill. What is that? It feels like holy magic, Tessa asked. It grants a skill when used, Carl explained. Wow, so like a skill book. What skill? She replied, eager to see what new power Carl would gain. It doesn't say, it says it grants a random skill. Corbin whistled in appreciation. That's quite the find. It could either be the most valuable item you'll ever hold or the most disappointing bonus you'll ever get. I've seen something like that before, and when it says random, it means random, completely random. In that case, should I hold off? Carl asked. I don't think it matters when you use it, Corbin shrugged. The only problem was that Carl didn't know how to use the coin. He only knew what it did. The magic of the coin told him that much. Flip it, Tessa suggested. If it was random, a coin flip made sense, Carl supposed. He looked at the coin, which had the World Dragon logo on both sides, so there were no heads or tails. He just flipped it and caught it, then flipped it onto the back of his hand, the way you always did for a coin toss. Skill gained, silent movement, the dungeon voice announced. Not a bad ability for a scout, Alice congratulated him. Agreed, Tessa informed him with a satisfied nod. Prince Corbin looked around at the group, who had long since reverted to their natural human forms. I should cast the spell on us all once we get to the entrance, then we will have to find a way out of that city and the trial that it was in. We did well here, but there will still be challenges ahead of us, he reminded the others. Carl put all the beasts away in preparation to head out, and Corbin prepared their disguises. Lotus, you're up at the front again. If they have questions, you're the only one likely to understand, Corbin instructed. With a nod from the Spellblade, the group made their way through the dungeon, retracing their steps. They stopped at the entry platform to check their gear and make certain they hadn't dropped anything before stepping through the portal in a group, and directly out onto a snow-covered hillside. They were out of the mountains, near the edge of the abnormally cold anomaly zone, nearly 50 kilometers from where they had started. For a moment, everyone's expressions went blank, while refreshing lightning surged, as if they were under attack, and then they recovered. Alice looked around them. How did we get here? Carl shrugged. When we left the dungeon, this is where it brought us. For a second, the others looked confused. Then realization came to their faces as refreshing lightning fought off whatever status effect was placed on them, and their memories returned. Nice save, Thor, Carl congratulated his partner. I told you I was the healer now, Thor declared, which made Remy giggle. Prince Corbin snapped his fingers. I get it now, that's what happened to the others. They entered an instance, and when they finally escaped it, their memory was wiped. But we were all under the same protective spell when we left the dungeon, and we managed to remember. Larry patted him on the back. Good work, boss. We couldn't have done without you being mauled by a Naga king for 10 straight minutes, but we've got more to celebrate. There is a new commander in the group. Corbin turned to Carl. So there is. As they stood in the snow near the foothills of the mountains, Carl checked his body for obvious changes and immediately noticed the differences. His power had made a notable jump, likely when Hawk advanced, at least 20% from where he was before, and the feeling of his power was slightly different, the same way that Hawk and Ray had changed when they advanced. How can you tell that without a test? Rose asked skeptically. She still viewed Carl with a level of distrust, but it didn't seem personal. She treated all men the same way, just not as obviously as with Carl. He feels like a commander-rank beast. If I wasn't familiar with him, I would think that one of the local monsters had just advanced. Prince Corbin explained. That was what one of the nearby elite groups had thought as well, and they came running into the area, searching for the beast that had just advanced, hoping to catch it while it was still vulnerable during the aftermath, the way that Ray had been when she shed her chitin. Where did you all come from? We were informed that everyone else had evacuated from the mountains. We're just here to prevent the spread of the anomaly monsters. The team leader, a commander-rank warrior, asked. Carl's group was larger than usual, 9 people. And the Spellblade outfit suggested that it was 2 groups mashed together for safety. To the patrol, that meant their information that the region was clear of elites was incorrect, and they needed some answers. You were on a mission in the mountains, dispatch code 025678, Prince Corbin replied. The team leader punched the code into his phone, sending a text message to someone, and promptly got a message back. I see the issue. You've been gone 10 days and were presumed lost when the monsters surged. It's good to have you back, Prince Corbin, the commander replied. Not it, Carl shouted as the man finished speaking. Not what? He asked confused. I'm not taking the blame or doing the paperwork for this one. It's someone else's turn, Carl laughed. There were definitely going to be questions about what they were doing for 10 days, though it only felt like 2 in the minds of the group. I will call for an extraction team. Where will you all be returning to? The commander asked. My team will be going to the Golden Divine Academy, and I believe the others will be going to the capital, Alice announced. That would be a change. Carl hadn't been back to his room in ages, and he could use a nice long rest. They simply waited as the extraction helicopter came to pick them up. Carl knew there would be all sorts of questions when they got back to the academy, like how he made it to commander, how Dana Maid ascended so fast, where all this new gear came from, and what they were going to do with him now. That reminded Carl of the warning that Prince Corbin had given him. Once he was back, he would have to learn to stand up for himself. Even if he was still a student, he was also a commander-rank elite, and theoretically on the same social standing as the professors of the academy, or even Alice. He might not have the usual record and accolades to go with it, but he did hold the rank. Their ride was one lone helicopter, a smaller one, and not one of the larger cargo helicopters that would transport 50 elites at a time to multiple locations. Everyone piled in, and the co-pilot made a motion for them to buckle up. The large sliding doors on the sides were open, so they could attack out of the vehicle if there were flying threats or ranged attacks, but the pilot was keeping fairly close to the treetops. That wasn't normal from what Carl knew. It was safer to be way up in the sky, where attacks from the ground couldn't get to you. This only made sense if you were hiding from a threat in the air. They were unable to hear anything being said over the noise, but the helicopter was headed straight for the academy if his sense of direction was correct. Carl was in the middle seat at the back, so he chose to meditate while they flew, establishing the power level of his newest space and getting to know Remy. So you're a shaman. What sort of skills can you use? Carl asked the tiny spirit snake. Her rich blue scales faded to pale gold along her belly with black swirling patterns on her back, making her look a bit like a python. Though the pattern of the black markings wasn't right for a python and the blue of her scales was more like a gemstone than the camouflage of a common snake monster. I know minor water control and chain lightning and blizzard and healing splash. It's not a big healing spell like the cleric's use, but it closes cuts well, she announced proudly. Hawk was glaring at her from the moment that she said blizzard, but he wasn't trying to break into her space, and he wasn't hurling mental insults at her. At least not anymore. Remy was still hiding under the plants in her space, in case he came for her. But Thor had been sneaking her chunks of meat, and Carl had just realized that he had stolen a corpse from Hawk's space to get it from, as his didn't have any. Remy made sure to dip them all in the water and wrap them in leaves from one of the tall grasses before eating them, like she was making sushi rolls out of meat bits that she chopped with her spear. It was adorable, and it didn't interfere with her mental communication. Thor gave her more plants to see what she liked, and the Naga got very excited. Before folding one of them into a simple leafy crown that she tied with vines, Ray donated some bones to the cause, and the little shaman added them to her crown, then made a necklace of them. Even Hawk, though he pretended that he absolutely hated her, donated a few small but shiny stones to her outfit. "I will get you a proper hat later so that you don't destroy your leaf crown," Carl informed her. The supply room at the school would have something for her that was rank appropriate and would hold up to combat damage. "Thor will give me a lightning barrier, and that will protect it for a while. There are lots of the big leaves. They're growing here." Remy dismissed the concern for her decoration, which would likely fall off her head the moment she came out into the open anyhow. She didn't actually care about the coverage, it was the decoration she was after. She was a spirit snake shaman, not a common monster. She needed pretty things, so everyone knew she was impressive. Once she had filled herself with the meat rolls, Remy promptly passed out on a rock with a large leaf bent over herself, so she couldn't be seen from above. "You scared her," Thor chastised Hawk. "She was supposed to be food, not friend," Hawk retorted. "But she's a friend now," Ray countered, ganging up on Hawk, who was still upset about the incident. "Fine, fine, I will be nice. At least she's only part water magic. She's got lightning as well, and lightning is warm," Hawk reluctantly agreed. Carl meditated the next 4 hours away, waiting for them to reach their destination as everyone rested. The amount of power flowing both into him and into his spaces was twice what it had been a few days ago, when he last had time to properly meditate. The feedback from the 2 commander-rank beasts had proven to be a real boon to his development. The energy level in both Thor and Remy's spaces was growing at a noticeable rate, as was the newborn snake. She had been absolutely tiny when she hatched, and the influx of food and energy had grown her by about a third, to the point that she would actually fill Carl's palm now. She was still no thicker around than his pinky, except at the base of her head, where the hood flared out like a cobra or a naga. When she was asleep, the hood of scales around her head was gone, tucked flat instead of spread to make her look larger. Or perhaps it was more than a threat display and worked. Like ears for a naga, Carl didn't know much about their biology. Hopefully, Sergeant Rita would be here already. He couldn't wait to tell her about all the things he had seen. But any side quests would have to wait, because there was a large group of government vehicles sitting next to the helipad on the academy grounds as they approached. Carl hadn't really had to deal with them before, other than Colonel Valerie and her people from the Bureau, who wouldn't need to assemble a group to greet their team. Unless there was some formality to welcoming Prince Corbin and the Spellblades. The helicopter landed, and the co-pilot motioned for them to wait inside until the blades spun down. That gave them time to see who was waiting for them, and it appeared to be a rather illustrious group of dignitaries from every branch of the government. "Remember what I told you. You're going to need a backbone here, firm but polite, or they'll walk all over you and treat you like an unruly child," Prince Corbin whispered to Carl. Alice gave him a questioning look, wondering what he was talking to Carl about, but before she could ask, the royal rank mage stepped down from the helicopter and greeted the crowd. "Ministers, Chief Researcher Davies, generals. What brings such an illustrious group here today with their assistance?" Corbin asked as he walked toward the crowd. Corbin had been seated next to Carl, who followed Alice out of the door, with Larry right beside him. As he turned, Carl could see that the staff were holding the others back, having everyone disembark by rank, so the ascended would be at the back of the group. When they reached the gathering, they held those ranks. Prince Corbin was in front, with Larry and Alice flanking Carl and the others in behind. Lotus and Tessa didn't stay there long, and went to greet a high priest in the crowd personally. That gave the teachers the opportunity to whisk Dana away, along with Rose and Daryl, leaving just the 4 senior members to greet the politicians. "Oh, have you found a promising junior to introduce to us today, Corbin?" one of the men asked. "Who, Commander Carl?" Yes, he is quite promising, but hardly a junior anymore, assented Minister Gerald. From the look on the young minister's face, you would think that Corbin had slapped him. Carl guessed that bringing up the fact that he was ascended was considered to be an insult, despite his position as a government minister, which was among the highest of appointed positions. Oh, a young commander, is he? I'm certain that we can find some suitable work for him. The minister simpered in an unsightly display of sucking up that made Carl's skin crawl. I will see where I can fit you into my schedule, minister. Thank you for the offer. Carl replied politely and saw the split second where Corbin's neutral look flickered to a smirk. In his peripheral vision, Alice was doing a much worse job of hiding her amusement, while Larry was stone-faced, simply standing there like a statue, perhaps hoping that they would forget he was present. A man in a general's uniform stepped up and shook Alice's hand. "Agent, good to see you again. Tell me, how is the colonel?" Alice gave him a genuine smile. The last that I saw her, she was dealing with an incompetent forward operations base manager. She wasn't in a good mood, but her health has been well. A rather fragile-looking person in a vibrant peach-colored suit stepped up, holding a clipboard. "Prince Corbin, would you like to sign up for one of the assistance groups? I have all the paperwork prepared for you, ready for signature," they asked with a tone of demand in their voice. "No, thank you. I am quite busy with the Spellblade training program, you see." Carl was beginning to see what he meant. If you didn't say no to them, they would monopolize every minute of your day with their pet projects, using your power and reputation to earn themselves bonuses at work. Alice was relatively safe as a member of the Bureau, and Larry had Prince Corbin as a shield, but Carl would have been thrown to the wolves if anyone had known in advance that he had made the commander rank. "Should we proceed to the official commander rank testing?" Elite Carl, a deep voice asked from behind him. The voice was familiar, and Carl turned to find Tank, the Berserker training instructor, standing there with a smile on his face. "That sounds good. It's best to get the little formalities out of the way first," Carl agreed. Tank smiled as Carl made his escape, headed back toward the warrior training grounds. "You don't need a mage area, do you? I don't know what you've been up to since you left here," the big Berserker asked. "No, a warrior training area should be just fine," Carl agreed. He must have called ahead because they were already setting up the energy measuring equipment when the pair arrived. "You know the routine, power up, no summoned creatures, then activate your skill against the target and we will measure the energy output," the instructor who was manning the station informed them in a dry tone. At first Carl thought that the man didn't know or care who it was that had made commander. Then he realized that there were whole lines of students awaiting tests. It was exam week, and he just happened to be here for it. The examiner didn't even look up as Carl grabbed the two-handed training sword and activated refreshing lightning and flame body. "Pass low, commander," the man informed them in the same bored tone. "Respectfully, I haven't even activated an attack skill yet," Carl informed him. That made the man look up and see the energy-coded weapon still tipped down against the ground. He gave an odd look for Carl being in armor, with a backpack on instead of in school uniform, but didn't comment on it before getting back to business. "Oh, sorry. Please proceed." Carl focused and added Shred to the ability stack, then realized he had gained new abilities from Remy. He could use her chain lightning, which seemed as if it would go better with refreshing lightning than Shred did. So he switched and slammed an attack into the armored plate. "Pass still technically low commander energy, but the damage output is mid-commander." "Thank you, examiner," Carl replied, then put the test weapon back. Tank smirked and handed Carl a golden badge. "You can put those on your uniform when you change back. You will need a fresh set, by the way. As commander rank students, wear the teacher's business suit around the academy, not the plain black school uniform. If you make it to Royal before you graduate, you get a cape." "Well, I'll try to escape to my room and get changed. What time of day is it? It should be almost dinner, right?" Carl asked. It had been daytime since they got out of the portal, so he wasn't entirely certain what time they started their day. "It is almost 5 in the afternoon. We got the message that your team members were coming back just after lunch." Carl smiled. "Perfect. Then I will be done changing, just in time to eat." Tank shook his hand and looked toward one of the other testing areas. "I will go register your results. You go get changed. Wandering around the school in armor and a backpack attracts attention." Carl made for the supply room and found the halls of the dorm building curiously busy with gawking students. Sure, class would be out, but nobody hung out in the hallways like this. The rumors didn't take long to reach his ears that he was the next famous prodigy of the school, reaching commander in the first year, and that he was the reason all the government people were here for the exams. Of course, that was unlikely to be true. They had gone straight to trying to wrangle Prince Corbin into deals when they arrived. But that didn't change the students' rumor mill. "Hi, I'll need a new uniform," Carl greeted the older man at the counter. "Wrecked one during exams, did you? No worries, I've got plenty," he replied. "Actually, I passed the commander rank test, so I need a change of uniform," Carl replied, holding up the golden school badge. "Oh, easy peasy. They might be dusty as I don't go through many, but they're always in stock." The old man took out 2 bags, then looked over Carl and changed them for 2 others. "There you go, a new uniform plus a formal suit. These ones will bond once you wear them, so do take care of them as they'll cost you to replace. The daily wear uniform is black and the other one is the formal white for official events," the clerk explained. "Thanks, I will see you again soon. I will need a few equipment pieces when I have a bit more time to talk," Carl replied with a subtle nod toward the students openly eavesdropping. "Of course. See you soon." Carl checked on the plants that filled his balcony and found them freshly watered, then changed and showered quickly before trying on the 2 new suits. As promised, they bonded the same way that armor did, allowing him to dismiss them with a thought and get dressed again just as easily. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the spare clothes in his bag, as he had something to change into other than armor for when they got back to town, but he did notice that there was one oddity about these 2 outfits. The badge, the golden emblem of his commander rank, bonded separately from the suits. He could take it out and show it to people without changing or put it on whichever outfit he wanted. That was truly convenient. It still marked him as a student of the Golden Divine Academy, which should be no shock to anyone, given his youth. However, the mirror on the wall was showing him a much less childish face than he was used to. That babyish peach fuzz was becoming a proper beard, and the childish look was fading toward what he would call young adulthood. Like his beasts, the advancements had helped him through the adolescent awkward phase, and he was looking more like a proper adult. He quickly shaved and put a bit of pomade in his hair as he brushed it, keeping it in place now that it was beginning to grow out from the crew cut that he had finished middle school with. His parents would be proud of how far he had come, so Carl sent a message to them, as both would be out of the house at this hour of the day. When he went downstairs in his suit, none of the students recognized him right away. They simply nodded politely as he walked by, mistaking him for one of the part-time teacher's assistants that came and went. But the cafeteria ladies weren't nearly as easily fooled. "Student Carl, welcome back. We've got some ascended rank bear meat in, if your wee beastie would like to give it a try." Ock wasn't feeling enthusiastic about the prospect with all the meat he already had, and Remy wasn't sure what a bear was, so Carl shook his head. "We were lucky enough to stock up on meat while we were out, but I could use a double serving of your shepherd's pie and a coffee." The worker nodded happily and gestured toward the seating area. "You can take a seat, we will bring it out, or are you going to be in the staff lounge? I'll sit here. I must say, I'm getting all the special treatment today." Carl replied. "You're all fancy now, you get the privileges." She laughed, then waved him over to the tables. The students were beginning to realize who he was, and the excitement to talk to him was building. To prevent utter chaos in the cafeteria, Carl picked a table in the corner, where he would be able to talk without being surrounded. Having to turn around to answer questions from behind would be a pain, as well as blocking most of the room, so it seemed like the best option. At first, was the generic congratulations on having made commander from people whose faces he barely recognized. Then some of the mages from Hawk's training class came in to have dinner and saw Carl in his suit with the gold badge. "What the hell, how is that even fair? I haven't made it to Ascended yet and he already made commander," one of the water mages complained. Carl felt Hawk's smugness in his mind at the man's comment. The victory over that particular bit of water was complete. "What are you going to do now? I mean, once you are as good as the teachers, is there really much that you can learn in the academy?" one of the other mages asked. "There's always more to learn. And combat isn't the only subject that we need to know." Sure, I could and will likely spend a lot of time doing mercenary hunting jobs because I have beasts to feed, but the other courses, martial arts training and theory classes, are all still valuable. Carl replied. The mage laughed. I suppose that's right. They'll expect big things of you now, but did you hear the news while you were away? There's a big thing happening with the Frost Giants nation. Apparently, they've been using some sort of ice magic to attack neighboring countries and spread their borders. I saw it on the news the other day. That got Carl's attention. When they were sent, the thought was that the anomaly was what was causing the cold in the region, but the anomaly ended up being some sort of dark elf village trial and a Naga dungeon. Neither of those was of the ice element, though there were frozen battlefields in some of the trials that they faced. Finding out that it was most likely the beginning of an attack by the Frost Giants along that border made sense of a number of things. Like the fact that when they came out, the mountains had been evacuated, and the people left behind were feared dead. With an ongoing conflict between them and the Frost Giants, it wouldn't be safe to go train there for the foreseeable future. The staff brought his dinner while Carl answered questions, and after a few minutes, Dana came to join him at the table. So far, nobody else had been brave enough to take a seat, but Dana looked more concerned about the meal on her plate, while her curly hair slowly dried and turned into a giant mass of frizz. We've been in the field too long. It's weird seeing a meal with no rice and beans, she commented as she began to eat. It was, actually. They were such a common staple in Lotus and Tessa's cooking that he didn't even think about it, but they were missing from the academy meals. Carl cut up a bit of roast chicken and wrapped it in lettuce, then brought Remy out of her space to say hello to everyone. The baby spirit snake was growing fast, now over 30 centimeters long, and starting to take on more of a dull sheen, which Carl suspected meant that she would be shedding her skin soon. Is that Remy, the baby Naga spirit snake or whatever she was? Dana asked. She is, Remy. This is Dana. Would you like to say hi? He asked as Remy grabbed a chicken ball and maneuvered it toward her mouth. Remy flicked her tongue in greeting and used minor water control to make a pair of tentacles to wave at the mage, before filling her mouth to prevent any more questions. Wow, I didn't think that you could bond a spirit snake. They're technically magical beasts since they can't speak a language, and they're not much smarter than dogs, but still, when they evolve into Naga, they grow up to look partially humanoid. A mage from the morning training commented. Dana looked up. The ones we saw in the dungeon could communicate well enough. That startled the mage. They were speaking, like hissing at each other to coordinate attacks. I grew up near the swamps, and there is a theory that in ancient times Naga was semi-intelligent beings, but now they're basically snakes with arms. They can't even be trained to perform labor tasks. Dana nodded. There was a whole village full of Naga in the dungeon, complete with tents and furniture. That's wild. I wonder if Remy will be that smart or if it was just the magic of the dungeon making a home for them. Remy looked up at Carl. Slap him for calling me a snake with arms, she demanded. Carl chuckled, catching the mage's attention. She is quite insulted to hear the Naga called snakes with arms, but I can communicate with my beasts much more clearly than with regular animals, so being bonded to me most likely brings up their intelligence level. Hawk speaks in my mind, speaks in a human language which his body could never make, so it's hard for me to say how smart the other Naga actually are. But Remy, for certain, knows when people are insulting her. Remy nodded as she ate, and took out her spear to wave it at the mage using the water-controlled tentacles. It should have been menacing, but given her size, it was smaller than a chopstick, and much of the effect was lost in translation. Got it? No insulting the tiny snake girl. Is she a warrior then? I see that she has a spear already, the warrior beside the mage asked. If Carl was going to be sending his pets to train with the other students again, he wanted to know how long he had before some crazy snake girl with a spear was coming to beat his classmates up. She's actually a shaman. The spear was a birthday gift, Carl replied. Dana hid her laughter with a mouthful of food. Yes, a birthday gift. On the day that she was born. From the dungeon that she was born in. Once dinner was done, Carl took Dana back up to his room to relax, away from all the excitement of the academy on exam day. Ray came out as soon as they opened the door and went to improve her living space using the new design ideas she had gotten since they left, including the forts they had been sleeping in. She had the space, and she could attach them to the whole wall of the building, since she didn't care about anyone else's windows. Unfortunately for her, Carl caught that line of thought and stopped her before she could web up the entire side of the academy to make herself a mansion. She did upgrade their hammocks and check on the plants she had been waiting for. Some of them had been picked by whoever was watering the trees, but there was a lot of ripe fruit here for her to stuff in her space for later. That gave Ray a great idea. Hawk threw Remy into the space, and they got to keep her. Ray walked over to Dana, picked her up, and then vanished into her space, leaving Dana behind to drop back to the ground. 3 times in a row, she tried before giving up and complaining to Carl. If Thor gets to pick a Naga egg, why can't I pick a Dana? Carl and Thor both laughed, while Hawk rolled his eyes. Thor mumbled a response, half asleep in his pond. Carl is a beast master, not a Dana master. If you find a way to turn Dana into a puppy or a kitten, then you could probably keep her. Carl really wished they would stop giving each other strange ideas. Remy was already wondering if shaman magic could shape-shift people so they could invite friends over to show off their homes, and Ray was making plans to find a way to turn Dana into a tiger. Don't you think you should ask her before turning her into a tiger? Carl teased Ray, disrupting her train of thought. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. I read that in the ethics textbook. While he was fairly certain that Ray had misinterpreted something in that textbook, Carl left them to their own devices and pulled Dana down into the newly expanded hammock. It's good to be home. We can finally get some real rest, and maybe we might even sleep in, he whispered to the mage in his arms. Dana just laughed. Did you forget that Sergeant Rita and Jill are both here at the academy? We're guaranteed to be pulled out of bed at the crack of dawn. With all the stress of the long trip, they both drifted off to sleep early that night, still sharing a hammock. That was where they were found when Sergeant Rita and Jill came looking for their students the next morning. Carl woke up to the sound of careful footsteps on the balcony. Agent Jill, good morning, he whispered. You have good hearing. I was coming to wake you up, but I didn't want to wake Ray, Jill quietly replied. She already knows you're here. Don't worry, she's not going to tie you up today, Carl joked. Not that she hadn't considered it. Carl equipped his new uniform as he swung himself out of the hammock, waking Dana up when she suddenly found her arms empty. Rita shook Carl's hand when he reached her, and her usually stern look turned to a big smile. Well, it looks like you've outgrown my tutelage. I remember when we first met, Hawk said that one day he was going to be more powerful than I am, and what do you know, it hasn't even been half a year and he's already there. She informed him with a mixture of sadness and pride in her expression. I take it that you're being reassigned now that I've advanced, Carl asked. Rita nodded and gestured to her uniform. They've made me a warrant officer, and I'm being reassigned to the Ministry of Education as a liaison officer. I will be tasked with helping rare classes and special cases make their early benchmarks in the hopes that I can replicate your success. How much time do we have, or have you already been reassigned? Carl asked. I meet my new student today, a transfer from out of the country who will be moving here. I think you might already know her, Rita replied. I might know a foreign transfer student, Carl asked, confused. He didn't know many people at all, so the odds of him meeting a random transfer student in advance were pretty low unless. It's Rose, isn't it? The ascended rank Spellblade, Carl asked. Good try, but not quite. Rita stepped out into the hallway and came back in with a young teen girl who looked oddly familiar to Carl. He had seen her somewhere recently, but it was taking him a second to figure it out. The Seminary Academy, you were serving breakfast, Carl announced once he put the pieces together. But how does that make you a foreign transfer, sister? It's not that far to the Seminary Academy. The girl smiled. My name is Cora, and I'm not a sister of the orders. I grew up in a Red Dragon priestess-run orphanage, and I was in the process of transferring to work at one near here when you came through the Seminary Academy with Thor. Since I'd only missed the injection by a month, they decided last week to give me the shot early instead of waiting for next year. They didn't want to risk letting me go through training, then losing me if I gained a class marking. Is Thor here somewhere? Can I meet him? Dana laughed. That's the answer I was waiting for. Everyone loves Thor. Carl nodded in agreement. What class did you get? Hunter, the one with the bow and the wolf head, she announced proudly. That mark should be for a type of hunter that summoned a companion animal. The summoned pets were not strong combatants in the long term, as they never left the common rank, but they could be very useful in many situations. Do we have any feathers? If I can get a feather quill and some ink, I will make you a skill book with my talents as a welcoming gift, Carl offered. Rita blinked slowly, staring at Carl. Right, he had a bird. Hawk, have you molted a feather that I can have? I want to make her a skill book for Rend. Hawk pointed to a feather sitting in his space, which Carl pulled out before realizing it wasn't one of his own. It was a feather from one of the damaged Naga necklaces that Hawk had been hoarding. Broken magical items had been useful before, so he didn't want to let them go to waste. All right, I have my quill, I have ink in the school supplies, I have paper, and this is an easy one, only 4 pages. I hope everyone can wait a minute, Carl explained. He quickly wrote out Rend and passed the thin manuscript to the newly minted hunter. It vanished from her hands as soon as she tried to open it, and Cora pulled Carl into a hug. Thank you so much. That is an incredible skill, and it's going to work so well with my night vision skill. Hawk made a happy noise. That was all that a true hunter needed. Rend and good eyesight, every windspeed hawk knew that. All right, Commander Carl, I think we've taken enough of your time, and Jill needs to bring Dana to be tested for her ascended rank badges this morning. We will see you around the academy, but you are welcome to drop in to give lectures if you have some spare time, Rita announced. I will see you soon. The ladies all left, and Carl realized that maybe he really would be expected to give lectures about something. He was a commander rank elite, he knew his skills. Asking him to teach others who had similar skills didn't seem too outlandish, and they would likely give him school credits for it. Left alone in his room, it didn't take long to discover that he had no plans at all for the day. He could go get breakfast, then just relax and meditate, catch up on sleep, and get reacquainted with the pace of life in the academy. It didn't sound half bad. Thor was on board with the idea that there was no harm in a little more sleep. Of course, simply sleeping the day away, when you were the talk of the academy, was easier said than done. Carl hadn't even had time to sort through his gear to see what was depleted and what needed replacing before there was someone knocking at his door, then another, more insistent knocking. Good morning, was there something you needed assistance with? Carl asked the stern-looking woman at the door. She was wearing a visitor's pass, which she would have needed to get up the stairs without being redirected by the spell, and she was holding a briefcase in one hand and a clipboard in the other. Wonderful, you are still here. Come with me and we can get started, she announced. Started on what? Perhaps you can explain what you are talking about over breakfast, Carl responded. I'm afraid that our time is short, so if you would, we need to be going, she replied. Madam, I have no clue who you are or what you want. If you wish for me to go anywhere except to the dining hall for breakfast, you are going to need to provide more details, Carl retorted, exasperated by this stranger, who wasn't even authorized academy personnel. If she had been clergy, or from the Bureau of Elite Development, she would have gone to the headmaster and had herself put on the staff list, so she would have a staff badge and wouldn't need the visitor's pass to get around. It didn't take long to realize what she meant by time being limited, though. Carl could already hear running down the hallway, and it was hard-soled shoes, which only an office worker would wear. The students wore running shoes or boots, and the staff wore either soft-soled shoes or military boots, depending on their preference. The woman looked annoyed as a half-dozen more government workers ran up, all wearing visitor passes with their clipboards and briefcases. One night was more than enough time for their departments to find out about the new commander and come up with a plan to try to rope him in. Carl looked at the massed group of recruiters with his best fake smile. Wonderful, we can all go for breakfast together and you can make your pitches, he announced, closing and locking his door behind him. He started to walk, and one of the men in the back, with a nasal voice that made even Thor wince, asked the question that was on all their minds. Who might we be competing against? Has anyone already made a pitch for your time? Carl turned to smile at him. Indeed. One high priestess of the Blue Dragon clerics, no fewer than 2 bishops, 1 Spellblade clan, and the Bureau of Elite Development have all beat you to the punch and are in consideration. If you don't think that you can compete with what they are likely to have offered, I won't be offended if you choose to withdraw politely. All but one of them looked a bit nervous at that list of names. They were from smaller special interests. They couldn't provide the sort of benefits that the church or the bureau could. The best that they could hope for was that one of their projects caught his interest. He had been counting on the fact that students are generally naive and unprepared to get him to sign on to a time-intensive commitment. But if he was already calling them out, then the bumpkin from the mines wasn't nearly as clueless as they were led to believe by his background report. That had to be that damnable bureau agent's fault. If she had prepped him for this situation before they returned, of course the bureau would have a head start. The fact that they were competing against the church was a given. The clergy used the blanket method. All-inclusive recruitment, everyone welcome. Everyone who was anyone, and some who would never amount to much, were all approached by the church, and every elite tried to keep friendly ties with them because they had all the healers. Little did they know that it was the church or the bureau, but a rather jaded Prince Corbin who had warned Carl that saying no was in his best interests, and then proved it when they got off the helicopter. The fact they were still going after Corbin, despite the fact he had a faction in commitments, showed Carl very clearly that they would never give up. Alice was waiting at the bottom of the stairs with a gentle-looking high priestess of the green dragon, the nature god. The high priestess smelled heavily of giggleweed smoke and incense, and her eyes were slightly glazed, but her smile was warm and friendly. Alice nodded to Carl as he came down. "Do we have room for 2 more for breakfast?" I didn't hear screaming, so I assumed that things went fairly smoothly upstairs. Carl chuckled. "If I had gotten frustrated, I'm quite certain there would have been screaming. Yes, I would love to have you and your friend join us for breakfast." "High priestess, you must be hungry." As hunger was a side effect of the herbs she had been smoking, that was guaranteed. But the high priestess curtsied quite formally as she looked up at Carl. "That sounds lovely. I have brought some tea." Alice led them to the staff dining hall, which was nearly empty already, and away from prying ears. Once they were seated, Alice gestured for the staff to bring them all the breakfast special and drinks, then turned to get the morning chaos started. "Colonel Valerie will be here in an hour, but she has asked me to inform you that she's looking to formally recruit you for the bureau. I don't know the terms, but it would be full-time agent status, with conditions, probably including finishing your classwork to cover the core subjects." Few of the others saw that as a chance to challenge the bureau agent. If they were just trying to hire him, that wasn't much of an offer. He made commander as a first-year student, not like Alice, who only made it to commander years after graduation. The green-robed high priestess sipped her coffee, then poured herself some hot water from the insulated pot on the table into a teapot and started to steep her tea. "I'm sure Agent Alice is omitting some important details because that sounds boring. Even I can offer you a generous stipend and a cute cleric to play with." The others looked scandalized, but Carl laughed. "And did the cleric in question phrase it exactly that way, or did she say that she was bored this morning and wanted to go to the woods with Ray and play instead of whatever she's supposed to be doing?" The high priestess looked thoughtful. "It might be the second one, but if you're Ray, it's the same thing really. She's out in the yard somewhere exploring. Ray, go find Lotus and keep her from getting lost or injured," Carl instructed. The recruiters hit the ground, diving out of their chairs when the enormous spider suddenly appeared in the room. But Ray just ran outside, looking for Lotus so they could make a fort in the woods and look for flowers. "What in the 7 hells was that?" one of them wailed, her eyes tearing up in fear as she cowered under a table. "Oh, that's Ray. She's my partner and the one that the team's nature priestess wanted to play with." The high priestess pointed at Carl as if he had just made a great revelation. "You know, that makes so much more sense. Nature priestesses rarely want to play with humans." The man with the nasal voice glared at Carl and the high priestess. "If you just wanted us here to mess with us, we can come back later. I would rather you didn't. Now, please, feel free to make your presentation, and I will give you some warning before more giant monsters appear in the room." The high priestess smiled. "You should warn them about little ones too, because even if they insult the little spirit snake shaman, it will still be prohibitively expensive to have them resurrected." The man cleared his throat. "As I was about to say, I represent the 7th Bank, an investment conglomerate, who are working on an expansion into the southern wilds, and we think you could be just the person to head security for our new facility. The banking conglomerate could likely put up some decent pay, but full-time compound security for a southern outpost. No thanks. Sadly, that might have been the best out of the 6 proposals, but they only got through 4, as 2 of the others excused themselves to take a call and didn't return. I appreciate you all taking the time to make your presentations today, and if you will leave a copy with me, I will look them over at a later date, when my time is not so limited, and I can properly consider their merits. Carl informed the remaining 4 recruiters once the final pitch was done. Thank you, Commander. We look forward to your positive response. A young woman who had tried to sell Carl on spending 3 days a week being the spokesperson and security chief for their exclusive gated community replied. The others offered similar sentiments as they left. And the Green Dragon High Priestess turned a smile on Carl. Well, that's the nicest way I've heard to tell someone to go fuck themselves all day, she announced. Which implies that you've heard less polite versions today, Carl replied. The aura of inebriation suddenly vanished, and the woman's sharp eyes turned on him. You know, we really did suggest that Lotus should stay and entertain you to keep you aligned with the church. Alice cleared her throat. For legal reasons, I am going to pretend that I didn't hear any of the questionable implications behind that comment. But I don't think that he's ruled out keeping the clerics around yet. They work very well together, and they have both made good friends with his beasts. The High Priestess shrugged. They're too young for what you're thinking that I'm thinking, dirty-minded elite, but where did that spider go? Did you really send her to find Sister Lotus? Carl nodded, with instructions to take her to play in the woods, but not to let her get lost or harmed. The High Priestess sighed. Great, now we're going to have to look for them both at the end of the day. Carl chuckled and did his best to imitate his uncle, who had 7 children of his own. They'll come back when they're hungry. They relaxed for a few minutes and finished their coffee before anyone came up with another good reason to bother them. That ended up coming from the church in the form of Tessa and a Red Dragon High Priestess. Good, we found you together. Have you come to an arrangement? The muscular High Priestess asked. Carl had never seen muscles like that on a woman before. She was built almost like Tank the Berserker. Her arms were the size of Lotus' torso, and she was wearing her robe parted up one leg, showing off a massive, muscular thigh. Sort of. Ray and Lotus are out playing in the woods. The Nature Dragon High Priestess replied happily. I should have expected that it would end up like this. I will make our proposal much simpler. The Red Dragons would like to leave a war priestess with you to assist your adventures. Specifically, this one. If you agree to take the deal, you will be responsible for ensuring that she has the chance to serve her goddess, while we will provide her with the standard stipend for her living expenses. With this, you will get priority access to church missions you wish to take, the Red Dragon High Priestess explained. Church missions with no forced dispatches. So we can take them on my schedule and at my discretion, Carl asked. Her eyes flashed red as the woman glared down at him, but Carl waited patiently, hoping that she was just communing with her goddess and not looking for reasons to squish him like a melon. He still had the giant strength ring on, but he wasn't convinced that it would be enough. After a few seconds, her eyes faded. The goddess wants a minimum commitment, either to war or to caring for orphans from wars. If you agree to either at least one mission every 3 months of your choosing as long as it pleases the war dragon, or foster an orphan child under the age of selection, it will meet the requirements of the goddess. The muscular woman smirked. There really was only one option there, unless he was going to become foster parents at 14 with Tessa. If you draw up the contract, I will read it over and consider it carefully, Carl agreed. The High Priestess' eyes flared red again as she nodded, and then she took a rolled contract in a red jade tube out of thin air. Carl took the tube from her hand and rolled it out. The details on the scroll were actually simple and specific. Carl agreed not to leave Tessa in danger except in life or death emergencies, to ensure she was receiving proper treatment, take at least one mission that pleased the Red Dragon every 3 months, and then the contract guaranteed that the Red Dragon's followers would provide her living expenses. Carl couldn't see a reason not to agree to the deal, but he read it over again just to be certain that he didn't miss anything. The delay made Tessa laugh quietly. The Red Dragon wasn't big on tricks and doublespeak. Outside the battlefield, he hadn't noticed that Dana and Lotus had come back in while he was reading, or that Ray had returned to her space. What's all this then? Lotus asked as she saw Carl holding the scroll. The Red Dragon High Priestess shrugged. You went to play, so we came over first. And you were just going to leave us out of the deal. Party foul, Lotus announced. You want in on the deal? The Red Dragon High Priestess asked, intrigued by the unexpected actions of the Nature Priestess. They were notoriously flaky. Getting one to go along with a deal that lasted longer than one day was sometimes an issue. Lotus nodded happily, and her own High Priestess gave her a stern look. This is a long-term agreement. It's not for 1 or 2 trips, it's a magical contract, so you will have to pay a penalty to break it in less than a year and a day. Lotus gave her a thumbs up, and the Red Dragon High Priestess turned to Carl. Is that everyone in agreement then? She asked. Agreed. Carl, Lotus, Tessa, and Dana all replied at the same time. The scroll flashed red, and a red ring appeared on the wrists of the 4 teammates. Dana smirked as Tessa and Lotus realized that she wasn't just here to watch, and that she had gotten herself attached to the deal. Now they couldn't leave her behind to train with the other students or to be reassigned to other missions. Carl looked at the 3 girls and smiled. Well, it looks like we will be working together for some time. It's a pleasure to have you. Lotus giggled. How about you show us to our room? I want to see the plants. Our room. I'm fairly certain that the Academy can manage to find you a room of your own, Carl reminded her. But it wouldn't have silk hammocks or a balcony full of magical plants. I don't really care where I sleep, but I want to see the room. Lotus countered. That was when Alice, Colonel Valerie, and what looked like half the staff of the Academy burst in. Stop before you sign, let us see that contract, one of the professors shouted. The Red Dragon High Priestess laughed. Too late, we got verbal agreement. But it's not a work contract. At least not in the conventional sense. She turned over the magical contract, which Colonel Valerie grabbed from her hand and rolled out for the others to see. No leaving them in danger, ensure proper treatment. All right, it's not as bad as we had feared. The professor who had shouted replied with a sigh. Colonel Valerie glared at Carl. I thought we had something going here. Carl smiled back. I think we do. There's nothing in that which prevents us from having an arrangement, only that once every 3 months or less, it must please the Red Dragon. Colonel Valerie smirked. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Because what I have in mind just might please the Red Dragon. How would you like to lead a team back into the anomaly area and find out what the frost giants have been up to and where the extra ice is coming from? It might take some time, but it will please the god of war. They made a formal declaration of war less than an hour ago. The words that Prince Corbin had spoken to Carl while they were on night watch suddenly came back to his mind. If you don't learn to say no, they will keep sending you on nearly suicidal missions until one actually is. That advice seemed to fit this situation very well, and the pressure to please so many important people and go along with their requests was strong. I am going to need some more details about this mission and the situation in the area before I can agree to go anywhere. The last I saw, that entire region was unfit for human habitation, and that was before the frost giants showed up, he replied. One of the ministers gave him a disgusted look. Refusing your first mission as a commander doesn't portray your character in a very good light. Cowardly, some might call it. Carl rolled his eyes at the man, who was no elite, just a pencil pusher. And what words do they use for a commander who takes his team into a war zone without a clue or a care in the world? The minister stammered for a second before Carl continued. A martyr, that's what they call them, because they wind up dead. Now, who has the details? Or am I headed to the church's mission board to occupy my time? For a second, he thought that he saw respect on Colonel Valerie's stern face, but when she motioned for someone to bring forward the map, that was long gone, and her standard working glower was back in place. The official who brought forward the map rolled it out on the table between Carl and the high priestesses, and Carl immediately noticed that there was almost no detail on it. This is the most recent official map, the man insisted. With no troop deployments or enemy combatant numbers, Carl asked. Tessa looked over at the map and shook her head before turning to her orders high priestess. Do we have numbers for this? If they are not cooperating, it might be better to go through you, the war cleric asked. We were speaking to the commander, the official informed her in a dry tone. Carl shrugged, and we operate as a team. Now, are you going to quit messing around, or are we going to have to decline your request? If you want us to deploy, you're going to have to share enough intel for us to make a proper combat assessment. Colonel Valerie raised her hand to stop any more arguments and took out a small box from her pocket. Inside were 2 sets of rocks. one in light blue and one in green. First, she set out about 100 blue stones near the border. Then she began setting out green stones of various shapes and sizes. This is the current deployment situation, as of my last meeting. The stone sizes are the maximum detected rank within the enemy formations. Each stone represents roughly 100 frost giants. The round green stones are elite teams, the diamonds are military elite companies, and the squares are conventional artillery batteries. Carl looked over the map and did some basic math. There were more stones measuring frost giants by the 100 than commander rank-led teams in the area. Carl wasn't certain how useful artillery was going to be. It was great against common grade and awakened threats, but there were royal rank giants in the frost giant nation, and they were commanders when fully grown. The teams that are already there, are they being sent 10 or 20 at a time? Tessa asked. Valerie remained silent for a few seconds while the cleric waited. It was the official who brought out the map that cracked first in the tense atmosphere. They're being sent in 5-person teams. That was just an all-around terrible idea, in Carl's opinion. But they could link up once they were in the field and make stronger teams for actual operations, the same as they had to do last time. Why are we so pressed for numbers? There are far more commanders than this, and there aren't even a significant number of soldiers. When is the rest of the army being mobilized? Tessa asked. The official looked to Colonel Valerie, as he wasn't approved to give out that information. The other giant clans have been pushing the borders as well. They have declared a grand alliance of the giant tribes. We believe that they intend to take the entire Golden Dragon Nation in one offensive push. Valerie informed them. Then Prince Corbin, Carl asked, digging for deployment information as there were no larger stones along this border. Has been deployed next to the stone giant clan's border. That is where the Spellblade Sect's towers are, so he has chosen to defend his home territory along that stretch of border. You couldn't fault him for that. The lithium mines were near the center of the nation, so they would be one of the last spots to defend unless there was some massive breach. Carl's family would be one of the safest. Colonel Valerie took out another map that had hundreds of marks on it. Showed the entire nation's borders. There were only 3 spots that they weren't under attack. The magical nation had marks noting that they were deployed along all the borders they had with monster-populated nations. The Beastkin nation appeared to be in full lockdown, and the Divine Beast nation had no marked forces deployed anywhere on either side. That was still the vast majority of the border under attack at once. If they were using this angle to guilt the more powerful elites into fighting, they had a pretty good sales pitch. Now that they actually started to show the details, and not just try to demand that he help out without any information. My team will need a 5th if we're going to agree, Carl sighed. If things got any worse, there would likely be an official draft, and then he would really get thrown into the worst of it, along with all the bookish sorts like the ones at the last deployment with the Mackenzie family. Alice nodded. You have your pick of the ascended rank students to fill your team with whatever role you think that you need. She already knew that Carl had a fairly well-rounded set of pets, so they weren't particularly short on anything if the 2 clerics and Dana were all going with him. She assumed he would pick another mage to take her place, as she would be taking care of more official government business and arranging deployments of their agents with Colonel Valerie. Can you give us a few minutes to discuss this in private? Carl asked. Of course, we will be waiting here when you return. Colonel Valerie agreed easily. Carl led everyone up to his room, and Lotus immediately flopped on his bed. Well, this is a clusterfuck, isn't it? We will all be fighting soon enough, so it seems better that we pick the spot we want to fight from the start, the tiny nature priestess announced with a deep sigh. Dana nodded. She has a point. I definitely didn't expect to be sent straight to war the minute that we agreed to stay together, but if we are going to have to go, we should pick our spot. Tessa smiled at her. You're still a student, so it would be an option to stay here for likely another year before you got too close to the commander rank and they started pushing for you to go wild with the supplements. Sure, stay here as the second-string genius, falling further behind by the day while the other students only look up to me because the one with real power is gone. I don't think so. There was definite bitterness in Dana's tone. It made Carl wonder how often she found herself compared to him and his insane growth rates. It was just unrealistic to expect any other elite to keep up with this pace. He not only had the beasts pulling him forward, but he had more access to the system interface than most. He could see his skills and add them. He even had enough to get another one right now. He could actually get two if he picked from the defensive side or the first rank of the offensive side, but he wasn't sure what they would need yet, and he didn't want to leave his team unbalanced. Tessa cleared her throat. The real question is, what succor are we going to take to their death with us? Lotus giggled. As much as I appreciate your optimism, I don't think that any of the mages would actually agree to go with us. Even the tank-type warriors wouldn't fall for that, and we can only pick from the ascended ranks, so we can't recruit an experienced commander from the mercenary groups. That rules out calling for any powerful old friends or connections. Carl had considered that for a moment as well, but Bob Mackenzie would be too powerful to be pulled into their team, and if Carl's guess was right, the entire family would be out somewhere already. Then who can we even get? Dana asked. Carl smiled. He knew just who to ask. I think I know who we can get. Thor learned Earthquake from the Berserker class. I bet that we can get one of their ascended rank members to come along with the promise of battle and rewards. The Berserkers don't get out much during class because they're a bit wild in combat, and teams with no healers can have issues. But we have all the healing that we could need, and Thor's refreshing lightning spread over everyone, so we don't have to worry too much about them taking damage, unless we find an overstrength enemy. Lotus looked pensive. How are your credits looking? You've got a beast of a weapon, and you can code it in attack spells all the time. But not everyone can do that. We might need to equip a new member before we head out. I don't know exactly now that we're back from this mission, and those rewards will be processing, but buying armor didn't change the first 2 digits on the balance, so we should be good for me to get someone ascended armor and a weapon if they don't have a good one. Carl agreed. Tessa frowned. All right, we will go talk to the Berserkers. Does that mean we're going to agree to this idiocy? I have an idea. There is a spot in the mountains, not too close to where we were earlier, but not in the most populated passes. I don't want to go into an abandoned area. That just seems like idiocy. But if we go somewhere near the edge of a secondary pass, we can aim for their scouting teams. They should be smaller and weaker, as they will need to be agile and able to make it through the mountains. Giants shouldn't be good at that when they're excessively large. There are obvious clusters to their strength on the map, and as long as we avoid that, we can do a lot of damage and help everyone upgrade their gear and skills before anyone tries to change our mission. Carl offered. Lotus raised her hand. It's all well and good to say we're bringing a berserker, but I'm not traveling with some creepy guy who thinks that sweat is a form of shower. Dana smirked, knowing that described a lot of the berserkers, and Tessa nodded her agreement with Lotus' sentiment. Then I will leave it to you ladies to find our 5th member while I deal with the details of the deployment. If you need to bribe them, let them know I will find them armor and a new weapon. Carl agreed. Before going back down, he spent a moment mentally preparing himself for the influx of questions and pressures to go to the very worst of the combat zones to add bodies to the main lines. The group had gotten even larger when he got back down. There were 2 groups of senior class students added to the chaos, all ascended rank with a commander from the Bureau of Elite Development leading them. Namely, Jody and Josh, 2 of the team members who had gone with Carl to go looking for his second pet. Jody, Josh, good to see you 2 gentlemen again. Carl greeted them as he entered the room. Jody smiled back. You've gotten all fancy on us. Tell me, how is that bloodbath spider doing? Ray, she's doing wonderful. Commander rank already, and she made good friends with a nature priestess so they can play in the woods together. Thor, the lightning Sero, is also doing well. Hawk is making the best of the evolutionary resources we have found. Carl informed them. Where are they sending you? Josh asked, concern obvious in the blue eyes that looked much too old for his youthful face. We were just about to discuss that. I have a particular spot in mind where my group composition would be well suited to hunting scouts from the frost giants and to prevent the movement of surprise forces around the main battlefields. Carl explained. And what makes you think you have a choice in your deployment? An older bureaucrat, decades past his prime, demanded. Who are you to think that you get to tell me what to do? Will you be joining us on the front? I don't think so. Now shut up and let the warriors speak, Carl replied. The room fell silent as the man's face turned red in rage. Even Alice backed away from Carl, seeing that this was going to do downhill fast. I am the Undersecretary to the Deputy Minister of Defense, the man shouted. Then, dear Undersecretary, get your boss's boss here, and we can speak on even terms. Carl replied, emphasizing the man's junior role. That was a bit harsh, Jody noted, as the Undersecretary was hauled away by other government officials before he could start a fight he couldn't possibly win. Carl shrugged. He knows nothing of our capabilities, nothing of our personal experience, and he has never seen combat in his life. He shouldn't have been here in the first place, puffing up his chest and making demands above his station like a newly promoted shift manager. And if I made a demand as to where you would deploy? One of the elites from the government, a commander in his late 20s who would have been one of the earlier graduates, asked. Then we can discuss the reasoning behind it. I am not part of the military to be ordered around. We all know that ordering students to the front lines would require an official decree, as we're still underage. I came down to tell you that my group has gone to look for our fifth member, not to pick a fight. Now, would you like to hear what I had in mind? Carl replied. There was a new map on the table, and it had 10 large red rings placed on it, one of which was over where Carl was planning to have his team deploy. These are the spots where we need teams. What were you planning to request? The elite asked. This spot here, it's close to the mountains and challenging to scout by normal elites on foot, but not too far from reinforcements if we do find something we can't handle. That is the spot that I was going to request based on the troop deployment map. The government elite smiled. So you did have an actual plan in mind, and you weren't just pulling the elite card on the Undersecretary. All right, we can grant you that deployment area. A quiet voice cut through the conversation, and a sense of power filled the room as someone entered unannounced. Dealing with rogue and unaligned elites is always a tricky matter. It looks like some of you underestimated the situation at hand, but I commend the others, the man spoke. Overlord, Alice greeted the man while the other elite bowed. Minister of Defense, the man who had shown Carl the map, greeted their new arrival. Like Drake, he must have been one of the early test subjects for the divine injection, as he was at the Overlord rank and well into his 30s, meaning he was much older than usual for recruits when the injections were made public. At first they had given them to anyone under 18, but that was still only 10 years earlier, so very few of the elites were over 30. The minister held out his hand to Carl. Congratulations on making commander while still in the academy. I don't believe that we have met. I am Defense Minister Orleans. Carl, first-year student, originally from the lithium mines, and the academy's newest headache at the commander rank. That made the minister smile. I got a missive from Prince Corbin asking that you be assigned to his battlefront, so I had the Mage Council send me over to see what was so special about you. That man lives to be a pain in my ass, but his clan has the skills to back up their arrogance. Do they need us over there? Carl asked. Overlord Orleans shook his head. They have 3 times as many defenders per likely enemy unit as this front does, and the Spellblade clan has a number of old masters who they can pull out of retirement if they are in real danger. So he was still on the worst front, just in a decent spot along it. That should be all right. From what he remembered of the Giants, they should be near his own team's power level, mostly ascended, with commanders leading larger teams on occasion. But there was one more question that needed to be asked. Other than what was on the map, what is the strongest frost giant that has been seen in the past few years? Not what we know is deployed, but what could be coming at us unexpectedly. Carl asked the defense minister. There are royal rank frost giants, nearly 30 of them within the nation, and 3 known monarchs. But their immortal king, as they call him, is a totem rank monster, 1 step above the overlord rank. He has been alive for hundreds of years, and we are unsure of his combat power these days. But there is a theory that they organized this alliance with the other giants to eliminate the threat of the humans before the immortal king succumbed to old age. The leaders of the other giant nations are similarly impressive, though the stone giants are taking the majority of our strongest warriors, as they have dozens of overlords in their ranks, and their average warriors can grow to royal rank in later adulthood. Carl nodded and made notes as Defense Minister Orleans outlined the issues. Now it made sense that there weren't any overlords on this front. They had all been deployed to keep the stone giants and hill giants at bay. The frost giants were more numerous, but not as domineering at their peak strength. The other 2 teams looked a bit relieved at the news that There weren't many frost giants above commander rank. But Carl had already seen the deployment numbers, and no matter where they went, it was not going to be an easy battle. What are the chances that they are going to stand down after a prolonged stalemate? Should we be aiming to push them back, or just to limit casualties on our side? Jody asked, distracting the minister from his explanation about the difference between giant nations. Limited losses are the aim right now. If they make a full offensive against the artillery lines, that might change. The artillery is powerful enough for the awakened giants, and will have some effect against the ascended beasts as well. But if they make a full push, none of our conventional weapons will be able to hold against them, and it will be up to the brothers of the church and their blessings to allow our line infantry to fight back. He was obviously trying to push them to do as much as they could to keep the giants from attacking, as the casualties involved in regular infantry fighting giants were guaranteed to be catastrophic. That was just basic history, and for millennia, that was how the less magical nations of humans had survived. During those times, even when the average family had 10 children, the nation had barely managed to increase its population after casualties in the wars against the monster tribes. In the last 10 years, they had made huge strides in the stability of the nation, and it was honestly surprising that the giants had waited this long to start to team up to eliminate the humans' power base. The rest of Carl's team came in with a rather unassuming-looking girl in an ascended rank school uniform. He had thought that they were going for a berserker, but if she was their choice, Carl would work with it. The most important thing was that everyone got along. She didn't look like she intended to cause any friction among the team members like some flirtatious male warrior might. Carl, this is Bear, an ascended rank berserker from the senior classes. Lotus introduced their new member. I am a bear totem berserker. I transform when I use the enrage skill, and the nickname kind of stuck. My name is Ophelia. Good to meet you, Ophelia. Now that our team is ready, we can head to the supply room and start packing. I have arranged our deployment point already, and the government sorts will inform us when our ride is ready. Carl explained. He led them out of the room, along with Dave, Jill, Alice, and Daniel. The 4 agents from the Bureau who had been looking after Carl and Dana were rightly concerned to be seeing them going to war so early into their training. But they were also going out to make sure that other promising talents had a bit of extra protection when they were in the worst spots. So this would be the last they would be able to see each other for a little while, unless the situation near Carl changed. It looks like you've formed an enviable group. Take care of them while you're out, and we might see you soon. We're all being assigned to strike teams to rescue elites in trouble. That's one of the primary duties of the Bureau. It's difficult to have elites develop if they're dead. But you're in a good position, so as long as you don't get into the main lines of the Frost Giant Army, you should be all right. Don't try to play hero and, I'm sure there was something else I wanted to say. Alice ranted. Daniel patted her on the back. They will be fine with Carl along. I have read all the reports, and I don't know many who have more skilled scouting abilities than him and Hawk. When it comes to avoiding ambushes, they're top-notch. He comforted his partner. Jill smiled at Dana while pulling her blonde hair back into a ponytail. Are you certain that life as a pop music idol sounds that bad? It's not too late to back out and find a replacement to go to the front lines. The mage joked. Dana nodded enthusiastically. Anything sounds better than that. As Daniel said, we will be fine. I just hope that Jody and Josh will be. They're taking student teams out, and it sounded like they weren't going to get to pick the good locations. They will be all right. They're going to be attached to military units, so they're not out alone. The lines are dangerous, but there is support. Most of us have been there before. That's how Rita got all but her last promotion. It's not as bad as the historical battles were. Alice assured them. A call from inside the meeting room drew the agents away, and Carl led the team to the supply room, then looked at their newest member. Does your transformation preclude wearing armor? He asked. The berserker shook her head, knocking some of her straight brown hair loose from its tie. Not if it's bonded. Sister Lotus said you would splurge and cover some bonded. Armor for me and a new weapon. Carl smiled. Of course, we all need to be equipped to go to battle, and I will check on the others as well. What is your transformed shape like? Ophelia made a vague gesture upwards. I'm about 250 cm tall, standing on my back legs, half bear, half human. I can still hold things, but I've got claws on my hands and a bare head. It's the rage that causes problems because I can forget who is an ally if they look too much like the enemy. That shouldn't be a problem while fighting frost giants, but we can put you on the far side of Thor if that makes you more comfortable. I don't think anyone has ever mistaken him for a frost giant. Carl laughed. There is another member, she asked. Carl turned to Lotus. Did you forget to give her details? The nature priestess just shrugged. We got the important parts. Carl sighed as he turned back to the berserker. Thor is a lightning Sero, one of the 4 beasts I am partnered with. He's full-grown, bright green, and provides everyone a lightning barrier that refreshes stamina, as well as providing basic healing. Then we have Hawk, our scout, who is a form of dragon hawk, and Ray the bloodbath spider, who usually fights with 2 spider golems made of vines at her side. She nodded along, then counted on her fingers. You said 4, that is 3. Carl called Remy out into his hand. The little blue and gold snake looked up at Bear, then activated minor water control to make herself a pair of arms to wave hello. Oh my goddess, she is adorable, but I can see why you don't count her as a combat pet. Why did you pick a common grade water snake? She asked. Remy is a Naga spirit snake. When she grows up, she has a high chance to evolve into a Naga, but she is an ascended rank shaman already. Her skills are limited due to her age, but she isn't entirely incapable. In fact, as she can cast Blizzard, she might even help us blend in with our surroundings on this mission. Carl explained as they reached their destination. Commander, what brings you back so soon? The supply room manager asked when the group entered the room. We're heading out on a mission, and one of our team members needs gear, possibly 2 if Sister Lotus has been worried about everyone but herself. Carl replied. We've got just what you need. Just give me a moment to pull up the inventory. The screen changed a few seconds later, and there was an assortment of plate armor displayed. This should all bond to the user as Miss Ophelia will need. Now, were you fronting the credits, or did she need to take a battle credit loan? The staff member asked. I will be purchasing her new armor and a weapon to match. There are also a few items we will need for our packs, which Lotus will inform you of later. Those can all go on my tab. Carl explained. All right, I will let you sort out the repayment terms on your own. It's not like you're hurting for money the way that you keep turning in reward materials. But speaking of which, do you have any more of the T-Moss? We're running low. It has been in high demand since the first outing's members began to run out. Carl checked Thor's space, and then Ray's space, where it was actually growing in abundance on the trees. He collected a few kilos of fresh moss and passed it over to the supply room clerk, along with some of the herbs that were growing within Thor's space and beginning to spread beyond their intended area. Here, you can put those on my account to help offset the cost. If you need more of anything that might be growing along the border with the frost giants, just let me know, and I will see if I can bring any of it back when I return. The staffer nodded as he sorted through the various armors that were available. This one has a flame enchantment on it. That will be good both for hunting frost giants and for keeping warm in the mountains. Did you have a mobile source of heat? The clerk asked. Carl smiled and activated flaming body over his hand. The clerk nodded. That will about do it. No need to worry about freezing when you can just set yourself on fire for fun. All right. Why don't we have Miss Ophelia try this one on? If it bonds, she will be armored, and then we can move on to finding a suitable weapon. What are you using now? Will it hold up to the rigors of commander rank combat? Carl took out the 2-handed blade, and the berserker gave it a look that Carl could only describe as lust. That was definitely her preferred weapon, but the energy leech effect that it had was really pushing Carl's beasts forward with all this fighting. His mental spaces were almost ready to be equalized again, and that should push Thor nearly to the commander rank, as the spaces naturally tried to push the beasts to the same point. The supply clerk frowned as he examined the blade. It's not particularly high quality, and I'm guessing that you use a skill to protect it from direct damage, but it's not going to hold up to your increasing abilities for much longer. The enchantment is strong, but the material quality is definitely on the lowest side of awakened, so even as sturdy as it is against physical strikes, too much skill power being channeled through it will damage the weapon. Carl sighed. It was a bonded weapon, but if he was going to outgrow it, he would have to find another weapon to use in general combat and leave it to passively draw the life force of their enemies. He had the bow now, so he could fight at longer ranges. But depending on the fight, he might still be needed as a frontline combatant. Possibly not if they used Dana's golems with Thor, but they would have to adapt their strategies. I have this bow as well, but I'm more often needed to hold back the enemy, so I haven't had a chance to use it, Carl explained. The clerk assessed it with a trained gaze. That's a good one. Low commander rank, infinite arrows, and it will grant your strength modifier to the arrow damage. As I recall, you had a strength ring. Carl nodded. Indeed. It's a good item, but I could likely use another sword, as the only other one I have is also getting outdated. It was still strapped to his pack, but he rarely used the short sword for anything. It was just an emergency spare. The clerk went into the back and came back with a cart full of weapons. I don't have much at the commander rank, but I have one that has a lifesteal ability that should be similar to the one you're using. The rest of these are all for Miss Ophelia to choose from. Carl refrained from mentioning that it wasn't exactly a lifesteal effect that his existing blade granted, since they only had one similar quality weapon anyhow. If he had one that healed and one that granted life, force to help them grow, that was twice as good. Carl went to pick it up to check it out, and energy sparked from his hand, forcing the weapon away and nearly knocking over the rack. The clerk hurriedly saved the weapon's cart from tipping as he cursed. I was afraid of that. Some equipment will interfere with others and prevent you from bonding them. It could be that the two blades are too similar, and the old one won't let you replace it. If that's the case, just keep a spare of some sort and use it until it shatters, he explained. The blade looked better than when Carl had gotten it. Much better, in fact. If he kept using it and letting it absorb energy, he might not need to replace it. It was falling behind his power level, but as long as it wasn't so far behind that his skills broke it, the blade should be fine to keep using. Bear chose a pair of matched axes which granted fire damage on hit, a perfect counter for frost giants and suited to her fighting style. They could be used both in her normal form and in her werebear transformation, and they bonded to her, so they could be safely stored when not in use. Everyone else had ascended rank or higher armor on. Already, Dana wasn't particularly happy about her incredibly ornate mage robes from the Naga dungeon. They were good robes, though, and she wasn't willing to give them up for an inferior option just because of the style. What is your frontline combat formation? The backroom clerk who brought out most of the weapons asked. Thor, who is near peak ascended rank, and 2 ascended stone golems with the durable constructs bonus. Then we have 2 commander rank attack golems, Carl explained to the aging veteran. The man considered it for a while, then nodded. So you count on the weaker golems to hold the line. While the more powerful ones are able to go all out on damage, that's not a bad plan. You've got 4 constructs with the group after all. I was going to recommend something to add barriers, other than your 1 mage. Carl smiled back at him. We have a group refreshing lightning and a circle of protection, as well as the holy protections from the war priestess. That should be enough to hold. Dana actually had a very advanced barrier that she used on her golems. It was just that until recently, when she made it to ascended rank, she was so far behind the group leaders that the main threats could shatter it faster than she could rebuild it. It simply wasn't mana efficient when they had Alice's golem there as well. As long as you are sure the barriers can hold, with no commanders to take the brunt of a charge, it could get dicey for your tanks, he replied. If needed, I can join them, and the 2 commander rank spider golems can as well, but it shouldn't be necessary most of the time. If I can stand back of the fight, I should be able to greatly increase my damage instead of spending all my time blocking strikes and keeping targets occupied, Carl explained. Lotus sneaked up to the counter with her wish list of supplies for the mission, which the other clerk quickly filled, then swiped Carl's card to pay for everything. The supplies you provided covered 3/4 of what you spent today. Not a bad deal if I do say so myself. Good luck on your mission, the clerk announced. Thanks, we will see you when we get back. The old man laughed. Kind of a commander like you to come, make a pity visit to this old man. Just bring back the young ones in one piece, and we will call it even. 2 days later, Carl found himself standing in the snow at the base of the mountains again. Just as he had been on his last mission, only this time, instead of the frigid cold and silence, he could hear the distant sound of frost giant war horns. the sound carrying over 50 kilometers through the hills as they staged for an attack along the front lines. The group had just landed, and the intelligence on their area looked good, but the numbers that his keen eyes had detected along the main lines were far larger than the number of stones that had been placed on the map. If each blue stone had been 500, not 100, it might have been an overstatement, but much closer to the truth of the situation, while here in the hills, their newly arrived group had yet to spot anything threatening. "Which way should we search first?" Bear asked as she surveyed the trees in front of them. Like Lotus, she was more comfortable here in the wilderness than she was in the academy or in a city, and Hawk wholeheartedly approved of her naming sense. Carl, on the other hand, preferred to use her actual name, so he didn't get into the habit of treating her like one of his pets by calling her Bear. Carl brought out the folded map from under his tabard. The first sweep should go east, away from the frost giant front lines, to see what might be coming around to look for better routes. Then we will double back and check for hidden scouts before the sun goes down. I got them to agree to allow us to operate in a wide area, so we're not going to be easily tracked back to the same routes, but that will also mean that we need to set up multiple camps and be finished with our route before the sun drops behind the mountains. That doesn't leave us a lot of time to do our work, so we might as well get to it. What he had failed to consider was how much the magic of the frost giants had changed the area from its natural state. There was normally no snow in the mountains within the Golden Dragon Nation, but now, even in the middle of the afternoon, the temperature was below freezing. Hawk was out, sitting on Dana's backpack and surrounding them both with flaming body, which was generating an area of warmth that the others were standing in, while Carl kept his own active and moved ahead. "You're going to have to go scout soon," he reminded the bird, who was just getting comfortable on top of the mage's backpack. As a replacement for Hawk's warmth, Carl lit his sword with flames and passed it to Ophelia, who was the largest of the group other than Carl, even when she wasn't transformed. "Here, that will stay lit as long as my barrier is up. The effect should be enough to keep the team warm if you hold the blade in the middle of the group, and you're the only one in the group that has superhuman strength other than myself," Carl quietly informed her. "Got it, I'll take good care of your sword. We're going to have to work on something for the future, though. My armor keeps me plenty warm, but the others will need regular breaks." "Even with the winter gear they packed," she replied. The Golden Dragon Nation did not have great winter gear, Carl would admit that. But he hadn't mastered the art of spreading the flaming body ability, which Hawk could only do by touch, so they were going to need to stop and warm up every few hours. "I will think of something. If there are caves nearby, perhaps we can set up in one of them to make it easier to sleep at night," Carl agreed. Hawk disappeared over the trees, and within minutes, he was sending back reports of frost giants moving near their path. 3 ascended and 7 awakened in this group. They look like trainees, Hawk reported. "Anything else nearby?" Hawk paused for a moment. 1 commander and 2 ascended about 4 kilometers past them, moving south along a trail. "All right, we have our first targets, a training patrol with 3 ascended giants and 7 awakened ranked juveniles. If we can make a quick and clean job of it, there is a commander-led smaller group a few kilometers beyond them," Carl explained. Thor and the golems were all being held in reserve, only to be brought out to fight so that the group could move silently through the woods. Carl had gained the skill silent movement, which allowed him to lead from well in front of the group without alerting the frost giants, whose sense of smell was no better than a human's, but the sound of a Cerro or a stone golem in the woods would give them away far too early. Carl paused and motioned for the group to come forward when the patrol came in sight. "Ray will move up on the left flank with her golems, Ophelia. Prepare to rage and charge with Thor and Dana's golems toward the pack. Sisters, you are with Dana. Just get close enough to keep them in healing range. I will circle right and keep them from running when they realize they are in trouble," Carl whispered. He didn't have much training with a bow, but this one didn't need it. Once you activated it and drew the magical string, it gave you a mental impression of where the arrow would strike. Carl silently raced through the trees, getting in position as Tessa rode Thor into battle, with Ophelia in her half-bear form running alongside them. The golems were still a bit slow, and would arrive a second or two later. But that gave Carl time to prepare for his first ever combat shot with the crystalline bow. The bowstring appeared as Carl made the drawing motion, and the solid crystal flexed as he aimed the shot. Since it was a day for firsts, Carl decided to use Remy's chain lightning, the one skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Carl released, hitting the closest giant square in the chest as it turned to scan the area. Skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Carl released. Hitting the lightning spread through the entire group, leaving them shaking and partially paralyzed. As if they had been hit with a taser, which allowed Thor's charge to shatter a giant's femur, while Tessa's flanged mace glowed with golden light and crushed its sternum. Ray was there before the giants had realized what was going on, and Ophelia only had time for one swing of Carl's sword, cutting deep into a frost giant's chest before everything was dead. Carl went to rejoin the group, and Tessa gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Was that a new skill from Remy? I like it. Stunning the enemy makes the fight so much easier. The war cleric congratulated him as Ray began to rifle through the bodies, emptying them of loot before stealing the bodies for her art exhibit. One each went to Hawk and Remy, so they couldn't complain, but the rest was scheduled to be strung up in the trees for Ray's diorama. I didn't know that it would stun them. I was just going for the damage. That arrow hit a lot harder than I expected, though. It punched through armor and all the way through the frost giant. Sure, it was awakened, but still. Carl replied. There was a lot of blood on the snow. But Remy had a plan to fix that. Once the group started to move toward the second group, the commander with the two ascended frost giants, she cast a blizzard over the battlefield, freezing the blue blood and covering it in a fresh layer of snow. That was enough to satisfy her that nobody would suspect that there was a battle until they actually stepped on the location and revealed the blood. She wasn't a cleanup specialist, but hiding your kills from sight was just good practice in her mind. The second group was facing away from them when Carl reached their position, so he didn't wait for the others, and unleashed an arrow into the leader's back. The chain lightning spread, slowing the others, but the commander shrugged it off. It bellowed in rage and turned just in time to catch an arrow to the chest, which caused a fountain of blood before the third arrow struck home only a few centimeters from the second. By now, the other two were twitching on the ground, and the spider golems raced in to finish the job. Make it quick and hide your tracks. That shout brought more patrols this way. Hawk warned as Ray borrowed the bodies, and Carl picked up what couldn't be brought into her space. Remy, work your magic on the battlefield. Ophelia, these are for you, vambraces of giant strength. I've got 2 strength-type items already, so these are all yours. You will make good use of them in combat. Carl whispered as he motioned for the group to retreat from the forming blizzard. Hawk led them away for a few minutes, then directed them to turn left to hit another of the weaker patrols. The stronger groups had gone toward the shout, while the weaker one had carried on their mission. Hit and run was the name of the game that day, and Carl was intending to do as much damage and make as many groups go missing as possible. The second awakened group went down even more smoothly than the first had, as Carl got used to his bow, and the others got used to working together without Prince Corbin or Alice around. Being without the spellblades and their rapid movements and magic changed the way the group had gotten used to fighting, as did having Carl in the distance instead of right up close. Interestingly, while Ophelia couldn't store the blade the way that Carl did, it had no resistance to her using it in combat, and it happily transferred Carl the energy from the monsters that died near it. That was far better than he had expected, and with Carl's newfound ability to stun or slow the frost giants, the use of a single large weapon wasn't a hindrance to the survivability of the berserker. Remy had refused to come out and see things with her own eyes. She was a monster, but a cold-blooded one, and she would have to burn mana to keep from freezing. She could extend her powers out just enough to cast Blizzard when needed, and that was enough for her as she hid in the tropical heat of her swamp. Thinking about that made Carl realize that the others were getting cold, so he instructed Hawk to find them somewhere to hide and reheat. Go north, there is a small cave in the mountains there. It looks dry and unoccupied. Hawk instructed, follow me. There is a cave ahead. We will rest for a while and warm up before we head out again. This cold is unnatural, and I don't want anyone getting frostbite, Carl instructed. Hawk settled into a tree outside as they hid in the cave behind one of Dana's barriers. It didn't have the illusion factor that Prince Corbin's did, but there had been vines partially obscuring the cave entrance, and the barrier would keep any nearby monsters from smelling them inside. Carl turned up the heat from the sword to warm the small cave, and took out his map to note the battles that they had been in. The instructions were to make reports no more than once a day and only right before you moved on from a location, in case the frost giants had found a way to track communications. They weren't known to have any such technology, or really any technology at all, but if they had gotten their hands on one of the military radio phones, they might be able to decrypt all the nearby messages or even track the source of the signal. That could be disastrous for the teams who were operating in the field, so the standard procedure was to send the message, then move on, leaving the area where they might be able to track the team to. Of course, this didn't matter to the main lines, as they weren't hiding from anyone, but for Carl's team, anonymity was their friend. Even just being able to collect the bodies of the fallen frost giants and have Remy coat the area with new snow would make it incredibly difficult for the enemy to track their movements. They would know that their teams were missing when they didn't sound the horns at the next random interval, but they wouldn't easily stumble across them either. "Hawk, what else do we have in the area?" Carl asked once the group was beginning to get warm again. "Nothing close. You've only got an hour and a half until it is dark. And the closest group is over 6 kilometers from you now. All right, you can come into your space to rest or stay in the tree, whichever you prefer. We will stay here the night and then go hunting again in the morning." Carl agreed. "Short day, everyone. There's nothing close enough to hunt before dark, so Hawk recommends that we stay here. We will head out in the morning and get back to work," Carl explained. They had 2 communication devices on this trip, the emergency phone and the standard open-channel radio. The first was safely stored in his pack, but the second was tucked into Carl's armor with the earbud in one of his ears. That way it wasn't loud enough for anyone else or any nearby enemies to hear, but he could keep up to date on what was going on around them. The battle lines were active, but there were no major changes that day, just a few skirmishes. What he was waiting for was a report of an enemy troop draw down, or a redeployment, which would likely mean more enemies coming through their patrol area. As long as the frost giants were busy on the main battle lines, he would only have to deal with scouts here. But there was a second part to their mission, and it was to try to determine how they were spreading the frozen area out of their nation and into the Golden Dragon Nation. The hope was that it was some sort of device that could be destroyed, forcing the weather back to normal and putting the frost giants at a disadvantage. There wasn't any sign of that within the patrols, and they were deployed well within the frozen area, so if it was something that happened near the edge of the advance, it would be beyond their reach. But what they could do was keep hitting the frost giant scouts until they started to send more troops into this area, weakening their front lines and giving Carl and the others the chance to earn a massive amount of rewards once they were back home. Dreaming of being able to advance beyond commander in one deployment was insane, but that didn't mean that they couldn't gain anything. For one, there was the credit for the kills that they could trade for resources, and the other was the Skill Master upgrade that Carl had chosen during the dungeon hunt. Skill Master rank 2 usable only by those with the Skill Master ability. Allows learned skills to improve to 1 rank above the bonded partner's current rank with practice. That was his goal on this mission. The beasts were going to be using their skills nearly constantly and finding new ways to expand their combat skills. That meant abundant practice opportunities and the chance that one of the commander rank skills might actually improve in power by a rank. If Ray's golems improved, they would have something akin to low royal rank combat power, without having to wait for Ray herself to improve. Then when she did improve, the skill should improve along with her, and she would become even more deadly. Or perhaps it would be Thor's refreshing lightning or Hawk's flame body that advanced first, as both were in constant use. The condition of practice wasn't all that clear, so it could mean just keeping it active, not actively trying to improve it. Though Thor had proven that he was improving it, when he learned to expand his skill to everyone and step into his desired role as the team's healer. Tessa laid the sword flat on the floor of the cave and gestured for Carl to turn up the heat. It was already reasonably warm inside, but she didn't want to waste their precious fuel canisters, and there was no wood in here to create a cooking fire from. "All right, I'm not going to do anything that will mess up the dinner schedule. We've got a long night before we have to move again, but while you cook, we should come up with a better plan for dealing with these groups. I am thinking that we have Hawk scout a larger area tomorrow during the early morning hours, and then he can inform us of their general movement patterns and where they are likely to be so that we're not wasting time looking for them. We will be able to go out, hunt, and then return somewhere warm to rest before we go out again, Carl suggested. Lotus nodded. That's not a bad idea. We could also have Ray set up a spot in advance if we knew that we were going to be circling back to it later. It would allow us to go straight inside without waiting around. I'm not sure the forts will be the best option, though. The cold is getting insane out there, and spending the overnight in a cloth fort, even with the blade for heat, might not be the most comfortable thing ever. If we can keep returning to caves that we can properly heat, that might be best. But like a heated tent, it is possible to keep the forts warm. Ray thought about that for a while. If I double the layers used to make the fort, we can keep the wind out, and the floor will stay warm under everyone's bodies. That will keep the wind down, and the blade will keep the inside warm. Ray says she can make a fort that will be warm enough. Once Hawk scouts in the morning, we will start making plans for where we will rest tomorrow. I think that switching between caves and forts hidden high in the trees would be a smart move, so the frost giants don't have as easy of a time guessing where we might be hiding. A few more days of eliminating their patrols, and they are going to start trying to do something about it. The next morning's scouting report revealed that the frost giants had caught on to the problem much faster than Carl had been expecting them to. They were not known for being particularly bright, but this morning there were no fewer than 20 teams in the area, and it appeared that they were doing a methodical search for the missing teams. From Hawk's report, they had spread out along a ridgeline very early in the morning, and they were moving south through the valley and past the cave now. If the team moved out in 20 minutes, they would be attacking the giants from behind, and they could kill multiple groups quickly before retreating. That seemed like a good plan to Carl. If they picked one of the stronger groups to eliminate as a group, Ray could use her golems to take out a weak group nearby, starting with their ascended leader, which would leave the awakened giant trainees helpless. I can play too, Hawk suggested. True, but you're our scout. I don't want them associating you with the missing giants. Can you do it cleanly enough? Carl asked. No problem. I will wait for them to get close enough to you that I can throw the bodies in my space. We're going to need to do something about all the excess frost giants before they start getting in the way, Hawk reminded him. Oh, don't worry about that. I have just the plan to get rid of them, which will ensure the giants are in chaos when the main line decides to advance. Carl led the group out of the cave toward the closest powerful group, which was flanked by two weaker groups. Patrol line went on like that all the way across the valley they were working in. One group with a commander leading it, and then two groups of ascended and awakened. That should realistically give the commander and his smaller group time to react to any attacks on the weaker groups, but with Carl's divide-and-conquer strategy, it was about to become a feeding program for the beasts. Remy was already overjoyed by the amount of commander rank food that she could gorge herself with as she waited for her body to grow up to fighting size where she could crush and swallow her prey whole. That was an odd bit of logic for a venomous snake, but that was how she preferred to eat, even after biting them. Biting was actually a last resort for the spirit snake, as she insisted that it made the food taste funny, but if she was threatened and her magic wasn't doing enough, she had no problem getting physical. But for the most part, she didn't come out of her hiding space and just poked her head out to cast blizzard after fights. Remy, how long can your blizzard spell last? Carl asked. About 5 minutes if I need it to, then I will cast it again, she replied. In that case, cast it at the start of the fight and just let it continue as we move away. Keep it scented on the group, and it will hide both the fight and our footprints, so the other groups can't find us as easily. The next group was just coming into sight when Carl caught a change in Ray's thoughts. Tremble before the coming darkness. She was laughing at her hapless targets. Ray found her group. Let's get to work. Remy, you're up. Keep us hidden, Carl instructed. He charged forward with Thor. The roar of the frost giants, who were being damaged by a snowstorm out of nowhere, echoed through the valley. That might not have been his best call, but they were already damaged when he made it to combat, and Dana's twin golems had no problem holding off the two ascended frost giants, while Carl fired arrows into the commander's chest, and Thor prevented it from going after any of the other group members. Ophelia had no problem assisting the golems with one of the frost giants, and even Tessa had dismounted and come forward into melee range, attacking with her mace while Dana cast magic missiles and Carl's chain lightning slowed the giants. Carl felt two groups of giants reach his space, one from Hawk and one from Ray. That was their signal to move, and Carl quickly stripped the giants of anything of value and threw the corpses into Remy's mostly empty swamp. Tessa identified the items left on the ground and stuffed the magical ones into a pair of pouches that she slung over Thor's back. "We can sort them later. Where are we off to now?" she asked. "There should be another 3 groups like those on their way here. Remy is keeping the blizzard active to hide our movement, and Hawk is scouting their locations as they approach," Carl explained. The groups had moved into the same formation as the ones they had attacked. Weaker groups on the flanks with the stronger one in the middle as they searched for the attackers. "Same pattern as last time. Tessa, did you want to ride Thor into combat?" Carl asked. "Sounds great. I will start with the commander and Dana can focus her attacks on one ascended while Bear gets the other," Tessa agreed. Ophelia made a pleased grunt at the plan, still caught in the berserker rage and still transformed into her half-bear form. As she fought, small wooden totems would appear on the ground around her. Carl wasn't certain if they were buffs or some sort of skill, but they vanished after 10 seconds or so and didn't seem to affect anyone but her. Remy came out of her hiding spot to climb into Carl's armor, leaving only her head exposed. That was warm enough that she could comfortably fight, and secure enough she wouldn't fall down and into the snow. Now they had an extra chain lightning at ascended rank to go with the commander rank version on Carl's arrows. With the blizzard damage being so negligible to creatures with cold damage resistance, the giants had barely begun to understand that they were in serious trouble before they were paralyzed and cut down. 2 more batches of bodies entered the space, and Carl sent Hawk scouting down the line, getting a location for any other groups that might have been alerted to the battles. "They're all still moving forward. Should I bring some this way, or do we ambush them the same way again?" Ray asked as Hawk reported the location of the groups. "Same pattern. Wait for us to get in position," Carl instructed. "But you're so slow. Why don't you just chase after me, and I will take out all the weak ones to throw in your space, then we can come back to the group for the commanders," Ray suggested. "Because we can't leave the rest of the group unprotected. There's a reason for this group's size and composition," Carl reminded her. "If I could just access the space from more than 100 meters, this would be way easier," Ray complained, eager to keep hunting. "Work with what you've got. We will clean up all along the line today if we can, and then retreat somewhere warm," Carl instructed. That was all the motivation that Ray and Hawk needed to go off mission and start hunting the weaker groups on their own. Before Carl had even reached the first commander, they had cleared the weaker groups and had started on the next pair, racing through the snow-covered trees to avoid detection and then brutally ambushing their hapless prey. Remy was stuck on cleanup duty, spreading her blizzard as wide as possible, while collecting the bodies, which Carl was doing his best to run past as the group chased the rampaging pair of beasts. "Why are they in such a hurry?" Ophelia asked as they reached their 5th group of the day, who was standing back to back, already paranoid and on alert after all the shouting from the other groups under attack on both sides of them. "I may have promised them that once the line was clear, we could go somewhere warm for the night," Carl laughed. "Well, that sounds good to me, but the casters will not be able to keep this pace up forever. Even if they are riding on Thor most of the time, that much magic will wear them out mentally." Carl nodded. "We're almost done. I will call the 2 hooligans back once we clear this group, and then we can hide the battles in the snow and look for a good spot to spend the night." By the time that they had finished clearing the last battlefield, the bags on the side of Thor were overflowing with loot. He looked more like a pack mule than a combat pet. They had simply killed so many frost giants today that they couldn't resist grabbing anything remotely magical looking, with the plan to identify and sort it later. The frost giant scouts should have been sent into battle with decent gear, and that gear would be very close to what the group needed to fight them. It wouldn't be the fire element attack gear they wanted, but if even a few of the armor pieces could be bonded, and assuming there were some giant strength type enchantments, they could make massive gains. Hawk sent them an update on his scouting mission. To the south 4 kilometers there is a large cave. That will be perfect for the night. That would also put them in front of where the patrol lines had been slaughtered, so it would be unlikely that the next day's reinforcements would start there in the search for the humans killing off their scouts. As they were making their way to the cave, Carl began to hear disturbing news on the radio. The frost giants were redeploying and sending a huge number of troops into this valley. It looked like their efforts had gone overboard, and now the enemy thought that there was a major military force here. Of course, as they were sending a large force to the valley, the Golden Dragon Nation was also sending an entire artillery regiment to the other end of the valley to ensure that the frost giants didn't advance past the lines. That put their hiding spot in the middle of no man's land, in what was likely to become an artillery bombardment the next day. It looks like we might need to be cold for a few more hours. Keep heading south until Hawk finds you a new hiding spot along the southern end of the valley. The army is redeploying artillery here, and I don't want to get caught in the middle of a bombardment. Carl explained once he had a full grasp of the situation. You make it sound like you won't be leading. Lotus noted. For the next hour or so, I won't be. I will follow Hawk's guidance back to you, and you've got Ray and Thor for extra protection. I've got Remy with me to hide my movement. I'm going to put out a distraction to slow the frost giants' advance. Carl explained. All right, see you soon. None of us can run fast enough to keep up with you anyhow, Tessa joked. That was true, and he had silent movement, so he didn't need to worry about making a commotion. What's the plan? Are we going to ambush them from out of a blizzard and just boom pow smack down a bunch of giants? Remy asked as Carl ran toward the point where the giants should be entering the valley. Not exactly. You see how we've got all sorts of extra ascended and awakened rank frost giant bodies. We're going to pile them all up at that end of the valley and set a bonfire for the giants to keep warm by. Oh, we're doing something nice to apologize. That's kind of you. Remy replied proudly, thinking that they were doing a nice thing for the enemy. Frost giants are terrified of fire, and the heat causes them pain. Sorry, Remy. For a moment, she was disappointed that they weren't doing a nice thing. Then she decided that it wasn't worth being sad for monsters that would lose a fight to a bird. Well, they get back most of their dead, so they can't be too mad, right? Even if it's not their usual ritual. That is true, they're getting most of the bodies back. That was enough assurance to make the naive young snake play along with the plan and keep her blizzard active on its lowest setting, creating a snowstorm that would only really damage common rank monsters. It did dump a lot of snow, and the winds were high over a large area, so it would hide their movement once they were gone. As Carl was leading them right to the mouth of the pass. This is the spot. You start piling up the bodies into a huge hill, and I will cut down some trees to get the fire started, Carl instructed. Starting a fire when you were whittling deadfall logs for kindling with a flaming blade was a simple task, and within minutes, Carl had a good, hot fire burning, and Remy was piling bodies all around it as Carl hacked down more trees to place in a second layer around the outside. The smoke was billowing up into the clouds, thick and black, and it would be impossible to miss the smell, which reminded Carl entirely too much of wet work socks drying by the fire without being cleaned first. Once the outer logs were burning steadily, Carl headed south at a run, hoping to catch up to the group before they made it too far. Remy's blizzard was reactivated as soon as they were out of range of the bonfire, hiding their tracks, but even the howling winds couldn't hide the rage of the frost giants when they realized that the fire they had come to destroy wasn't a human army camp, but a massive funeral pyre. The army wasn't sure what to make of the situation, so Carl sent a brief message, letting them know that it was a diversion. Regional Command, I can confirm that the fire is set by our side. Repeat, the fire is a distraction to slow the frost giant advance, Carl informed them. Understood, report all sightings for ongoing bombardment as the line is extended. That was terrible news. He had deliberately picked a deployment spot well away from the main battle line, but they had already expanded to meet him only a few days into his mission. Worse, there was no real reason for it, other than a single day worth of increased activity. There was something going on behind the scenes that he wasn't aware of. It wasn't making logical sense based on what he had seen of enemy deployment strategies during their flight in. If they were going to bombard the area, he couldn't scout it. But the mountain ranges further from the line were too inhospitable for either humans or frost giants to traverse in large numbers. The best bet was for Carl to take his team behind the enemy lines, where he would still be within his appointed zone, and they could attack frost giant supply caravans. Hawk would like that. They farmed monstrous boars and giant goats. Hawk, where are you leading the team? Carl asked as they began to turn toward the human military unit. There are soldiers everywhere. Unless we're going to take a cave near their camp without talking to them, Tessa thinks we should say hello before we move on, Hawk replied. All right, I will catch up to you before you reach them. Carl had Remy stop the blizzard when they got close enough to see Hawk above the trees, and then caught up to the group just before they reached the outer patrols of the incoming military camp. Once the beasts, except for Thor, who still had a pair of massive packs full of magical items, were all safely back in their spaces, he led them out into the open, where soldiers were surrounding the camp, all carrying swords glowing with the holy light of a cleric's blessing. So, not elites, but regular infantry, relying on holy magic to be able to injure anything that came their way. That could make it difficult to get back out of the camp, as they weren't going to want to lose the protection of a commander ranked elite and his team, especially just for Carl and the others to go scouting in another region. Identification, the patrol guard requested, with a hint of reverent respect in his tone. Commander Carl, 95,988, deployed to the region with my team to control scout movements away from the main lines. Carl replied. And how did that go? The patrol leader asked. We're up by about 70 frost giants for the day. Lotus cut in with a smile on her face. The man froze as if she had slapped him. Did you say there were 70 frost giants in the zone today alone? I will need you to report to the battalion commander ASAP. I don't think that they are aware of the threat level. Carl and the team were quickly escorted to the battalion commander's tent, where they found a commander-rank soldier with his secretary bent over his desk when the scout burst in unannounced. Carl stopped the team and let the scout be the only one to go inside while the tent flap swung closed, and Tessa did her best not to laugh out loud. Damn it, knock, the man shouted as the secretary, who was in civilian clothing, hurriedly rearranged her skirt. It's a cloth door, sir. We have a report that you need to hear. A commander-led mercenary scout team took out roughly 70 frost giants in the zone just today. It has given us reason to believe that the deployment orders understated the severity of the threat. The scout announced in a dry tone as Carl and the team waited outside. Hawk and Ray had kept a bunch of the heads for just this reason, and they quickly piled them up outside the command tent, creating a 5-meter-tall mound of giant skulls still dripping with blood. The scout and his commander stepped outside and saw the massive pile of heads, then turned in shock to Carl. Where the hell did those come from? The commander demanded. I have a skill to keep body parts from defeated monsters in a separate space for the day. I use it to provide proof of kills. As we are on commission, not salary, Carl informed him. Someone count those and do a rank check on them, the commander shouted. Nobody was hurrying to do that duty, but they would get to it, Carl was certain. The battalion commander gestured inside. Please, come in. I need a report on the situation and anything you know about that fire burning at the other end of the valley. Carl took a seat across from the other commander, while the rest of the team sat in the chairs along the wall. The fire is easy. I used frost giant bodies to light a bonfire and slow the enemy advance so that they wouldn't follow us toward you. I got the message that you were moving in an artillery battalion, and I really didn't want to get caught in a bombardment while we slept tonight, Carl explained. The commander smiled. That was the right choice. We had no idea where you were in the zone, and the bombardment will start with the morning light. Not that your group wouldn't be able to outrun it in most cases, as long as you were listening to the radio, but still. Carl heard some commotion and stomping outside, and realized that the soldiers were trying to unload Thor, who had distinctly not given them permission to touch his bags. Tessa, Lotus, can you take Thor outside the camp and deal with his burden? Pick what might be useful and bring it back. The rest can be turned in for credit, Carl instructed. They disappeared out of the tent flap, while the battalion commander waited for Carl to explain. We didn't just take heads. I've got a lightning Cerro outside with bags full of unidentified magic items. Someone tried to get into his bags, and he was getting upset to the point of considering stunning them with earthquake, Carl explained. A lightning Cerro learned earthquake, the commander asked, completely confused. Not only that, he learned circle of protection. But he's almost to commander rank now. Give him a little longer, and I think that we can teach him a healing circle as well. It will be glorious, a self-healing, self-shielding, self-buffing tank. Carl agreed. The commander shook his head in dismay. Even I never managed to learn earthquake, much less a circle of protection. Instead, I mastered the basics up to commander rank. Slash, guard, shield bash, and commanding shout. You didn't get the scribes to at least make you a Rend skill book. I believe all warriors can use them, Carl asked. The man laughed. No, by the time that I wanted more skills, I had become an officer. And it was Lieutenant Dalton, go here, Lieutenant Dalton, go there. I was never in active combat anymore, so I never needed to upgrade. Well, that does make some sense. Desk officers and unit officers don't spend a lot of time fist-fighting frost giants. They have other responsibilities. My group, on the other hand, spends all our time fighting. That's all that we've done since awakened rank, with a few pit stops back at the academies to remind people that we're still alive. Carl explained. Commander Dalton sighed. Well, that's one way to live. But aren't you worried that one day the mission will go wrong, and all that credit you earned will be for nothing? Dana looked nervous, as she had certainly considered exactly that when she was thinking about joining Carl outside the academy. But Ophelia was a berserker, and ending in glorious battle when you were too old or crippled to fight was basically a life goal for her class. Carl smiled. It's a chance, and if that's the way that nature wills it, that's the way it will be. Nevertheless, I have faith in the world dragon that we will live to a ripe old age. Dana smiled. That was precisely the sort of non-answer that Lotus would have given. The two clerics came back in with one large bag of stuff, and Thor retreated to his space. Done already? Carl asked. Yep, there were only a few truly good things in there since we were already stocked up. We have a ring and boots for Bear, Lotus, and I have taken a bracelet each, and there is a brooch for Dana. The other boots are for you if you can use them. Tessa explained. They were commander rank leather boots with fur trim at the top, and an increase to his cold damage resistance. But most importantly, they were warm. Carl also noticed that she had a bundle of weapons behind her back that she wasn't speaking about, possibly just so that the soldiers wouldn't get upset that they took all the best for themselves and didn't leave anything exceptional for the base to skim off before it was officially submitted. Will you be needing space within the camp, or do you prefer to camp outside? Commander Dalton asked. Carl thought of the nearby caves that Hawk had found. I think that we will set up not far from your position within the caves. They're easier for our group to keep warm and comfortable than a tent, and they are sheltered from some of the sound of artillery. Dalton nodded. I will leave you to it then. Remember to inform me of your patrol route before you leave again so that we can avoid shelling your position. That won't be a problem. We will likely leave later in the day tomorrow, once we know how the frost giants are reacting to the presence of an artillery battalion in the area. They sent reinforcements yesterday when we started to target their trainees, so there is a chance they will transfer even more or even retreat entirely once your teams get to work. Carl explained. Commander Dalton ran a hand through his short brown hair, then replaced his cap. Understood. We will call for you over the radio if they decide that an offensive is the answer. We're a bit short on actual fighters, as you might have noticed, and we only have 4 clerics with us to keep the weapon enchantments active and do part-time healing duty. Carl nodded. All right, if we're still around, we will see what we can do. We're not a front line, stand and fight head-on sort of team. It's better to just let us work from the shadows. We can go through quite a few frost giants that way without them finding us. Dalton smiled and gestured to the door. Good luck. We have space if you can't find somewhere comfortable. Carl led the group out of the command tent. It wouldn't be a problem to find a spot. Hawk had already scouted them. They were just too close to the military camp for them to arrive at undetected. But since the battalion knew that they were there, they didn't have to put up a tent. They could just have Ray make a cover for the door and keep the interior of the cave heated. It took time to get a cave properly warm, but once the rocks were holding heat, it would stay warm for quite a while. Warm places to sleep were in short supply in this a naturally cold region, but Hawk was getting quite skilled at finding them. The cave that Hawk had found today turned out to be fairly deep and ran nearly 10 meters into the cliff face, where running water had cut away the limestone over the years. That would work out well for them. It was protected from the elements, but there was still plenty of ventilation and an easily defensible single entrance. With Carl, Hawk, and the sword all adding heat to the cave, it warmed up quickly. They were able to comfortably hang the hammocks using Ray's web to attach them to the walls. There would be no sleeping on the cold floor for his group, and they could get away with a minimal watch, as there were artillery battalion patrols 10 meters outside their door. As they finished dinner, Carl noticed that the patrols were lingering outside the entrance to the cave, which was located about a meter above ground level and 4 meters above the cavern that they were in. The stone walls of the cavern were already warm, not frozen by the suddenly frigid air outside, but with the flames they were using for heat. Carl suspected that the guards were lingering where the warm air was venting before moving on with their patrols. It had to be torture to keep walking by while the group was roasting meat and cooking up a stew, but the majority of the scent would go up the air vent in the chamber and be filtered through the trees instead of flowing out the main entrance to torture the patrols. Ray took the entire night watch, ostensibly because she was sleeping most of the afternoon after they arrived at the base. In reality, it was mostly because she enjoyed watching everyone gently sway in her web hammocks. The hammocks were comfortable, and with the flaming blades set against one wall, the room was luxuriously warm all night until Ray fell asleep as Lotus started breakfast to the accompaniment of the sound of artillery fire. As promised, they had started the bombardment of the frost giants promptly at dawn, so Carl turned up his radio to listen to the morning broadcasts. They had a scout team in the mountains, looking down at the valley with high-powered binoculars, and they could see the majority of the region well enough to target the shells. They had also determined that the number of frost giants had grown again overnight, but mostly on the weaker side of the spectrum. Trainees at the awakened and ascended rank, not their commanders. That was a relief to the artillery, as their shells didn't do much to the commander rank frost giants. They had to call in the elites, or wait for them to engage in melee combat with the holy magic enhanced soldiers to be able to kill them without relying on large amounts of luck. "Are we going to go out and scout?" Dana asked as they packed up after breakfast. "Not yet. The giants are building some sort of defensive structure right now, and the artillery is going wild on them. Even if we wanted to go out, there isn't anything that we could do except dodge shells," Carl explained. Then he unplugged the earbuds from his radio and turned up the volume, so everyone could hear what was going on with the messages. The next few hours, it was the same pattern of radio transmissions as the main line. Just target, fire, target, fire. Then when it was almost time for lunch and Tessa was about to unpack their cooking gear again, the reports slowly began to change. The frost giants were no longer coming out of their bunkers. They were hiding behind stone, snow, and barriers, with a blinding snowstorm raging all around them to hide troop movements. That wouldn't stop the bombardment, but it would make it impossible to tell if the enemy was building their strength for an offensive. "Once we finish lunch, I am taking us to the far side of the valley to check the mountain passes and the next valley for frost giants. That's still within the range we agreed to work, and it's pretty obvious that they're up to something if they're keeping a blizzard active along the entire north end of the valley," Carl informed the others. "We're not leaving them to their fate, are we?" Tessa asked cautiously. She was a priestess of the Red Dragon, the god of war, and anything deemed cowardly in battle was anathema to her faith. "No, we will actually be closer to the enemy lines when things do go sideways, but I want to be coming in from a flank that I know is clear, and not crossing no man's land with a bunch of terrified infantrymen in a snowstorm." With lunch finished and their gear packed, Carl headed to the camp after stuffing bits of moss in his ears as earplugs against the noise of the artillery. He stopped at the supply tent and got a notepad and pen, so he didn't have to remove his own from his pack. Then wrote a mission description for the battalion commander to read. There was no way they were going to be able to have a discussion here beside the artillery, so Carl just handed him the letter with the crude map on it and patted him on the shoulder to say good luck. Dalton nodded and waved him away, letting Carl rejoin his team and head into the hills. The reports were that the snowstorm was spreading, coming in from the frost giant side of the border. However, with all the strange atmospheric anomalies and the ice magic of the giants, nobody knew if it was a natural storm or a massive artificial one. "What do you think, Hawk?" Carl asked as the bird floated high in the sky, barely a black speck in their vision. "It's a natural storm. The wind is carrying the clouds this way, and I can feel the cold moisture already. But that doesn't mean there's nothing in it. I keep seeing shadows, but they're too far for me to tell what might be casting them. Keep an eye on them, and let me know when you can tell what is casting shadows in the snowstorm. It might be nothing, It might be something important. Chances are, human eyes can't tell that there are even shadows to begin with. Carl reminded him. Their route quickly took them into the hills, and that was where their smooth progress ended. The paths were narrow and steep, winding along the side of cliffs, while a river gorge made up the bottom of the canyon. Do you think that something might try to move down the river? I mean, they could freeze it over, right? Dana asked, directing her question at Lotus, who would be more knowledgeable about the weather than anyone else here. They probably can with their ice magic. But we can see the river from here. This path would be a nightmare for frost giants to navigate, so it's better that we don't follow the river ourselves. I mean, we will because that's where the canyon goes, but not along the river itself, Lotus explained with a gesture along the path. They walked at a careful pace, not wanting to lose anyone down the hill if the path under the snow was loose or icy, and by the time that it got dark, they still had an entire kilometer to go before they had made it up the valley's length. All right, there is a path between the mountains ahead, according to Hawk, which will lead us back into the other valley, close to the frost giant lines. There are no caves on this side of the fault. It's slate and not limestone like the other side of the hill, but Ray can make us a double-walled tent in the trees, and we will call it a night. Carl instructed. Ray was happy to run ahead of the group and test her theories on a double-walled fort. You couldn't see out of it, so her and Hawk were on night duties in the cold again, but it would be warm and sheltered from the increasingly frigid winds. They were just about to finish their scans and head into the fort when Hawk sent a final sunset update. I can see what's casting the shadows. It's frost giants in white suits, hundreds of them. They're hidden in the snow, but they can't hide their shadows. Where are they headed? Carl asked. For our valley, the one that the artillery is making a mess of right now. An exceptionally loud mess, Carl noted, now that they were so close to the edge of the bombardment zone. Battalion Command, this is Team 95,988. We have spotted reinforcements on the other side of the mountains, headed for your bombardment zone. 200+ frost giants in snow camo. Outfits strength unknown, Carl broadcast. It was probably better that Dalton let go of the mic button at that point. It would never do to curse that much over open airwaves. The sound of artillery shelling the area continued all night, and then just after dawn, the sound of frost giant war horns blared across the north end of the valley, interrupting breakfast and causing the radio communications to go crazy. Carl had left his earpiece out so that everyone could hear the radio during the night, in case the frost giants attacked early, but from the sound of the broadcasts, their reinforcements were just arriving. The bunkers had greatly reduced their casualties last night, and with the addition of hundreds more warriors, the frost giants were preparing a charge on the south end of the valley, which would put them in position to flank the main army lines. The problem for Carl and his team was that the shelling continued, so they couldn't safely approach the giants to get to work. Hawk, fly up and double-check the area. I want to be absolutely certain that nothing is trying to come down this valley before we leave, he instructed. First, Hawk flew south to make sure that nothing got by them in the night, as unlikely as that was. Then he headed north up the valley, where only 10 kilometers from the camp, he found a large group of the giants in white building rock hurling siege weapons and building barricades. Carl checked that against his map and found that the location should be the Golden Dragon Nation side of the neutral zone, or contested zone. Between the two countries, the lake that was directly behind their barriers had been the boundary marked on the map. The army almost certainly wouldn't want to push that far, and if they were setting up artillery, the frost giants weren't going anywhere. The river wouldn't support the weight, and it was too much trouble to have to disassemble and reassemble them for half a morning's march. But as Hawk circled back, he saw that the group at the lake wasn't the only one that was digging in for a long battle. On the other side of the ridge, the frost giants were building a massive ice fortification within their raging blizzard. Visible to the keen eyes of Hawk only because they weren't trying to hide it from the back. Carl sent in the message and got back a quick response. Not from the battalion commander as he had expected, but from the main line's regional command. Please remain on site to secure the secondary valley against enemy incursion. Reinforcing troops have been delayed, they informed him. Understood, we will be holding our monitoring position. Carl looked at the others and shrugged. Well, we're up the side of a hill in the trees, where we can see half the valley. I would say that's a good enough position for what they want, and we can just wait here where it's warm. Until we get other directions, Hawk and Ray can take turns watching for movement, and we can all stay well rested. I know that we're not military, so we can theoretically decline the order, but it wouldn't hurt to wait here and see what happens next. Tessa laughed. If we move and something comes down the valley to cause problems for them, you know that we're going to hear it from the high priests as well. They despise it when they get messages complaining about the actions of their clergy, and they're already stressed by the current situation. Lotus might be used to getting yelled at all the time, but I prefer to avoid it. Lotus giggled at the insinuation, but Tessa was right. She got yelled at on a fairly regular basis for getting sidetracked when she wasn't with a green dragon or other type of nature priest. They got sidetracked just as much as she did. The artillery never slowed, only staggered its rhythm so that the enemy wouldn't find it as easy to predict. The sound carried through the mountain valleys. Impossible to escape as the battle raged on. The frost giants were active on the main line, charging forward to eliminate artillery emplacements and scout bunkers. But in their valley, the enemy line was stationary. The big fear of everyone, both in command and in the fort with Carl, was that this was just a buildup, that the main line would get fully engaged, and that would be the signal for the troops that had built up along the secondary valleys to move into combat. But they couldn't put that over the radio, or they would be accused of trying to damage morale. So they had to wait and watch as the hours passed, and the two positions that they could scout remained patient, and the battle along the main lines intensified. At dark, Hawk returned to the fort to rest inside and out of the cold, while Ray went out to scout and made herself a secondary fort, up near the ridge and built into a tree. It kept the wind off her and allowed her to see both the end of the valley and the main valley's access route, though she couldn't see the actual fortress built there. It was enough to be able to see if anything was moving in their own zone, as the army already had scouts all over the hills lining the other valley. To Ray's eyes, the frost giants were the opposite of what most living things should be, a mass of cold in the distance, not freezing, but much colder than most living things. If the weather wasn't so frigid, they would be hard for her to spot, as they would blend into the background temperature variation, but as it was, she was certain she wouldn't miss them if they moved. Near dawn, right when night patrols would be switching for morning patrols among the human armies, radio reports of massive movement among the front lines began. The frost giants were beginning their full offensive, accompanied by ice magic enchanted boulders that smashed apart artillery wagons and brought area, freezing magic with them that both damaged the infantry and caused blinding snow. With the blinding snow, the rest of the forces couldn't see what was coming for them, and the reports were rather grim, with an entire armored battalion reported lost in the first hour. That was 70 kilometers from where Carl and the others were, too far for them to do anything about it, but close enough that it made them paranoid about what might happen to their positions. If the main line was breached or forced to retreat, that would put the unit under Commander Dalton behind enemy lines. That was not where an artillery battalion wanted to be, and he would have trouble even retreating with such a large unit and so much heavy equipment. If they leave one behind, I want an artillery, Thor announced, thinking of ways that he could pull one of the wheeled cannon batteries for long-ranged combat. What's this? You've gone for tank position and the healer role, and now you want to be artillery too. Carl joked. Remy is just a tiny snake. How could she take up our ranged combat role all by herself? Well, by herself or with Hawk if he doesn't have to scout, Thor asked. Hawk silently laughed at the thought of an overgrown afternoon snack becoming their ranged damage member, but refrained from saying anything that might make Thor sad. He was excited about helping, so Hawk let him have it. Thor's idea made good sense to Remy. She wasn't even big enough to see over people. She had to hide in Carl's armor or in her space, just so she could see to cast her spells. If she was a flying snake, she could do like Hawk and target them from above, but her minor water control only allowed her to make simple appendages, not wings. But one day she would be big, and then she would be able to see everything in her swamp. We just need to teach her a new skill so she can see further. If she could find targets when they were further away, Remy could be our tiny blue artillery snake. Hawk suggested, hoping to keep Thor happy even if they couldn't get an artillery. That didn't sound like a bad idea to Remy. She just didn't know how she was going to do it. Maybe if her water control was better, she might be able to sense what her blizzard was hitting, and then she could target more spells without needing to see them. As an added benefit, she would know where everything in her swamp was. She just had to find someone who knew how to teach her that skill, or have Carl torture one of the frost giants until they told him. The frost giants should know. Only nobody spoke frost giant. Learning was hard, Remy decided. For the first few hours, it almost seemed like they were going to be able to repel the frost giant attack. But then the units that had arrived in the snow made their move. 300 white-robed and hooded commander-rank frost giants appeared from the storm and rampaged through the main lines of the Golden Dragon Army's formation. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. Form at checkpoint Bravo for counterattack, the radio repeated. Hawk, is that causing Commander Dalton to move? Carl asked. They are already packing up their gear. It doesn't look like they are planning to leave a cannon. For Thor, but we might get lucky, Hawk replied. Cannon, cannon, cannon. Thor cheered while Ray and Remy laughed at his optimism. That doesn't sound good, Tessa sighed as the radio went silent to allow the units to relay their progress. It's not, the armored battalion is retreating. We could probably make it back to them if we ran, assuming that the frost giants aren't moving. But if they come down this valley and we're not here, things will get bad very fast for the infantry, Carl replied. While a general retreat order did give them permission to leave, the fact they were the only ones blocking an entire valley meant that it might also lead to mass casualties. Tessa's eyes glowed red for a moment before she smiled. How much attention do you think that the frost giants are paying to their border patrol? I get the feeling that they have good stuff just waiting there for us to take it. Her eyes were glowing with the influence of the red dragon, and everyone in the group knew that meant the odds were excellent that she was right. Either there was good loot or strategically beneficial fight. The war god wouldn't be interested if there were neither of them present. I will send Hawk to see what the next valley is doing before we move. If they are advancing, we will move north toward the border. If we're lucky, it might make them hesitate and save some of the artillery battalion. Carl agreed. Hawk soared out over the mountain peaks, looking down over the next valley, where the frost giants were beginning to get up out of their bunkers now that the artillery had stopped. They were forming up for a charge, which would be faster than the infantry, which didn't have enough transport trucks to leave except on foot. They're forming up for a charge. If we leave now, they should be about halfway down the valley when the alarm goes up that we're attacking the border defense teams, Carl informed the others. Dana gritted her teeth and nodded. Let's do this. How bad is the battle at the border going to be? Carl thought back to what Hawk had seen. Bad, but nothing that we can't handle. Just keep your shields up so that the ranged team members don't eat a boulder to the face from the catapults. They all grabbed their packs, and Carl led them down to the river. There was a bend just 50 meters from the frost. Giant lines, which would hide them from view until they were close enough to attack. That was when he would start the charge, and with a bit of luck, their shields would hold long enough. There was no cover in front of the line. It was all knocked down and removed, so they would have to come through the open, no matter what tactic they wanted to use. Lotus caught a ride on Ray, while Dana hopped up behind Tessa on Thor, which brought the speed of the group up to Thor's full running speed. With her strength enhanced, Ophelia had no problem keeping up with the lightning Sero. Carl was faster than either of them. The deployment would put everyone in the right spot when the fight started, with Dana's golems forming up around Thor, while Ray brought her own out a little further down the line as a distraction. They were the most deadly in the group, so the frost giants wouldn't be able to ignore them, and that would turn them away from Thor and the others. A few extra seconds should be all they needed for Carl to stun the more vulnerable members and give them an early advantage. I will distract them away from your advance. Good luck, everyone, and I will see you in a minute, Carl instructed as they got close to the final corner. While the group went left, he moved to the right through the woods and prepared to shoot the frost giants that were immediately in front of the main group. He was the first one out into the open, and his arrow was loose before anyone had seen him, plunging straight into the heart of an unprepared ascended rank frost giant. Stun hit the creature's heart directly, and the giant twitched as it hit the ground dead. That wasn't quite the plan, but Carl already had another arrow in the air, going for the giant beside the one that fell. To the defenders, it looked like he was taking out the reinforcements before he charged a weak spot in the line, and they began to shift positions while the rest of the group charged out of the woods. The distraction was just enough, and only 3 catapults managed to hurl ice magic-infused boulders at the group as they charged. None of them were close enough to damage the group. Firing hastily had cost the inattentive giants their advantage. Ray's golems appeared in their ranks, attacking without hesitation, while Dana's appeared a second later, flanking Thor as he knocked his target to the ground. Karl sent another round out, hitting the closest giant to him with chain lightning, which slowed the giant's response even further. Remy took that as her cue and cast a blizzard over the far side of the defensive line while using her own chain lightning on the closest giants. The ice element attack would do very little, if any, damage to the giants, but it would block their vision and stop them from using ranged attacks against the much smaller human attackers. The risk of hitting their own people while firing blind was too high. There was a whoop of victory, and Karl saw Ophelia in bare form hacking both arms off an ascended rank frost giant with her axes. Giant strength combined with the buffs of a bear totem berserker was a deadly combination, and the small wooden totems on the ground were pulsing with energy as she fought. Karl let loose another arrow, catching a frost giant in the throat. It fumbled at the arrow as the lightning arced between it and those nearby, but the next arrow went straight to its chest, ending its struggle and leaving the others nearby staggering in pain. The sweep of the bow itself cut an arc of rend through the air, slicing the front of the giants open and dropping the weaker ones. For a moment, Karl had a clearing around him, so he turned his arrows on the frost giant commander headed for Thor. The creature moved with surprising speed, catching the arrow. Then it howled in rage as chain lightning activated, and Karl smirked in his direction. That was what Karl was after, drawing the leader to himself. Even with Ray around, the others would have enough trouble with the frost giants. They had far too many commanders in their ranks, and Ray wouldn't be able to take them all out fast enough for the clerics to keep everyone healed indefinitely. Hawk's fireballs were raining down from above, causing immense pain wherever they landed, but he had learned his lesson, and he was far above the battle, out of range of any ice spike-type attacks that might knock him out of the battle. Karl started to retreat toward the remainder of the group, intending to give Thor some reprieve while he could, but it appeared that the Cerro didn't need it. The frost giants were having a hard time getting to the battle, with Thor casting constant earthquakes and Lotus using her water vortex staff to create spinning water funnels that pulled them off their feet and knocked them to the ground. Ray's golems were showing no mercy, making full use of the spear skill that they had gained in the Naga dungeon to turn anything they couldn't reach into a pincushion. As it was their only active skill, they didn't seem to have any issues firing them while fighting. 8 eyes that never blinked were a spider's great advantage, as they could see everything going on around them in a 270-degree arc, and fire spears at anything showing vulnerability. That's nearly 2 minutes to rejoin us, Lotus noted as Karl rejoined the group. But I saw you a minute ago, so it still counts, she added. Tessa's eyes were glowing red as she buffed the group with holy magic, adding damage to all their attacks, even Karl's lightning and the golem's blades. With the golems in place, Karl didn't have to switch back to his sword, but it was still transferring energy to the group from its spot on Ophelia's back while she used her twin axes to block and attack at the same time. The giants were beginning to reform their lines, and Karl was considering giving the order to retreat as they worked together for a group spell. His stun couldn't deal with that many of them, and he wasn't certain what they were casting. He fired as fast as he could, targeting different areas of the group, but at the last second, a surge of golden holy energy surrounded them all, and the power radiating off Thor surged. The lightning Cerro had made it to the commander rank, and with it, his circle of protection and refreshing lightning barrier had improved a rank. Karl noticed that the golden streaks on Thor's scales were becoming more pronounced, and now his horns were beginning to turn golden from their natural ivory. Looking fancy, buddy. Karl laughed as a barrage of icicles slammed into the hastily erected barrier Dana had placed in front of them, and then shattered against the barriers on their bodies. None of them took more than minor wounds. These icicles weren't as insidious as the attacks of the Yeti clans, as they weren't trying to freeze them now that the damage was done. Tessa shouted in victory as the giants roared in frustration, but the battle was far from over. Karl's group was still vastly outnumbered, and most of what was left was the commander rank and the stronger ascended rank frost giants, who hadn't been annihilated by chain lightning or Hawk's fireballs. The water-hating bird was going insane overhead, launching fireballs as fast as he could, 3 at a time, into their ranks. They had ice barriers erected over themselves. But the fireballs weren't weak. The barriers were having a difficult time keeping up with the incoming damage. Carl wasn't ready to rest yet. Even with the barrier refreshing them, Thor would run out of mana eventually, and they had to have the frost giants dead before then. Tessa was fully focused on offensive buffs, and was mostly out of combat and not attracting attention, while Lotus was focused on keeping Thor and Ray at full efficiency. That meant Ophelia had the worst of it, with Dana not far behind, though the clerics were keeping them both fully healed. They weren't showing any visible injuries, despite the splatters of red blood on Ophelia's armor. The enraged berserker knocked both of a frost giant's arms wide, and Carl put an arrow into its forehead, shocking all the enemies gathered behind it with chain lightning. The berserker laughed as she charged into the body and tossed it backwards to get at more targets. But Carl noticed that she carefully stopped before she got out of range of Thor's circle of protection. The giants had no problem coming to her. Now that the group was getting surrounded again, it was getting easier to shock large groups, slowing them to the point that they were barely effective fighters against the speed of the spider golems. Stun was an option, but as it only affected a single target, it was less effective in a group fight, where slowing everything made life easier for the offense than stunning one target. While they focused on hurting and eliminating the frost giants, Hawk had set fire to all the wooden siege weapons that the frost giants had constructed, and the orange glow was giving the blowing snow a hazy look, like streetlights on a foggy morning. At the very least, that would make it safer to retreat if it became necessary. Lotus whistled to get his attention and pointed toward her staff. "I need time to recharge." That meant no more water funnels, but the number of enemies was dropping rapidly. Carl realized that something had changed, and the enemies were dying much faster than they should have been, given the group composition. Commander on commander, it generally took 5 or 6 solid hits per enemy to disable your target, but the back ranks were nearly completely gone. He knew he had missed something, but not what. Until the last of the frost giants turned and ran back into the hills with Hawk in hot pursuit. His fireballs were burning straight through their armor and into their bodies, causing massive damage even to commander-ranked giants. Carl thought he might have learned a new skill to optimize himself against water or ice element targets, but a nagging feeling in his mind brought his attention to his status. Skillmaster Rank 2 Activation Flame Body Skill, advanced to Royal Rank by Hawk. He actually hated ice magic so much that he had forced his Flame Body Skill to the Royal Rank so soon after reaching Commander Rank, just to spite the Frost Giants. Never again would Carl underestimate the benefits of the beasts having an emotional attachment to their advancement. But more importantly, now that the advancement was complete, Carl could feel the shared skill advancing as well. The retreating frost giants were too far for him to hit with an arrow already, but the next time they were in combat, he would have to try to use the improved skill in melee combat. Tessa made a pleased noise as she looked around the battlefield. Well, that was more than enough to keep the war dragon happy, plus, it looks like we made a pretty good haul today. There are plenty of magical items on the battlefield for everyone to take their pick. Everyone spread out and collected all the potentially magical items that they could, and then Tessa dumped out the bag of weapons that Thor had been carrying around, which had been dropped in the trees when they charged. "We should have time before anything gets close enough to give us trouble, so I will identify everything, and we can try to bond what works best for us. It looks like we're behind enemy lines, so if there is anything that might even be a little improvement, don't hold back," the Red Dragon Priestess reminded them. There had to be 50 pieces of gear in front of them that had been identified as possibly useful, not counting the ones that had been tossed to the side as too damaged to be salvaged. Ophelia passed Carl's sword back to him as she found another two-handed blade, this one with a proper life leech effect, so she would heal as she attacked. For a berserker, that was definitely close to optimal gearing. She also found a few pieces of commander rank armor and a ring of fire resistance, not that it would do her much good here. Lotus and Tessa both managed to finish upgrading their armor to commander rank. while Dana claimed an ice barrier ring that added strength to her already impressive advanced barrier spell. Carl found a ring of agility and a set of bracers that improved damage reduction. They were an odd-looking bunch now, as they were all wearing the Frost Giant's preferred boots with fur trim, as well as commander-rank leather pants with mismatched armor pieces. Tessa and Lotus hid them mostly under their robes and new white cloaks, while Dana hid them under her mage dress and a large fur cloak with a hood. Carl and Ophelia had found fur-trimmed cloaks that helped resist cold damage and cold weather. More than anything, they looked like they were from one of the Arctic barbarian tribes. Those didn't live anywhere on this continent, but Carl had read about them in school and saw pictures. They were one of the stories that teachers told about human resiliency. Well, at least we're all warm now. Lotus giggled as she looked around at the collection of white fur cloaks. Then she grabbed one of the excess cloaks, which was sized for frost giants until they were equipped, and tied it around Thor's neck. It didn't bond to the lightning Cerro, but it did cover him in a huge fur blanket that matched the snow. That would make it easier to sneak up on future enemies, and it was a commander-rank piece of beast fur, so it would resist some wear and tear without issue. Ray took one look at it, then adjusted her body color to match the cloak and lay on top of Thor with a happy buzz of her mandibles. He was like a giant pillow now that he was covered in fur. Now we just need to pick weapons, and we should be good to go. There has to be enough commander-rank weapons there for all of us. Ophelia had already grabbed one, while the others looked dubiously at the assortment of clubs, massive sword, and other weapons. If they didn't adjust to human-sized, they would all be useless to them. Dana hesitantly picked up a dagger the size of a short sword, and after a moment of concentration, it vanished, then returned at dagger-sized in her hand. "Oh, that's a relief. I have no skills with a sword, but I can use a knife well enough," she sighed. Carl looked over the pile with his hand on the hilt of the vampiric sword. Most of the weapons he got close to produced a repulsion effect, but when he got to the far side, where a massive maul with a blue crystalline head on it was sitting, he nearly got dragged off his feet by the attraction between the two weapons. Carl put the sword away and hefted the maul, which instantly adjusted to be just over 2 meters tall and comfortably usable with a double dose of giant strength items. That seemed a bit excessive, but when he noticed the stats on the weapon, he decided it might be worth it. Crystal Maul of Resonance applies the effect of spells, imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. There were still so many weapons left over that it would be a shame to discard them for the enemy. But none of the ones that remained appealed to any of the group members. "Why don't we have Ray make a fort back in the trees, and we can load the excess into that so we can come back for it later? We can't keep carrying everything we find, there's just too much. But we can hide the good stuff and destroy the rest or bury it here, so whoever comes looking will be convinced that's all that there was," Lotus suggested. "That's a brilliant idea. All right. We will have Ray find a good hiding spot for the excess loot, and we will bury the rest. Then burn the bodies. We don't need to fill the entire valley with scavengers looking for commander-rank meal," Carl decided. With the flaming body barrier over his folding shovel, it only took a few minutes to dig a hole in the frozen ground deep enough to bury all the excess weapons that were either heavily damaged or just not great quality. Ray took the rest back into the trees an unknown distance and created a cocoon to hide the loot in. While she was finishing her work, the team listened to the radio messages. The artillery battalion under Commander Dalton had made it safely out of the secondary valley, but were briefly engaged with a Frost Giant scouting unit as they rejoined the main line at the fallback point. Casualties were light, and the unit was still mobile, while the Frost Giants had stopped at the mouth of the valley and had begun erecting new fortifications. That left the Valley Scouts taking the hard way out of the hills that they had set up on, but that was to be expected with such a rapid retreat. Unfortunately, while they could rejoin the main lines once they got to the west side of the mountains, there were 3 units trapped well behind the enemy lines. 2 were forward observation units, led by commander-rank elites, and 1 was Carl's team. Team 95,988 continue scouting operations where possible. Enemy intelligence from your location is invaluable, the regional command center informed them. Carl confirmed the order and then laughed. "Well, it's not like we've got many options here. Hawk says that nothing is chasing after us from the larger valley, but they've fortified again between us and the main lines, So we either go the long way around or we follow the river along the border and see what we can find. Do we go behind the main lines or further away from the battle? Tessa asked. That was a good question. Well, further into the mountains, and we very well could find ourselves cut off and trapped. But behind the main lines will be the supply lines, that many giants are going to need a lot of food, so we might be able to do some good if we can strike fast and return to a hiding spot. Carl offered. Everyone was quiet, thinking about which way they would prefer to go when the radio crackled to life. Team 62,345 is under heavy attack by white-cloaked Frost Giant Special Forces, attempting to retreat east toward the border from Grid B3 Sector 8. Carl checked the map, and that was only a few kilometers to their west, between them and the main lines. Everyone pack up and get ready to move. We will go give them a hand, he instructed. Ray quickly rejoined the party, letting Lotus take up her riding position aboard the Spider's back, while Tessa and Dana climbed aboard Thor. They ran toward the battle, not worrying about the noise that they were causing, though Carl was running silently thanks to his skill. The noise of the elites and the frost giants in battle was loud enough that they didn't need Hawk to tell them exactly where they were going, so the scout was instead circling the area, making sure they were the only reinforcements that were going to show up to the party. It looks like it's just 2 scout groups fighting here. Out, Hawk informed them as Carl got close to the battle. Perfect, now, it's time to see what your advanced flaming body can do with the shiny crystal hammer I just got, Carl replied. Charging 5 spells into it at once took more energy than he had been expecting, but the weapon was primed and ready to go when they entered the clearing, and found that the human team was 1 high priest in white robes and 4 mages. Who had picked that composition was a mystery to Carl, but it was not a good combination to fight the frost giants. All 5 of the giants were not only commander rank. All 5 of them were well into the commander rank as well. The white cloaks that blended into the storms appeared to mark the most competent of warriors, and the giants were startled to see Carl charging in their livery. One of the mages had 5 blue orbs active, firing magic missiles at a furious rate, a trick that was rather familiar to Carl. One of the mages at the academy knew that spell, and she had shown it off during the first week they were training Hawk with the mages. As he got close, Carl realized it wasn't just a familiar spell, it was Tori, the ascended rank blonde mage from the senior class that was using her signature spell here. The magic missiles put the frost giants on the defensive, and Carl slammed the crystal maul into the closest giant's chest. The head of the hammer pulsed 5 times in rapid succession, like the pulse arc welders that they used to fix mining equipment back home, and the enormous monster was thrown clear across the battlefield, to crumple against a tree. The sight shocked the humans even more than it did the frost giants, and one of the mages had his barrier shattered when he delayed a bit too long. The sound of breaking bones was a sickening one, but a golden glow was already surrounding him as his team's cleric got to work. "Don't you have golems?" Dana shouted as she summoned hers to fight the giants. Rays were already in combat, and Hawk was sending down a rain of fire from above. It wouldn't be long before the situation was under control, but it made no sense that they didn't have any golems out if they didn't have defensive warriors. The cleric pointed to the far side of the group, where 2 exhausted mages were doing their best to avoid attacks and keep their barriers up. That was enough for Dana to understand that yes, they did have golem mages, but the frost giants were too smart for that trick, and they had targeted them first, exhausting them and draining their mana. "Lightning next," Remy shouted in Carl's mind as he approached a wary frost giant. This time he only put 3 charges of chain lightning in, to test the theory of whether the stunning effect stacked while saving some energy. It was harder to hit the giant with a huge and slow maul, and it wasn't going to try to take the hit for a chance to counterattack after seeing what happened to its friend. So the first 6 tries were parried before Carl managed to get a swing up and under the warrior's guard, only lightly clipping its hip, but enough to activate chain lightning. The power arced between the 4 remaining giants, which twitched a little, but weren't slowed any more than one strike had. They were smoking and visibly blackened at the point of contact, so the damage was all there, but the stun effect didn't appear to be any worse. The reprieve was enough for the mages to regain some mana and catch their breath, which allowed them to bring back 2 more ascended rank golems. That wasn't going to do much in this fight, as they weren't enhanced in any way like Dana or Ray's golems were, and they were still a rank below the enemy, but it was a good shield to hold the frost giants in place while the spider golems and hawk's flames dealt with them. Their cleric enhanced the golems with a golden holy blessing, increasing their armor and attack power to commander rank, as was done for regular human soldiers on the line. That gave the ambushed team a bit more of a chance, but the high priest's blessing simply wouldn't have been enough for 2 golems to take on 5 commander rank giants. The giants were quickly dispatched, and the high priest came over to give Carl a grateful hug that made Lotus laugh. "Thank you, Commander. We were in real trouble when those 5 happened upon us at the end of a fight. We have heard much about you and your team of monsters and beauties," the high priest informed him. Carl smiled. "You hear that, Ray? He says you're a beauty." Now Lotus was laughing so hard she was holding her sides. Ray stood up a little taller and subtly wiped the blue frost giant blood off her limbs in the snow. She was still covered in it, blood was splattered on every part of her body, but it was a small improvement. The cleric was obviously confused as to who Ray was and why he was being laughed at, but at that moment it really didn't matter. He was safe, nobody was dead, and the frost giant threat was ended for a moment. Ray returned to her space, leaving the blood behind, then came back out clean and fluffy. Well, as fluffy as she got, as her fur was rather stiff and not as thick as a furry mammal's. The high priest smiled as he realized the beast was doing the equivalent of getting dressed up to meet them, and decided formal introductions were in order. "I am High Priest George of the Main Faith. I believe you already know Tori, who is an ascended rank senior at the academy, and these are Yuri, Petrov, and Ivan," he explained, gesturing to each in order. Tori was a blonde who, even in this cold, was still showing cleavage, while the other 3 mages were all similar in their skinny and acne-riddled appearance as young men at the ascended rank. They should be past the youthful acne phase, but for them, it had lingered well into their 20s. Carl, Dana, Ophelia, Sister Tessa, and Sister Lotus, Carl introduced. For a second, Carl thought that Tori looked jealous, but she was in the mirror of his position, the only woman in an all-male group, instead of the only man in an all-female group. Maybe it was the group composition she was jealous of. Hawk came down to land on Dana's backpack, and the mage gently stroked his head, while Lotus climbed up on Ray's back. Carl looked at the other group, who was still recovering from the battle, and too exhausted to go far. "What are your plans? Are you going to head back to the main lines, or are you going to remain out here behind the lines and keep hunting? I know you had a tough break with your position during the fallback order, but with a bit of effort, I'm sure you can dodge the wandering frost giant patrols," he asked. High Priest George looked at Carl like he was crazy. "You're planning to stay out here? We're behind the frost giant lines. If we get attacked, there's nobody else to come help. We didn't know you were nearby, but the other groups are together on the far side of the line, a whole day's walk from here." Carl nodded. "Yeah, we've got things to do out here, and we've been asked to see if we can find out what is causing the change in temperature before we head back. If you have any ideas, that would be great, but the temperature seems to be dropping before the frost giants appear, so it has to be some sort of area effect." The mages all looked a little traumatized, and Carl knew that they wanted to just go home and not be out here anymore. That may or may not be an option for them, but at the least, he could help them get to the human lines. "Why don't we help escort you south, and then you can make a run across the open ground between the lines. The frost giants shouldn't chase you, and you'll be back in the safety of the main force," he suggested. "And how do you plan to get away after you help us get past the main line? They're not going to just let you walk by," Tori asked. Carl smiled, and the mages shuddered a little at the aura of a predator that he gave off. "I think that we can handle ourselves long enough to get out of sight." The other group shared a concerned look, then shook their heads before High Priest George answered. "I think it's better to merge the groups until there is a better opportunity to rejoin the main force. We will assist with your mission, and the extra numbers should make it safer for everyone." Carl wasn't convinced that was true. The other group didn't look all that competent, but telling them that would probably lead to a bout of severe depression, and someone doing something stupid to prove themselves in combat. "All right, welcome to the party. What is everyone's specialty? I recall that Tori uses orbs that fire multiple magic missiles, but what is everyone else good at?" he asked. One of the mages, Yuri, Carl thought, gave him a rueful smile. We're all fire element specialists who know the golem spell. In theory, it should be as good as having 3 warriors with us, but that group just demolished the golems. Dana frowned. They're a whole rank higher than you. Do any of you know durable constructs or an upgraded barrier spell instead of the basic one? They all shook their heads in shame. Carl shrugged. All right, I see where the issue is. The Special Forces team, as you called them, simply outmatched you, even though you had the right basic stats for the mission. We can't teach you new spells right now, but with 3 more golems and 3 more fire spells, we should not have any troubles with future teams. Of course, he had a royal rank flaming body ability of his own, plus Hawk's fireballs. While the skill was a rank higher, his own mana output wasn't quite up to the standard of a royal rank mage or beast using it. So the maximum output was limited. But it had greater penetration and mana efficiency than the commander rank version had managed. What was that ability that you used to toss a frost giant across a clearing? George asked. It's this fancy new hammer I got from some frost giants. It can stack an ability on it multiple times. It's brutal on the mana usage, but when multiple instances hit at once with the force of the maul and my upgraded strength, they fly pretty well. Tori looked Carl over. You don't look like the sort that got big strength increases from your class. Carl just shrugged, but Dana laughed. He didn't. He's got 2 giant strength items on. And he could probably body slam a frost giant without using a skill, she explained. Speaking of which, check those bodies. The commander rank giants usually have good stuff on them, Carl added. Tessa pointed to the bodies. And take the cloaks. Not only are they warm, they blend in with the snow so you aren't as easy to spot. If things get dangerous, we will bring up a snowstorm of our own to hide in. Even Thor was wearing one, while Ray and her golems blended in with the snow on their own. From 100 meters away, it was difficult to see Carl's group, even on a clear day with no blowing snow. The cloak went well with the white cleric robes that George was wearing, and the 4 mages quickly got theirs on and put up the hoods to gather a bit of warmth to themselves. We were going to head away from the main lines to attack supply lines and keep the main lines from receiving their food deliveries. Are you ready for that, or should we allow you a bit more time to recover your mana and stamina? Carl asked. George gave them a confused look. Is regenerating stamina so easy? Once you're tired, you're tired. Or do these sisters know refreshing spells? Both of them plus the lightning Sero actually. Thor, can you extend your lightning over the whole group? They could use the help, Carl replied. Thor didn't really trust strangers, but Carl had asked, so he covered them in lightning and then detached it from himself. If the barrier broke, it broke. He wouldn't use his own energy keeping it active until he trusted these new humans who weren't part of the pack. Thor was usually much more welcoming, and he liked to bump up against people and beg for attention, so the wariness put Carl on guard. If there was something wrong with this group, he wanted to understand what it was before it got them all in trouble. After another minute's rest, the group was ready to move again, and Carl took the point position with his bow in hand, then sent Hawk to scout. Find us a supply convoy small enough that our group could fight it alone, just in case, he directed their scout. Got it, there's one with these pigs the size of Thor. Do you think they taste good? Hawk asked. There's only one way to find out. All right, we have our target. It's a small supply convoy bringing boars to the frost giants. If we can intercept enough of those, it should destabilize their lines, Carl explained to the newcomers. Tori nodded in understanding, while the others got sour looks, while the high priest looked a bit defeated. That was strange. Attacking supply convoys was a great way to resupply your own group. So most people should want to fight them instead of active military units. Their progress through the woods was slow, as the 3 male mages were dragging their feet, unwilling to go forward into battle. But not brave enough to say anything. That continued for about 5 minutes before Carl had enough of it. Look, if you don't want to go into combat, that's on you. You don't have to join our mission. But I'm not going to stand for dragging feet and dawdling. Either you get with the program or you stay behind, he insisted. The men of the other group looked shocked and insulted, but Tori might not have noticed, as she was busy talking about magic missiles with Dana. She did notice when the group came to a halt, while Carl waited for their answer. As I said, it's up to you. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But screwing with the attack schedule so you can slack off isn't acceptable. You've got 10 seconds to decide before I leave you behind." Tori snorted with laughter and the rest of the group glared at her. Then the other 3 mages promptly sat down, while the high priest glared at them. "Understood, Brother George, if you would be so kind as to remain and keep them safe. We will come back to check on you in a few hours," Carl declared, then returned to the front of the group and moved forward at a jog. Dana pulled Tori up on Thor with her and Tessa, while Ophelia fell in beside Carl at the front of the group. "Are you certain that is wise?" the berserker asked. "It is for us. If they're too cowardly to fight and they won't even walk toward a battle properly, they're a liability, and it is safer for everyone if they're here in the middle of nowhere," Carl whispered back. The supply convoy was not even staffed by giants. It was ice trolls and Yeti, which enraged Hawk to the point that he was ready to launch the attack on his own. These were all ascended rank or lower, but Carl had told him to scout the area and pick targets, not to attack before everyone arrived. "We're about to leave the trees and approach the trail. Once I launch the first attack, you can join in and prevent them from running away," Carl instructed Hawk. "Finally, what took you so long?" Carl went right as they reached the road, while Ophelia and Ray went left, with Thor charging straight up the road, while Tori did her best to hold on to Dana, as she hadn't learned the trick to remaining seated on the Cerro yet. The ice trolls saw Thor a few seconds later and began to charge. That was when Dana grabbed Tori and jumped down from Thor, tucking and rolling, while using the lightning barrier to prevent injury. Tessa would ride him into melee combat, but that wasn't Dana's style. She sent her armored golems forward to flank Thor, and Tori began to create orbs around herself in preparation for the battle. Carl let the first arrow loose, hitting a troll at the back of the line. The arrow that had been coated in fire was engulfed in ice for a few seconds after it embedded itself in the troll's chest. Then the flames began to spread, lighting the creature on fire. Trolls had no immunity to fire, and they were quite flammable once you got them lit, especially the ice trolls. Hawk predictably vented his fury on the Yeti herders, while Remy went straight for the enormous pigs, unwilling to let them get away before she found out what they tasted like. Some thin slices with broadleaf spirit grass seemed like it would be a wonderful combo to her. Carl hit one of the lead Yeti with chain lightning on an arrow right before Tessa's mace, coated in lightning and holy light, collided with its face, briefly setting the beast's fur aflame. He hadn't known her ability could do that, but it was an impressive trick for these flammable monsters. The fight only lasted 30 seconds, and Tori had 3 hovering orbs for her magic missiles in the air when they finished. She seemed both confused and startled as she realized there was nothing left moving. She turned to Dana for answers, but the other mage wasn't sure what she wanted. "That's about how it always goes. They're a rank lower than Carl and the beasts, so they're not going to last long against their area attacks." Tori shook her head. "That level of attack power is just insane. Like those spider golems. They just touch things and they fall apart. That can't be normal." Ray laughed in Carl's mind, while Lotus laughed from her back. "They are affected by the bloodbath spider's offensive adaptation skill, so the more they fight a target, the more damage they do to them. They've been fighting high-ranked ice element targets for a while now, and they're naturally higher damage than most commander rank skills, even before Ray added the durable construct skill to them to increase their armor and attack even more. It really is unfair how much damage they do, but there's only so many of them. If we had like 50 tiny ones, it would be even better." The nature cleric joked. Tori shuddered in revulsion at the thought of a battlefield overrun by tiny murderous spiders. "Well, it would certainly have a psychological effect," she reluctantly agreed. "But what are we going to do with all this? It's right on the road, and the next patrol will see it in minutes." Ray grabbed all the pigs and threw them into Hawk's space, except one for Remy, while the 4 golems worked together to pile the rest of the bodies for Hawk to create a bonfire. "They burn really well. In 15 minutes they'll be ash. After that, none of the other patrols will have any idea what happened here," Carl explained as the team worked. Then he gestured south. "Let's go check on the idiots. They likely want an escort back south past the lines by now. I don't suppose you have any idea what their issue is, do you?" The last bit was directed at Tori, who sighed and nodded. "I may have led them on a little to get them to agree to go along on a mission with me. There were supposed to be 2 mages and 1 paladin-type warrior, but he pulled a no-show and sent another mage in his place. Then, when the mages figured out that I actually just needed a group for the mission. They weren't going to get laid. They started pouting and looking for reasons to go home. High Priest George has been sick of all of us since about noon on day one, and I suspect that he's planning to report us all for conduct unbecoming an elite when he gets back," she explained. Carl's look made Tori flinch a little. "Look, I know it was a scummy thing to do, but I wanted to fight at the front and get some credits before I graduated. If they had just sucked it up and did the job they agreed to, it would have been fine. Well, we will see if their attitude has improved when we get back. If not, we will have to do something. Either find a safe spot to hide them or a way to get them back to the main lines. At least you managed to get a few kills in before you had to go back," Carl replied. Tori sighed and nodded, not eager to go back to her group, who obviously weren't going to be welcome with a proper group like Carl's who were here to kill giants and help the war effort. Only when they got back to the spot where they left the group, they were gone. "Hawk, find the idiots and let me know where they are," Carl ordered. Carl checked the snow and saw 3 sets of running footsteps headed southeast toward the secondary valley, and a 4th set moving slower behind them but probably tracking the mages. They're still running toward the secondary valley entrance. The cleric is way behind them, but he's following their footprints. "Should I keep tracking them?" Hawk replied. "Give us a minute to decide. We might just let them leave and keep their other mage for a bit," Carl replied. All 4 pets laughed at that. Why would they want the useless ones back? Besides, they weren't even cute or scaly. Lotus pointed to a set of symbols drawn in the snow. "That's clerical shorthand. It says the mages deserted, and he is required to go after them. Then what, I think, should mean to watch over Tori." Tori waited impatiently for Carl to finish, communicating with his pets for a few minutes, before she realized that he had forgotten about informing the rest of them about what was going on. "Care to fill the rest of us in on the details?" she asked quietly, frustrated but not eager to insult Carl. "Hawk found them and he's tracking them. I've got him eliminating a few groups along their escape path so they don't get intercepted before they can make it to the empty valley. After that, they should be fine until they realize that the South Pass is barricaded by the frost giants and they'll have to go over the mountains. The cleric will catch up with them soon. He's pacing himself, and the mages are nearly exhausted again," Carl explained as he listened to the updates from Hawk's side. Tori shook her head in dismay. "What are they thinking? We signed up through the army for a deployment. If they come running back without the rest of their group, they're going to have to explain what happened. Or maybe they are expecting us all to die out here behind the lines." The words seemed to cause a revelation as they left her mouth. They were behind the enemy lines. Everything around them could be considered hostile, and nobody would be coming to help. Hitting the supply lines would provoke a response from the hungry frost giants, and there were only 6 of them now. Even if the others were pretty useless, they still wanted to stay alive, and they should fight for that reason alone. They might think that we're in trouble, but unless they happen to find a scout team that hasn't retreated yet, they'll be the ones with issues very soon. It gets incredibly cold in that valley, and they're going to need shelter. If they're not smart enough to scout for a cave before dark, they are in for a rough night, and a fire will attract giants," Carl assured her. Tori looked confused. "How do you keep warm then?" Carl laughed and Dana patted her on the shoulder. "We start a fire. Well, a magical one. We've got a good night watch schedule, so we're unlikely to get ambushed. Speaking of ambushed, should we go see if anything has found our present while Hawk takes care of the lost mages?" Lotus suggested. "That's not a bad idea. They should have multiple convoys coming down the road, and we can stock up today. I will radio in about the situation, and then we will move back to the road," Carl agreed. "Region Command, this is Team 95,988. We have obtained 1 additional ascended member from Team 62,345. Other members of 62,340. 5 are headed south through the secondary valley. We have eliminated the Special Forces team, plus 1 food supply convoy, positioning for continued hunts," Carl informed them. "Understood 95,988. Your increased member count is noted." Tori looked at him. "That's it." "Yep, they don't really need to hear all the details. They'll either get them in the debriefing, or they won't matter at all. Knowing that we have 6 people, 5 of which are ascended and combat capable, is enough for them to make plans and record our reports. Now that they know we're here and hunting." They will plan for the giants to be short a few convoys, which will lead to some rationing after a week or so of continued attacks. Carl agreed. But you don't sound like you just want to hit a few convoys. From what I have seen of your team, you intend to keep destroying their supply lines until they go berserk and start sending teams that you can't fight anymore. Tori pointed out. Lotus smiled. She's a quick learner. How is Hawk doing with the path clearing for the men? Carl mentally checked in and found that the high priest had just caught up to the mages inside the valley, and he was encouraging them to get up and get southwest into the hills before dark. It looks like the high priest knows what he's doing. They should be fine. Hawk is on his way back. Let's get in position near the road so that we aren't too far away to hit the next group to pass. Everyone who couldn't run fast enough took up their seats on the two mounts, while Carl and Ophelia jogged through the trees. I found another group. Turn left, they are further than we expected, Hawk instructed. Carl turned at the same time as the two beasts, leaving a confused Ophelia to chase him. The next convoy made it further than expected. They didn't slow for the fire. We're going to catch them before we go back for the next one, so that the main force doesn't get any convoys from this direction today. Carl explained. Got it. How big is the group? Ophelia asked as they ran. About the same as the last one, but they've got some wounded. I think they were attacked by monsters. Carl explained. That means they're likely missing pigs as well, Ray noted. Hawk did a quick count and gave a mental screech when he realized that the group only had 17 instead of 20 pigs. Someone stole his pigs. Carl laughed. I think the rule is finders keepers. They're not yours until you find them. Well, I've found them now, and there are 3 missing. Hawk complained, placing the blame directly on the wounded guards that he could see below him. Ophelia gave Carl a curious look. You're smiling, what's so funny? The group got attacked on the way here, and they lost 3 pigs. Hawk is mad at them for losing his pigs before he got there. The berserker burst into laughter as they ran. He is a very single-minded individual. That's all right, we will rescue the rest of them for him. He can stow them in his space and snack on them as he pleases. The best part was that Hawk likely wouldn't even eat them. The pigs were massive, a giant variety. But they were only awakened rank for the most part. And Hawk preferred small amounts of energy-dense food to keep his growth steady. The herd was rushing along, barely paying attention to their surroundings, when Carl's first arrow struck and Hawk began to bombard them for losing his pigs. The herders were already exhausted from the previous battle they had been in and couldn't put up more than a token resistance. The last of the bodies was still twitching when Ray started to strip them of their equipment, bringing efficiency to the cleanup process. Ophelia pointed at the pile as she shifted back from her. Werebear form to human. We've got 2 staves if anyone wants them. That seems like a mage and cleric sort of thing. Tessa identified them, then tossed them to Tori and Dana. They are both for reducing spell cost, so it doesn't matter much who takes which one. They've got a lot of added mana on them as well, since they are ascended rank staves. Tori looked startled as Tessa dug through the leather clothing that the Yeti had been wearing. Nope, all scrap quality. All right, we can toss this on the pile and none of the other weapons are magical, she explained. The pigs were already in Hawk's space, so the bird lit fire to the pile of bodies, starting with the trolls. That would hide most of the signs they had been here, while they ran up the road to find the next group of supplies. Carl had no idea how many groups they were sending a day, but 2 didn't seem like enough for all the frost giants on the main line. So, Hawk was sent back out to check up the road for the next group. Only there was nothing for the next 20 kilometers. The road was clear, and the pigs weren't fast enough that they should be further than that. He did find the signs of the battle that had claimed the missing animals, which were already nearly stripped down by a warbear and her cubs. Now that he knew what had done it, Hawk wasn't mad anymore. He instinctively liked the species and didn't begrudge them a good meal. All right, Hawk says there are no more groups nearby. Let's find a good spot for the night and get settled in. We can hunt more supply convoys tomorrow, Carl announced. Hawk found them another good cave for the night. Large enough to be comfortable, but small enough to be easily heated, with the door blocked by Ray's silk. Tonight they went one step further, since they were in a snow-covered area, and they had Remy keep a blizzard spell active for half an hour after the entry was covered, obliterating their tracks and piling snow over the entry points. This cave had 3, which wasn't optimal, but they were all small enough that the frost giants couldn't get in. That was the important part, as nobody expected the escorts for the supply convoys to be wandering in the woods and looking for hiding spots where ambushers might be waiting for them. Lotus and Tessa started cooking, which got Tori panicked again, but the two clerics only laughed. Hawk is still out scouting, and Ray is in the tree outside. If there is anything coming for us, we will know. There is no reason not to eat well while we're out in the field, and it saves us from having to return to refill our rations every 10 days. In fact, we haven't touched any of the ones in our packs, so they're likely frozen solid right now, Tessa explained. Tori nodded. That's what happened to ours yesterday. Even after the heater stopped working, the food was still almost cold, but not frozen anymore. We even had to get the priest to create water so we could have something to drink, as we couldn't thaw our canteens. Your other mages had fire magic, why not just get some heat going? Even if you just defrosted everything first, it would have been better, Tessa asked, with a gesture to Carl's sword, which was currently doing double duty as room heater and hot grill for the cooking pots. The blonde mage giggled and flashed a suggestive smirk at Carl. Well, nobody in the other team was packing the same sort of impressive weapon that you've kept hidden away. Dana and Tessa gave her matching disgusted looks, while Carl chuckled and Tori shook her head with a rueful smile. Sorry, it's become a force of habit. My mother always told me, use what you've got to get what you need. And I might have gone a little bit overboard with the technique. Tessa's frown faded into a malicious smirk, and she laughed as she tossed cut vegetables into the pot. Might have gone a bit overboard? You nearly got killed because your group only came along hoping to get laid. They didn't even have any intention of doing their jobs. That's more than a little overboard. But we won't hold it against you as long as you are trying to act right. Our group has a magical contract to travel together for the next year, and we don't need drama or infighting. Besides, if you lose the favor of the beasts, you'll lose the strongest defensive magic that we have right now. We're happy to have extra hands in battle, but the easy girl routine doesn't make friends with the clergy. Tori looked somewhere between mortified and humiliated, and Carl thought that she might actually bolt out of the cave in embarrassment, but after a moment, she began to calm and wiped a tear from her eyes as she nodded at the war cleric. I understand. Thank you for keeping me around. You have my word, by the time that we get back to one of the bases, I will have it together. Carl, I apologize for how I am. Dana, I apologize for flirting with your man. Now it was Dana's turn to blush bright red, but she didn't say anything to refute the accusation. Lotus put strips of sliced pig meat on a pan, causing a sizzling that distracted everyone. I'm glad we got all that out of the way early. Now the food is almost ready, and then we will set the night watches. I will take the first, who has second? She asked with an impish grin on her face. I will, Dana agreed. And I will take the third shift, Carl decided. That would put him on watch when everyone woke up for breakfast, which was the best time to send Hawk out to start their morning scouting missions. Carl got Ray to attach all the hammocks to the cave walls with her silk, and then turned down the flames on the blade a little, so the back of the cave would stay comfortably warm, but they wouldn't melt the snow that had built up around the exits after Remy's blizzard. Hammocks, that's different, Tori mumbled as they got set up. We didn't bring an extra, but it's warmer if you share, and zip 2 sleeping bags together. One goes over you and one under the hammock. Shared body heat makes for a comfortable night, Lotus suggested. Ophelia nodded happily. Then you're with me. I'm the odd one out, and I was planning to sleep in bare form, but we can share. Tori was skeptical about the idea, but once it was time for bed, and she unequipped her boots to climb into bed, she learned that there was a reason nobody else had volunteered to welcome Ophelia by swapping spots. Bear was a hugger. She had the mage thoroughly wrapped up in the arms of a sleeping berserker 30 seconds later. Fortunately, she didn't snore, but there was no way that Tori was escaping without a struggle against the superhuman strength of a berserker. Carl woke up briefly when Dana left for her watch, and then again a few hours later when she woke him to take over. Hawk, Ray, have you spotted anything? Carl asked as his shift came to an end as the sun was about to come up. Nothing, just silence. Even the small animals are gone, the blizzard scared them off, Ray replied from a small fort in the trees outside. I will go see where the morning food is. Hawk replied, meaning the supplies that the frost giants would be expecting that morning. Tessa woke up early to get started on breakfast, carefully sneaking out of her hammock without waking Lotus. Of course, that didn't last long, as once the small priestess began to get cold without the extra warmth, she was awake as well, but it gave Tessa enough time to get the cooking utensils set out and the oatmeal heating. "What's the word from Hawk?" Tessa asked as she chopped the fruit that Lotus was creating. "Nothing so far. They might have taken a different route than yesterday's. Targets as well, so Hawk is still scouting." Carl shrugged. For another half hour, Hawk searched before he began to get frustrated. "They have to be eating something. Where are all the supplies? There aren't even extra weapons coming down the road," he ranted as he continued to fly a search pattern over the hills. "Hawk can't find anything. There are no unnatural snowstorms, spots where he can't see the ground, or other issues. There's just nothing on the road today, and not on any of the other nearby roads," Carl explained as everyone eagerly awaited a new update. Tessa took out her notepad and began to write down math calculations on it, periodically looking off into the distance, as if that would help her remember some fact or figure. "How big do you think the average boar we harvested was by weight?" she asked. "About 2 tons, give or take a little. They're bigger than Thor and fat," Carl replied. She wrote a few more figures, then nodded in satisfaction as she began to add them up. "You see, frost giants don't eat as much as humans do compared to their size. Most magical beasts don't. They use mana instead, so they don't overhunt their territory. With the rough numbers we are getting from the radio on the main line, my calculation is that each of those convoys should have supplied them for 2 days. So there might not be a shipment today because we took out 4 days' worth of their food supply yesterday," Lotus explained. Dana looked excited for a moment, then concerned. "Then what do we do today, and what are the odds that a large group comes looking for them?" Carl considered that. "I would say the odds are it will be a scouting group first, not a large combat unit. They don't have any reason to think that there is a large military unit here, so they won't waste resources. As to what we do today, I say we wait. They will send giants looking for their missing dinner, and we can eliminate those as well." Everyone rested in the cave for the morning as they listened to the reports from the main lines, which were becoming even more dire by the minute. The frost giants were not just waiting at their lines, they were working together to launch ice magic and enchanted boulders at the defenders. While it was crude, with the strength of giants operating the mechanisms, the frost giant catapults were proving to be incredibly effective. The ice boulders exploded on impact, causing every bit as much damage as any artillery round, even against armored targets. The main lines sounded like they were in the midst of a disaster. At one point, Carl was reasonably certain that he heard Jody's voice announcing a unit retreat for heavy casualties. The line was moving back again, and sometime around mid-afternoon, High Priest George and the remainder of his team were rescued by scouts after being attacked by a frost giant patrol. The cleric was heavily injured, and both teams were airlifted out with unstated casualties in an emergency rescue that couldn't have been easy that far behind the main line. Hawk still hadn't seen anything coming up the road toward them, and the whole region appeared to be deserted. Ray thought the same thing. There was simply nothing left here, and the temperature was dropping fast. Whatever the frost giants were doing, it was turning what should have been a tropical area into a frozen wasteland, where none of the native creatures could survive. "It's too cold to fly, even with flames. We need to leave this place," Hawk informed them not long after. "It's almost dark. Should we move out immediately, or will you return to the cave and we will leave in the morning?" Carl asked. It took a moment for Hawk to answer, but his decision was firm. "There's a ridgeline behind these clouds, and the wind is even colder there. I think that we should move this afternoon and go further east. If we keep staying here, we're going to freeze." Surprisingly, Remy was with him on that decision. She poked her head out of her space to see what was going on, then promptly returned to her swamp. "There is strong shaman magic coming," she announced. Well, that was something. If she could sense the magic, then they had their answer to why everything was freezing, just not where the effect was coming from, other than somewhere deeper into the frost giant nation. "Everyone, pack up, we need to move. There is a wave of ice magic coming our way, and it's not suitable for any living creature." According to Hawk, that could explain why they're not sending anyone to look for the missing animals. They don't expect anything to remain alive after that wave of cold passes over us, Carl explained. "Where are we headed?" Lotus asked. The nearest edge of the wave is southeast of here, so we're going to head that way and hope that we can properly outrun it. If we can't, we will have to find a cave or make a strong fort to hole up in until it has passed, and the temperature is back to just cold," Carl explained. They were getting very well practiced with loading their packs, and only the hammocks and sleeping bags had come out, other than the cooking utensils. Within minutes they were loaded up, and Carl called Thor and Ray to give everyone a ride, while Hawk came down to land on his backpack and warm up. "The temperature up high is so cold that the ice magic is wearing down my flames," Hawk explained. "I will report it to the others. Urgent message for the command group and all mobile units. This is Team 95,988. There is a wave of ice magic behind the incoming storm, powerful enough to snuff out fire magic barriers. We are relocating outside the designated zone to escape the path of the magic, and I recommend that all units unable to reach a secured camp seek immediate shelter, as the storm will be at the main lines within the next 2 hours." The already chaotic messages over the radio intensified as the frontline command group realized that there was more going on than just a minor cold snap. They began issuing orders and getting troops moved, which Carl was immediately grateful for. They could have second-guessed him or delayed, but they chose to believe his report and act on it immediately, which should save some lives when the ice magic reached the battle. The frost giants would predictably charge when the cold front moved through, forcing the humans to fight in the magical cold. But at least they wouldn't be trapped out alone in it. Well, most of them wouldn't. There were still some scouts too far out to reach the lines, and they were reporting their moves to caverns, which they intended to barricade and hide in until the storm had passed. The one great downside to ice magic was its lack of penetration. Unlike fire magic, which would try to burn through a solid surface, ice magic would coat it and freeze it. So if you could seal your shelter well enough, the magic would naturally seal it, and you could heat the inside while the surface froze. That's why the frost giants would attack during the cold snap. With the humans frozen into their shelters by a wall of ice, they were sitting targets and could be easily smashed along with their tents and houses. Ophelia had to transform into werebear form to withstand the cold even now, and the others had their cloaks pulled tight around themselves as the beasts began to run through the snow, getting as far away from the incoming wave of magic as possible. Fortunately, they were already near the edge of the storm, and as they ran, the temperature began to return to the abnormal, but non-magical cold that they had experienced the first time that they were in the region. By the time that it started getting near sunset, they were well away from the storm front, which had already long since passed them, and the temperature was close to freezing again. But they were so far from the front line that they had been deployed to that the radio signal was fading. Carl checked the map and found that there was no repeater listed in the encoded radio station guide. So he just put the radio on scan, looking for a closer signal. It stopped on the first rotation through the channel, and a clear voice came through the speaker, giving instructions for a counterattack. The incoming signal level was so strong that they had to be close to the source, but the number of unit movement orders that were being given made it sound like they had come across another section of the line. Carl was sure they hadn't come that far. The next portion should be more than 100 kilometers from their deployment point. But once he mentally calculated their movement, he realized they might only be 30 kilometers from them now. He took a moment to place himself on the map, and then sent in a report to this new commander. Zone 17, this is Team 95,988. We have relocated to avoid a magical cold front, placing us in your zone. Be aware, we have tamed beasts with our team, Carl reported, along with the map code for their location. Wonderful timing 95,988. Are you a commander-led team? We have a fire mission that has evaded our scouts near your position. I can offer additional mission rewards if you can eliminate them before dark. The confident voice replied, along with a map location code. Carl checked the map. It would be close, but they were much faster moving than most teams. Understood, we are on it now. He altered their direction toward a mountain, which was the logical spot to spend the night anyhow, as it had larger trees as well as a chance of caves. As soon as he did, Ophelia gave him a concerned look. "You're not going to ask what we're up against?" she asked. "They can't see it, so they couldn't tell us for certain anyhow. But if they are willing to send one commander-led team, it's most likely a special forces team," Carl replied. Hawk took to the sky, looking for their target and reveling in the somewhat warmer air that didn't make him strain to keep his flames warm. I've got them. 20 frost giants, 4 commanders that I can see, and 10 catapults hidden behind a ridgeline. I can see the army lines too. I think the giants are firing blind into our troops, Hawk reported.